A cluster. A cluster happens when marketers data to help turning
Good morning. Oh, God. Still half dead. Hello, hello. How are we all doing on this fine Monday? Hopefully you had a good time. Hopefully you enjoyed the stream yesterday. I'm hoping to have more of those coming down the line. I'm working on something right now. We're cooking. We're cooking big. Like, we're going to have a chef hat and be in the kitchen. Let's put it that way. I've got some exciting plans around midweek Age of Empires for action. So we'll have to see if that does develop further. What's up, my boy Crackety? How's it going, my friend? How you doing on this fine Monday? Need a pickup from the airport. Mate, that'd be pog. Wait, when are you going to be coming through, though? Because I fly Thursday. Or you mean you're just going to drive over the airport? Yeah, I'm not going today. It's only my last stream because I'm looking after my daughter tomorrow. And then I want to take Wednesday to prep because I fly really early on Thursday. So my flight leaves at 9:30 a.m. Oh, you're arriving in Bergen on Wednesday. Okay, hell yeah. I mean, dude, I will land at I think it's gonna be midday local time. Let me just double check that. So I've got it written down. So it should be scroll. Yeah, 12:30. Yeah, I land 12:30. 12:30 in Bergen. Dude, my PC's really laggy at the moment. I don't know why. I'm getting a bit worried it's just going to bust on me. Whoa. But yeah, no, that'll be awesome. Yeah, no, we'll do, man. For sure. Appreciate it. Yeah, so I'll be landing 12:30. Yo, Crackety, you got any interest in bouldering? I was thinking of, like, maybe in the evening trying to find somewhere to boulder. Have you ever tried bouldering before? It's surprisingly fun. I'm trying to get so I'm gonna push Marika into doing it. She seems to be on board. Cal was on about trampolines and gymnastics, and I was like, no, bruh, no. How about no? I feel like I'm tempting fate already of bouldering is like because my wrist I still think it's a bit chalked. Thing with me in bouldering, gravity. No, dude, it's fine though. So what we can do is we can find you some walls that might like work better towards your form and style. So for example, like how is your balance? Because like people who have good balance tend to like what's called slabs, which they aren't overhang. I wouldn't do that to you. That's brutal for a lot of people. They're not straight. They're actually inclined inwards, like towards the wall, sort of. So like most of it is stepping, right? There's even walls like that are designed for you to just basically not use your hands. Probably the lowest point fitness-wise you ever been. I mean, the reason I recommend bouldering is like I don't feel like I'm in great shape, but like I'm really getting into bouldering because I find it very fun. So like, you know, if you're worried about the state of fitness, but you're looking for a fun way to kind of engage, might be for you. Up to you, no pressure. Just wanted to put the offer out there because I think I'm going to try to find some point to go for a bouldering session for like an hour or two. It's really good if you are looking to work out because it is genuinely a full body workout. And there are some easier on you type walls, like ones which are, you know, the ones that are straight up. You can get ones which are just basically like climbing a ladder. But it works out your full core, your full body. And I think I was looking at a few of the gyms. I think like going a session will run you about like 13 euros, including rental, which isn't too bad. That's actually pretty reasonable. Go and try pickleball. Seems to be the place in Bergen. Yeah, wait, what's the difference between pickleball and paddle? I know what paddle is. Like I was having this discussion with my partner yesterday. Is pickleball just okay? So pickleball is just like the fences aren't right around the very edge, sort of thing, right? Yeah, I know paddle is very, very popular in Scandinavia and Sweden in particular. I think Sweden has more paddle courts than any other country per population, which is pretty wild. So it's like tennis, badminton, and table tennis. Okay, that's intriguing. But yeah, like Cal. So apparently Cal's into gymnastics, and he was like trying to get me on that. He's like, yeah, we can go visit like a gymnastics place. I'm like, dude, I don't know about that. I'm not that flexible. And like last time when I went bouldering, I think it was last time was maybe 2 weeks ago or so. I'd done something with my wrist. So like I was grabbing onto a hold like that and really pulling myself in, but ooh. Yeah, no, you're... I mean, there's no way I've dislocated. I'd know if I I'm pushing like that, and I can feel a click. That isn't there with that hand. Maybe I'm not bouldering after all. The pain that was there is kind of gone, but has it stopped? No, it still kind of goes. Yeah, I've done something, guys. So like, I think I never really fully healed my wrist after I broke my arm a few years back. Even when I was doing like weight training, the way I describe it is like after a while of like doing weight training, I would, it was almost like, the way I describe it is almost like a feeling like your arm's going to snap. But it was only the right one, the one that got broken before. So I don't know, like I think maybe it mishealed. But the weird part is like they done a x-ray, and they done an x-ray like a year and a half ago because I was curious about it. I was a bit worried. And they said it looked absolutely fine. So like, it might just be that I need to do some physiotherapy. I think that's probably the problem. Is that I need to push through like a pain barrier, I guess, to a certain degree. But I like tried to start doing it myself. There's meant to be a technique where what it is someone grabs you like this, and the whole idea, or I would be like that. So like thumbs up here, hand around the back. The whole idea is that they push up and in on this part of the hand while pushing down here. And I decided to try and do that the other week on my own, which is not a good idea with one hand. And I think I made it worse. So, good job me. Amazingly enough, trying to do physiotherapy the wrong way, probably not a great idea. But I was like, oh yeah, no, I kind of get the same motion that way. It's like, but clearly I didn't. I maybe lean too much one side or something. So, we'll see how that is. I'm a little bit worried about it. I'll have to, maybe, I should self-refer physiotherapy tomorrow. I was meant to last week, and then I just got kind of distracted. Then I got ill. I don't know if you guys can hear that in my voice still, or if it's mostly gone now. I think it's mostly gone. Hope it's mostly gone. Yeah. The good news is you get it out of the way before you go to Norway, right? Like, I'm past the incubation period. Definitely. It's been several days now. But my daughter got me ill. Absolutely wonderful thing about having kids. And, when I get ill, I don't get ill lightly. So, But for the most, it's just past. I'm in the, like, getting over it phase now. The weirdest thing, genuinely, is at this stage, the most annoying thing, other than that, every once in a while, is probably you want to taste nice things and you can't. So, like, it was my partner's birthday on the weekend, and we ordered takeaway as a treat. She didn't want to go out or anything. She wanted to have some takeaway. And I couldn't taste it. So I ordered myself... Oh, guys, I ordered myself this pizza that was just the epitome of, you want a heart attack, bro? So it was chorizo sausage, pork meatballs. It was nduja sausage and pepperoni. Crackety is somewhere in the chat right now going, that's the most German pizza I've ever heard. And got it in large, barbecue sauce base. I practically couldn't taste a thing. So yeah, because we got large, that's like 2 meals, right? So next day, some nice cold pizza, which I also couldn't taste. Good life. God damn, I'm still annoyed about that. I know how good that pizza would have tasted. Instead, I was very unhealthy with no value whatsoever. God damn it. Yeah. But hopefully my taste buds will be fully refreshed in time for the visit to Norway. Unless I get offered, like, fermented fish, in which case, hopefully my taste buds will not be okay for a whole another week. That's the balance, right? But yeah. I need to maybe figure out some nice Swedish candies or whatever to bring back. That might be cool. Trying to think, actually, like, what else did I want to do in Sweden? In Norway, rather. In Norway. I always say Sweden by default. So, rock climbing is, like, the most obvious thing. I'm trying to figure if there's anything else. Like, I kind of feel bad, really. I'm not staying as much as other people are. some people are making a holiday of it. I know, for example, Rika is, I think, currently flying to Norway. And then obviously Krakeny starts his journey today. That's less of a, you know, less of taking extra holiday time as much as taking a very long way of getting there. But I guess the road trip could be fun. And I think some people plan to stay until like Wednesday, but I'm going to be flying back late Monday. Because no one told me, so I didn't know. And because no one told me, I wasn't just going to default to staying longer because, you know, I've got a missus at home that is currently now, how many months in are we? 6 months pregnant? So, seemed a bit rude. But yeah, it's what it is. We'll try to find some time. I don't know how many games are planned. Do we know the format of King of the North? You'd think I'd know a week out, but you guys give me too much credit for prep. Should we quickly check? I'm curious because we actually got something. We've actually got something to watch that's quite appropriate, by the way. So Simplest Man is unreal. Uwu. Yeah, dude. We're gonna be catching cow losing. So anyway, I'm just gonna let's have a quick look at King of the North stats because I'm wondering how many series are going to be broadcast today. Well, let me turn the audio down a bit. Yeah, dude. Okay, let me close some of these background things because I can feel the lag. I can feel the lag clicking around on my desktop. Yeah, I'm starting to think updating NVIDIA didn't help. Oh, that might not help as well. NVIDIA decided to reinstall GeForce, even though I specifically downloaded the drives for my card because I didn't want NVIDIA GeForce. Because I don't know if you guys know this, but NVIDIA GeForce is known to cause input lag on many systems. That's why a lot of people start removing it. But yeah, King of the North. So, this is what I mean. There's a lot of series, right? Because it's 3 days of broadcast. And they're all BO5s, right? Yeah, all BO5s into BO7. So, obviously, they're going to run alongside. So, like, what? You're probably going to be doing... Well, these should be final day, right? Honestly, I kind of think it sucks when like events just try to do like BO5 and BO7 on final day. I feel like it's actually just gets you more bulk to do upper bracket finals, lower bracket finals, grand finals. But you know, it's probably going to be so you'll probably have like what upper bracket quarters, semi-finals, and I imagine lower brackets aren't going to be held. They should be on the second day. So like what? You're probably doing 2 to 3 series on the first day, but it'll be like upper bracket quarters and semis. Then you do lower bracket round 1, 2, and 3. Wait, no, that can't be right. You could potentially hold the lower bracket back, is my thought, or the upper bracket back. No, dude, you know what you do? Like, order-wise, it's going to be a bit weird, but maybe you do upper bracket quarters into lower bracket round 1, then upper bracket semi. And then the next day, you have lower bracket quarters into upper bracket final into lower bracket semi. And then final day is lower bracket final into a show match into grand final. I don't know if that's the exact format they're going for. That would kind of make sense from a flow standpoint, so you don't just burn out one side of the bracket first, having to play all the games. You get kind of nice pacing. Let me check my task manager. Something legit is not right in my PC. What's going on with you right now? Okay. So OBS is currently using 77% of my 2080 GPU. Oh my god. What? Bro, you can't be real. You're a myth. What happens when I click in game? Does it freak out less? Let's have a look, chat, quickly. We'll hop into this one in a sec. Dude, I don't know what's happening with my GPU. It's genuinely at 75%. This is wild. I've never seen... I don't think I've ever seen OBS use this much. I use MVenc, but like it doesn't usually munch that much your CPU. Your GPU, rather. Update drivers? I did recently. That's the thing. Updated them recently to try and make Supervive smoother. The only thing I can think is if some of the settings auto-defaulted differently again, and then that's caused issues potentially. Because this is just like wild. I mean, the amount. Is it lagging? Was it lagging yesterday, guys, when we were like casting? Like people let me know. Was it actually lagging yesterday when we were casting? Oh, excuse me, my throat. I'm really curious on this now. Because that is freaking wild. The most righteous caster? Oh no, not according to Somfey. Like, we have Aussie Rongo. What's my name? Killer Pidgeron? Killer Pidgeron. There you go. We figured it out. Oh, I don't know if I'm going to dig into that drama today. We'll see how I feel. Let's just say I'm not a very big believer in when you get crapped on, you crap on someone else. Which is ironic considering I'm a pigeon. Pro lost to me in Battle Ace, got salty. I mean, apparently, like, I think Drongo was the one who confirmed it the other day when we were playing. We were whooping Grandmasters in StarCraft. Battle Ace is just saying. Maybe this pigeon knows a few things about RTSs. Believe it or not. Oh, we need to get rid of the Historic Gaming Alliance thing. Shout out to them as well. They were the guys who organized that show match yesterday. Sorry, guys. I forgot to, like, disable those stuff because I actually forgot it was even on. Oops. But yeah, like, you know, my take is, for anyone know, like, some people know what I'm talking about. Like, you know, the thing that was being argued over, like, the person, like, they hadn't been given good feedback by the thread they were commenting on in the first place. But the fact that, like, you just drag another commentator down is just weird to me. Like, you guys can go back. You'll never find me drag a commentator down. I'll sometimes provide, like, constructive feedback. It's not even usually criticism. I think, like, the other day with Crackety, I said, I love Crackety's, like, analysis. And I feel like sometimes he gets dragged into, like, the play-by-play element when I want to hear, like, more nerd context from him or whatever. And I think he gets what I mean. Like, Crackety is a freaking genius. He knows so much about the game. It's like, you hear it when I'm casting. Sometimes I just want to pluck his brain deeper. Or take him into the meme woods. Either way, it's beautiful. But maybe we'll talk about it a little bit later. For now, we've got Scandinavian drama here. It's time to find out who's best in Norway. It's time to find out who's best in Norway. Not observing the game. No, we're putting him under the lens. He's back. Observer Cal, a.k.a. and Magical Cal, the T-Tours man himself, the guy who, by some miracle, won an unwinnable game on this channel already, is back in an even harder matchup. Because on the other side is someone he'll know very well. It is Dragavan, one of the kids, the highest ranked Norwegian in the game, if I remember this correctly, on the Malians in the orange. Yeah, wait, what? Like, wait, isn't this Cal's whole thing? Like, isn't his whole thing playing Malians? If I was to go check Cal's data right now, would I not find a majority of games on just the one Civ? Let me have a look. I'm curious on this. So let's have a look. Rank match, all patches. Rank matchmaking, what's he got for us? Malians is actually only 98 picks. He's played Ibids, Ottomans, French, and English. Wait, you've played Ibids 106 times. Let me get on his basic. You've played Ibids 100. Okay, I've got issues with Cal right now. He's a dirty boy. And he's playing Delhi in this particular game. Cal is actually pretty well ranked, by the way, guys. Ranked 560th in the world right now. Now, if people came looking to sniff Beastie's panties, apologies. It's not going to feel that crusty #1 rank for you. But 560 is really high on the ranking still. Dragavan on the other side of this, even higher. He's 82nd in the world right now. 1,822 elos. So, Dragavan ends up losing to Cal. I have a feeling that he's going to walk around with his nose held high in the sky the entire Norwegian land. So maybe we're a little bit biased towards Dragavan this one. But let's check out how the sheep opening's going. Oh, not a bad one to begin with. 8 compared to 7. It feels like both of them have maybe missed a bunch of sheep somewhere here. Maybe a few hiding in the corner. So it looks like Cal overall is going to get a good haul. In conjunction with the berries, that's really good for applying pressure. And guys, should point out that to make this feel even more balanced of a matchup, you should remember that in this matchup, Delhi are usually quite favored. They do really bloody well up against the Malians. We've seen it time and time again. unless the Malians get like an absurd spawn. This is a reasonable spawn for Dragavan. He's got the back spawn gold veins, 2 of them behind his base. He can easily wall himself off and protect. If he can do that, then he doesn't have to worry as much about the annoyance of Ghazi Raiders. However, if he leaves this open, he opens a way for Kao to be annoying. And the other issue that usually you have for Malians, why Malians actually hate playing against Delhi. Malians' #1 goal, if you look at their games, you drag out records of 200 plus Malian games, and you look for the trends. The trend is going to be, sits in his base, giggles about cows, builds a Fulani, and then Zergs, right? Like, that is the be-all, end-all. This Civ starts off as Protoss and turns into Zerg. So, they are basically the Xel'Naga. And that's why we hate them so much. You know, now it makes sense. The reality is, Delhi don't allow that playstyle, though. Delhi force you to come out on the map because there's a ticking time bomb in the mid-map. The sacred sites are there, right? That is the beauty of this matchup for Delhi that makes it so much easier. Where other civs have to find a way to dent this impenetrable fortress because Malians build Javs and Donzos, which counts most units in the Feudal Age, and also, by the way, happens to be a 100% ranged army. Remember, Donzos have a hybrid attack. That is the big issue. Is like you're diving into choke points where the Malians will always have an advantage. But the Delhi even that out by just not allowing you to stay there. So, Manticore is going to be coming up. Tower Victory on the other side. We're just a little bit out of live, so we're going to hit the fast forward for a second here just to catch up to age #2. Probably going to be the Ghazi opening as is standard. Other side of this, Malians probably just going to have to react straight into the Donzos. That should flow into Archers versus Javs. And that's where things can get a little bit sticky when Dragavan has to come out past that point. And that's fair from Crackney as well. Best counter Malians are civs that can just spam. Definitely. Right? Because the whole idea is that you are matching or exceed the numbers. In a lot of cases, definitely past Feudal, Malians lose the quality advantage. They're very much a Feudal favored civ from that Zerging factor. Like, if they're able to Zerg in Feudal, their units are better versions of what you'll find in Feudal, right? Like, Javs are better than most Archers. Spearmen, they're Donzos, they have a hybrid attack, and they also have melee armor, but they do cost a little bit more. But the reality is, like, you know, in this particular matchup, you're up against premiums of a different type. Ghazi are better horsemen. The Archers and Spearmen have a better attack speed. It's very difficult to deal with. I've seen plenty of games where Delhi Archers just beat Javelins, right? Because of numbers and also because of the attack speed. And yes, agreed, Crackety. Like, I think once you're past, like, 20 jabs, it gets weird, right? That's also why we see a lot of players transition away to Archers as quickly as possible with the poison arrows. Little fun fact there, guys. If you get, like, on even footing, Delhi versus Malians, poison arrows versus the Delhi Archers, I'd still favor Delhi Archers. Because the issue is, like, the poison arrows in those matches, those matchups, doesn't matter as much as the attack speed buffer, because you're killing targets so damn quickly. Ghazi are on the way. Blacksmith follow-up coming in as well from Kao. Oh, this is cool, though. I just realized Dragavan. I mean, it's cool, but it's also insanely risky. He just got scouted immediately. And Dragavan... Wow. Okay, that almost feels a bit greedy, but I could see it working. He goes scouts first before Donzos. Okay, this is definitely going to work because Cow is microing like he actually has cow hoofs. What are we doing here? Oh no. That accidental misclick. We'll give the early warning. An archery range is being... What is this build from Dragavan? A 1-1-1. So ticking every single box. But the positioning feels a little bit weird now, right? Like, building this out when you know you're going to get attacked here. Building the archery range on this source makes not much sense, I think. Like, realistically, you already got scouted down here, so you know the Ghazi are going to come in this area. Dragavan, now without Wheelbarrow, has to run away. That's going to be a Villager dead. To one Ghazi. Just like to point out, a Horseman couldn't do that, right? Like, a Horseman would take 6 attacks. Ghazi only takes 5. Dumb unit. I'm so bitter about this unit every day. Damn, 2 villagers dead already. Like, what is going on with Dragavan's plan here? This felt ambitious, to say the least. I mean, on the flip side, Cow has skipped production of about a villager and a half. Right? Because he just got 2 worker kills. I don't think he went 2 scouts. I did not see 2 scouts. So, Cow may be flexing and be like, oh yeah, check this. I'm the best in Norway. But we may have skipped... Oh, no, he's doing it again. So it looks like Cow is trying to be as efficient, to Crackety's point, good old classic German efficiency, as possible. But by doing so, every once in a while, he's skipping about, I'd say, 3 or 4 seconds of villager production. It's definitely adding up. And wow, it definitely hurts more when you do this, right? Like, falling back after that, now building walls. A lot of high-level Delhi players tend to lean away from walls because the issue is it just takes so much extra resource away from your surge point. To Crackerty's point before, the whole idea is you want to swarm, right? And if you think about the raw amount of resources you're spending here, like what is it? Per tile, it ends up being 7, 21 on the initial. So like, what's the surround here? Crackerty is a genius. He'll know the numbers exactly. I think it's roughly, I want to say around 80 resources to surround the sacred site. Like, that's an extra unit. Doesn't sound like a lot, but at this stage in the game, when one side has 8 units and one side has 13, that's actually a notable percentage increase on your army. In the meantime, are going to contest with the Warrior Scouts, and we have got sofas being added. I love this. I've been talking about sofas recently, and actually how they are slept on a lot with the Malians of Feudal Age. A little bit hard to flood. Their stats aren't insane, but given the right matchups against, say, Ghazi and Archers, they can be super effective. They're also decent raiders, right? All of a sudden, he can give a taste of Cal's own medicine across to him, because these are very fast, heavy cav with 1.73 movement speed. Their base damage is actually high enough that they can actually wallop down villages in 4 hits as well. That might not sound impressive, but think about it this way. A normal knight, let's say not a French knight, in Feudal Age, will kill a villager in 3 hits, right? But these guys cost 75% of normal knight. So when you think about the fact that it would take you 4 hits to kill a villager, the trade there on a raid potential isn't that terrible, actually. It's actually quite optimal. The fact that you're paying less allows you to bulk up more to that critical point where you can jump in and cut off villages. Sacred sites are going to start getting locked in on the west side and the east side, so we have got the ticking time bomb beginning. Cal has backed up pretty hard here. Oh, he's moving troops across. Unfortunately, it's going to be the wrong kind. Dragovan, perfect grab here. Cal, almost a quarter of his army stuck in the middle of nowhere with no protection. Greedy from our Zerba here. That's actually quite painful of a loss here. Remember, Cal's job is to build critical mass of archers to overwhelm anything on the other side. Just finding a little chip damage like this adds up. And it means these jabs can actually contest, because as Crackerty's highlighting, in large numbers, jabs struggle due to their attack speed. Keep the number low, it's a fight that favors the Valiants. No idea what the sofa there. Scout will be able to move away quick enough here. Well, for the most, he's going to need to reassist, and sofas are going to come around to do that. Nice jump in, but got to be careful. Remember, those spears with the buffed attack speed are not something to be messed with. Behind this, archers are being built up, and what the whoa, okay. Huh? Guys, I think someone's been watching too many cat replays. Like, there's only one player I know of in the Malians at the moment that does TCs. Now there are 2. Dragovan with the 2 TC Malian build against the Delhi of all civs. Yeah, I agree. This is weird. Like, you know, what you've basically done, if you were rushing castle, oh god, that might come into the picture later. If you're rushing castle, you're at least looking for an out in the flood. By going 2 TC, you're now just delaying the return on the investment. He has at least decapped the sacred site, right? Like, the third was never walled off. So the ticking time bomb doesn't exist right now. Two TC might work against Cal. Voldemort, if you're not careful, he might downgrade you to, like, a cupboard as a hotel room. Cal, also about to get raided here. Outpost isn't up in time. He does at least have the gate to leave, but he's not going to leave quick enough. Remember, guys, Cal is not down on villagers because he got textiles. These guys are still squishy as all hell. I'm baffled right now he didn't get textiles. I'm always going on about how broken textiles is. Legit, like, you know, can we just agree on this, that Delhi having textiles take 25 seconds by default and that's it? It's too good. To me, it's the best tech. Because what this allows the Civ to do is just send everything to the enemy side. I feel quite confident they're not going to lose villages in the first few minutes of the play, right? And even if they do get attacked with textiles, they're willing to turn around with ships. Compare that to any other Civ in the game, They have to take 20 seconds either way, and it costs them 150 resources. That will never stop seeming insane to me. Dragavan. Oh no, the chop through! Cow's in. Village is being sniped down, but Dragavan doesn't care. 2TC, baby. Choo-choo! Tonzo's now charging forward. Doesn't really matter if they get traded out here. Remember, there's not enough Ghazi on the front side. In the meantime, food source still being blocked out for Cow on the flank here. Third Sacred Site still not being captured. So Dragavan, pretty chill about the whole equation here, right? Like, realistically, Cow's probably feeling very confident because he doesn't know what we do. He doesn't know how dumb this game has gotten. There's a Malian player who's built 2TC and isn't dead at 13 minutes in the game. I freaking love the fact that... Did he gen stone? I think he genuinely gen... Yeah, that's the smart play, right? Like, we saw Cat do this as well, where he gen stone to do it. It's so annoying because when you're on the other side, you don't know, right? I don't think there's any indication of what the Mansa is generating from what I've ever seen. Unless, like, there's something crafty, like when you see it come out of the left and right, it's gold, and then when it's out of the right and left here, it's stone. But I don't think that's the case. Oh my god, he's still getting raided here. More villagers going down. Finally, the army responds to this. It's come at a price for Cow. Third Sacred Site now being locked in. Voldemar trying not to lose his hair before he turns 12. But it's very hard when he's watching this game. So the little raid troop should get cleared up. In the meantime, there's going to be a move out to the west side Sacred Site. However, right now, that's not a very big burn force. 7 units can actually do damage to Palisades. Cow, what is the plan with all this wood? You're right, like, is he planning to just double down on archers, I guess, right? I mean, this is the classic experience, right? When you're distracted by things happening on the field. And this is why I highlight that this kind of stuff happens to even people who are ranked 500, 400, even 300. When you're doing all these things on the map, when you're trying to do all these things on the map, you don't want to worry about shifting your villages every 10 seconds. So what do? You slap them on a wood line. I've been there. Anyone who says they haven't been there is a freaking liar. When you don't want to have to worry about your villages idling up, you send them to a tree line. It is the easiest thing to guarantee that it will never run out. And it's the thing you know you're going to always need. Right? If you gathered all the gold, you don't necessarily need the gold. You might just end up trading it. But wood, buildings, units, farms, everything. Rams now from Cow. He's going for the all-in. Dragavan, has he built a big enough eco lead? I mean, he's up by 8. I think this is the most farms I've seen from a Malian player pre-25 minutes, to be honest with you. This is a weird experience. Stable's getting added in, so it looks like we're getting a flood of Sofa and Scouts here against Spears. What? He has got a lot of archers. In fairness to him, he has a lot of archers. But remember, this is Feudal Age, guys. Dragavan hasn't got the poison arrows at all. He has, however, got the OP tech. There we go, guys. That's it. Dragavan wins the game. Cow at 16 minutes does not have textiles. The Malian player does. That's it. It's decided. The best Norwegian player has been discovered. And he's a two-legged creature, not a cow. We'll have to find out now. 4 rams is a very big commitment. 1,000 wood. That's what the macro was for, after all. Cow puts it to good use. I'll be holding steady for the moment. Numbers are starting to swell, but Cow still with a notable lead here. 87 military pop to 58. And remember, Dragavan didn't go hard in the jab, so he doesn't have that poke as this siege happens. He has to get in range. Oh, that's true. It's 800 wood now. Cow's a noob. He should have built a 5th ram. House is going down. Dragavan's going to get pop locked soon. Build more houses behind this. Villagers are shuffling across the front line. Clash is coming in. Don't know what you're hoping to achieve with that. Goes back in with the Donzos on the sofa once more. He's paying attention here. Cow frontlining with the archers may be a mistake, though. That's how Dragavan wins this. If he kills the archers first, there's no way that Cow can stand here. Finally realizes it. An 8 click into the back line. Spears spreading out. Front line is basically the back line for Dragavan. He hasn't got anything to kind of board this with. Meantime, Rams hit the primary TC. Dragavan I think he might be okay. Dude, how did Cal lose so many units? I mean, we already know step one, right? He frontlined with the archers, but then instead of just stepping back, he sends all the spears into the archer mass still, in a choke point, after he's already lost critical mass of archers. Unbelievable. And the worst part still is Cal's probably like, this game's almost over. I've done good eco damage, we've both lost an army, but let's be totally real, Dragovan. You've only got one TC. Nani? The second TC is still unknown to Cal. He still doesn't have that first sacred site on lock. And now, the military advantage he once had has practically evaporated. It's still a 15 military lead, but in terms of the eco-escalation now, he is a mile behind. It's like watching Usain Bolt's eco versus old man. Actually, that's not a good idea. That guy probably has a pension. Person stuck on the streets in a box, homeless eco. This is rough. Cal doesn't have his win condition locked in. He doesn't have a fast castle that's immediately going to trigger. And he's going again. Oh, Cal. Oh, no. Apparently, by the way, Dragovan and Cal doing a BO3. So we've got more games coming after this. I might need to pull out the whiskey. Oh, no. Look how archer numbers really not as impressive as they once were. Walls back up. I feel like Cal's doing the classic Delhi mistake though, right? Like for any people watching wondering like, why do my Delhi games always end like this? I mean, one, like, what Malian players are building 2 TC against you, but two, the number one reason is that I see Delhi players losing at a lower rank is they all in their opponent when they shouldn't. Remember what we said about the advantage against Malians is that you don't have to go into the base, right? Not until you have a profound lead. Admittedly, Cal had that for it. But the whole logic is with these sacred sites, they have to come to you. And you can catch them doing so. They either come out with a full army, and your army should just be better at that stage of the game, or they trickle out troops to decap on the flanks, and you kill them for it, right? Like, either way, it's a win-win situation. This does not look like a win-win situation. Jav's archers trading. So for scouts frontlining, body blocks, no. The traffic jam. And that's also blocking the spearman from gap closing here. Not a great trade. Cow. Archer Cow also getting picked away at by those jabs over the tree line. Numbers a little bit deceptive. We have 22 archers here. But on the other side, there's only 25 archers in total. He needs to start taking out that backline ASAP. Ramp now hitting the side, but the military lead has gone for Cal. Eco lead has remained around 20. Now this is looking kind of done. Villagers also being sacrificed just kind of frontline for the moment, but it should be enough to keep him alive. Dragovan has defender's advantage, and military across the map is now even. Rams are drawing a bit of attention. That's the only unideal thing. Dragovan should just kind of not worry about these too much, pull villagers for that, because you need to wipe out this army. But once that's gone, this game should be over. Cal's army is dead. 17 archers left over. Meanwhile, other side, your opponent has the same on the defense. Behind that, he's about to not go for the Cal boom, it's going to be the full farm boom. Oh god, if he actually does get Fulani alongside this. Sacred sites have at least been locked in, so Cal is going to try for this again, but that lasts about 10 seconds before getting decapped. Oh no. Oh, you gotta feel bad for him in some ways, right? Like, maybe he would have played this different if he knew about the second TC, such as, I don't know, maybe discovering this small little secret route and then coming around for that area. But instead, he headbutted the front of the base, assuming the quality of units would be better, without understanding the state of the economy. Can't really fault Dragovan, though. That was so crafty. I mean, the weird part is how it began with the scout already here and him dropping the archery range. That was weird. But once Cal walked away, he never came back to discover the extra detail, right? The cherry on top. Say that, this was actually the main cake. Cal, there's the scholar on the sacred site. 25 eco lead now for Dragovan. But remember, guys, it's always bigger when you're against the Malians. They've got cows, they've got pit mines. They are much further ahead. It equals out against that Sacred Site factor. Even more so, it's about to get decapped. Looks like Kao is trying to make a move while Dragonvan's army is abroad. The interesting part is that Dragonvan pulled all these archers out here instead of just sending a few torches. I should ban you for that, Sprice. Actually, I'm a dad. I'm going to accept that. Well, it looks like he is finally moving on to graze in better pastures. Whereas Dragovan is looking to drag this one out in the feudal. Still not ready to go up the castle. See, I can do it too. Kao's like, how many buildings have I rammed at this point? If only he knew how little damage it's really done. Another stable's is going to go down. Military advantage is with Dragovan here, though. Raw archer count is higher. Some jabs sprinkled in, and also the sofas good enough to contest the Ghazi. Especially when they head in one by one like that. Cow count is almost at maximum threshold here. Meantime, Sacred Site has been decapped. That ticking time bomb gone again. Castle Age is up for Cow, but not far off from Dragovan. Rams will not get any real critical damage done here. They'll allow a temporary break-in, but that is going to be it. Cow behind this, now prepping the men-at-arms. Men-at-arms that can already be addressed by sofa mass. Mass that can be done before your castle. That's exactly what he's looking to prep. Lucifati also now starting to be added in by Dragovan. These archers, guys, they're not going to get upgraded anytime soon, so that Castle Age up first is not going to lead to an advantage of Cow straight away. Might just lead to his death. Dragovan chasing out. More troops are on the way, and the tech up is ready to be triggered. Here we go. So Fulani's now going to be coming in while he approaches the mid-map for the fight. A little bit of skirting here. Sofas need to be careful. Remember, they're not that tanky yet. Archer Mass needs to catch up. Now that it's here, though, this is the party. No tech's coming for anytime soon. Cow about to lose the last of the Ghazi. Men-at-arms are starting to come out here. Most of the sofas have been sniped out. But a trickle of MAA may struggle up against this many troops, especially when they just get ignored. Dragovan with a dive past will now turn around and start to retreat. Remember, guys, once they dump the Grand Fulani, the upgrades come in hard and fast for the Malians. Only 30 seconds a pop to get those veterancies. Cow, funnily enough, they're going to mirror here. Cow did actually rush up with 5 skulls to get the veterancy in the end, but with only 16 archers left over, it doesn't really feel worthwhile. For Dragovan, he's going to be scaling more archers. Remember, at this stage, the Malians, they will get poison arrows, which allows them to easily dispatch these men-at-arms more than one way. Lances being added in is kind of intriguing for Cow, but Safadi and so from the other side. We're also talking about, what, a 34 villager lead now. Like, this is starting to get out of control. Keep drop is going to be on the way. Remember, Cow did go compound of the defenders. So this will eventually convert him into village fortresses, which is TCs and keeps. But we are still about, what, 3 minutes out from that? 4.5. He pulled the scholars. He's going for the relics. Good timing. Ambitious to pull all scholars, though. I'd say it makes sense to pull 2 or 3, but I don't think you have enough map control to get all relics, especially when you've got Dragovan doing things like this. So we have reached the flood point in the game for Malians, remember. This is where that number should start to eclipse the Delhi pretty hard. Delhi are usually pretty good at competing, but they have their limitations. Well, full Cow Boom tends to be that. Lancers are at least buying time. Sacred Sites have been recapped here. And arms are getting ready to dive in. The problem is, unlike the Lancers, they will die very quick, right? Because presumably there's going to be Poison Arrow here. We can see that Dragovan doesn't have it. Cow doesn't know that yet, though. So he has to show a little bit of respect. Savani more than willing to take this clash. It's going to be very difficult for Cow to keep this up, guys. He doesn't have much food left over, right? Lost the berries and lost the deer. After that, it's going to be a mass farm transition. I think he's about 12 deep. 11. Compare that to Dragovan. Dragovan is 23 farms deep, and then he has the Fulani. Fair to say the Malians will be the first to hit max military. In fact, Cal might end up hitting 0 military at this rate. 23 to 67 now. Dude, I can't believe this. I mean, this is meant to be one of Malian's hardest matchups by far. But Dragavan with a 2TC build against Delhi. Remember, 2TC against Delhi, of all Sips. You don't see many people doing 2TC against Delhi because of those aforementioned sacred sites that punish you for it. Yet somehow, some way in this game, in this series, Dragavan is getting away with it. Now Dragavan, this is my turn to build the Rams. Dragaram is in. Lance, in the meantime, are going to raid out on towards the gold. Dragavan will have to shuffle those villages away. Backstab is coming in, so the Musafadi can rush in. Remember, they've got the movement speed to gap close with the charge as well. No doubt about it, they'll get on top of the targets here. An interesting adding in crossbows like this. Cal is trying to adjust for the sofas, but doesn't have an answer right now for the Musafadi. This was like a mistake out of Cal. I mean, I guess it's a lack of big food here, right? Like, he can't scale mass Ghazi or mass Lancers easily with a lack of farms, but crossbows doesn't really deal with much here. Malian players, most of the time right now, are going mass Musafadi. Sofas still get added in, but they're not the core component anymore. Now, Dragavan, he's going to educate Cal on that the hard way. Mango goes down. Army is going to get wiped out. Arch, in the meantime, I'm going to dive across to deal with the villagers trying to take out the Rams. The keep, well, that keep doesn't have boiling oil, so it's not going to stand the test of time up against the Malian flood. 85 military to 20. I think the outcome of this game is undeniable now. Dragavan just got Mali zerged. Sorry, he just got Mali tossed into, which sounds like something very different. Mali tossed into Zerging. Zerging? Mali zerged. We'll think about that one. Yeah, he got Mali tossed into Mali zerged. And now he's Delhi done. Because this game at this stage is anything but a delight for the Delhi. 6 minutes left on the Sacred Site timer. Control has been forfeited. Central Sacred Site is easily decapable from here, as is the west side one. Dragavan instead says, why wait around? Let's go party in his base. Diving continues, and Sofas have distracted the Mango. Wait, where's the protection? Cow, no, not like this. Out of all the ways to lose him, at least have a front line to hold for a second here. The elephant has arrived. Cow says, if I'm going to lose this game, I'm going to have a reason to. Archers are getting wiped out, though. This is turning into a weird tower defense game. So most of the ranged units are gone, but the melee flood should be able to resume. They say another Mango will go down. And please tell me he's... Dragavan, please just decap this. Why are you making this hard on yourself? Musafadi, by the way, are pretty cool up against War Elephants. Remember, they're a heavy class unit, so Musafadi do get the bonus damage here. It's not the worst of ways to overwhelm. You also have the movement speed to always just surround immediately. It's like another of these Mangos is going to be going down, though. New wave comes in, and Cow... Well, the elephant has served him well, but, you know, when you call yourself Cow and you choose an elephant, there's a price to pay, and I think we're about to see it. His sacred animal is going to be brought down, and with that, there's no line of defense left over here. Surely this has to be game, Cow. Okay, I can tell you right now why Cow is not calling this. Two possibilities. One is he's gone for a toilet break. Two, the sacred site didn't get decapped until now. This is the moment where you just admit defeat. Oh. There you go. Game 1 to Dragavan, and I do not know how. I mean, you saw it from Kraken. He walks away for 20 minutes, comes back. How the hell did Delhi lose this one? Especially against a 2TC Malian build. Oh, man. No one saw that coming. That was unhinged gaming. The kind we love. Wait, is that game spectatable? Did they screw up? I think they screwed up, but they're an extra game ahead. So hold on a sec, we can check on the second one. I thought I put full cam. Apparently not. Alright, one sec, guys. Let me get... So they done a Scandinavia game. Let me get that one up. Cal, you know what I'm going to say now. You're an observer for a living, and you didn't remember to make it observable. What the is going on here? Like, can we just act professional at least? What's up, Balton? When am I arriving on Thursday? I should be landing. My plane should land in Bergen Airport at 12:30 midday. So, I depart England, my local time, 9:30. And then I'll land in Bergen at 12:30. Alright, so let me quickly... What do I call that one? I think that one's going to be called... let's see. Counted Malian take a new strategy. 2 town center Malian. Yeah, I think that works. Casting King of the North? Yarp. I will be there in me caster pants. Oh, dude, that's cool as well. I might be doing something Warzone related on the 17th of July as well. Whoop, whoop. Wow, that actually lines up perfectly, right? Because I get back on the 15th. Nice. Leave at 12:30 midday. Krakeny was saying that, I mean, he made it sound like you guys might already be there and that you come pick me up. He did offer. So, either that, Voldy, or you're just going to have to make sure you just jump into the car as it's driving by. No time to wait around. Krakeny's offered to chauffeur me. Krakeny's a man of his word. Oh, what's up, Balton? Are you arriving at a different time? Rip. Blame Cow, man. He should have synced it up so we could hold hands in the airport and everything. What would I do if you're my chauffeur? I don't know. I'd probably give you like a little nickname. We probably try to make you sound more like uppity British, because if I'm gonna have a chauffeur, you gotta have like a name like Reginald or something. Or what guys? What's a good butler name or like chauffeur name? Arnold. Yeah, Voldemort. Your name's Arnold now. We can take the 5-hour walk to Bergen? Damn right. Hell yeah, all the way. James? Is James really the one? You know, it was actually going to be called James, guys. But my parents went a different way because a kid called James died the week I was born. Optimus Prime? I'm not going to make the porn star joke name. We're going to move on. All right, time for game number 2. Looks like some practice for King of the North here. Cal, who's been organizing the LAN, is going to be going up against Dragavan, one of the youngest players competing in Norway later this month. And we are going to be on a map designed for this tournament. Scandinavia. Iobid's in the hands of Cal, and the north side, we're going to have HRE from Dragavan. This feels like a really good matchup from what I've been seeing for Iobid's, right? Because I think you can pivot docks quite freely with the cheaper dock costs, and then the Desert Raiders can raid on land quite easily. I've seen a few games where Ibid players done that really well. It's quite intriguing because it kind of contradicts the thought process right now, which we were talking about this yesterday, that HRE is slightly favored in Feudal Age if they go all in. But I think that the split waters makes the difference here. A focused water, I would definitely give the edge to HRE because they just have a better economy to pump into Navy. But when you split it like this and jump back and forth, it's that double dock factor. You can already see it coming in. Cow has one on the south and on the north. More Dragavan. Only fixated on one side. Fishing is coming out from both players. And this has to be... Does he go military wing? I think you can afford to go military wing because you've gone double pond. I'll say that, though. He's cancelled the double pond for some reason. If he's going to go double pond, then I think you can go military wing here, which is really good for land raiding. Usually you have to go advancement because if you don't go advancement, your opponent will just kill you on your fishing because your tech timing is just terrible, right? But the fact that he's gone up to 4 fishing boats now does suggest Cow is going to be going advanced wing. Because at this stage, he has too much fishing here to protect, right? It's almost like he got his timing wrong on pulling the villager to the north side. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, he pulled a villager to the west, then walked that villager home, then pulled another north. I've seen a few players pull a villager straight north, and I feel like that's a bit more optimal, but the only reason I think Cal wouldn't have done that is because he was worried he was going to get scouted. Oh, I'm worried that his macro is really off here, though. Did he build? No, like, where's the wood gone, then? I think the build order is a little bit off for Cal, folks. And, oh my god, he doesn't even realize. Oh, no. Alright, guys, I've got a feeling that... Oh, sorry, I forgot, because they're actually playing a BO3. We should probably have that up on the screen, shouldn't we? Let me just go ahead. Yeah, I've got a feeling this might be trending in one direction only. Second dock also coming in from Dragavan, so ready to escalate into war on this west side, and there will only be a fight on the west side. Arkan should be ready to build soon. Food numbers are looking solid for Dragavan. A lot more active food gathering on land for Cal, by the way. And it is going to be the military wing reinforcement. Okay. So, I don't think this was in... Oh my god. I don't think any of this was intentional. I was about to say, I don't think he walked this villager back because he changed his mind. I think genuinely he just forgot this villager was doing things. Because remember, when you set it a fish, it's not idle. And Cal isn't like noticing the vision on his map and questioning, what am I seeing over here with? He's finally going to do it, though. The dock is going to come in. And you know what? You'd think this guy would be really quick at building a dock, but unfortunately, he skipped arm day. He spent most of his time doing leg day. All that walking, you see. Second dock now coming up from Cal. Arkan Chapel with 9 on it. I'm kind of surprised Dragavan's maybe like this slow on a tech up. I felt he'd be coming in a bit sooner, but he did go, what, double dock into 9 fishing boats. That is ludicrous in this game. Look at the eco lead already. And the crazy part is, despite that greed, he's going to be fine. Military wing is still, what, 30 seconds out? Arkan's going to complete first. That's a huge advantage, guys. That's the first ship advantage. Remember, it takes 25 seconds or 30 seconds to build these ships. Dragavan will trigger the first build. Galley coming out now. Fishing boat count is at 5. Cal did come back for the second dock, so he will have enough protection room for all his fishing boats between these 2 docks here. And he did go for a more aggressive dock here. This is important, guys, because it means although Cal's tech timing is later, when he spawns, he can be right on top of ships. We have got north side fishing set up as well. So Galley comes out. Harassment will begin. Cal. After what happened with the villager, I'm not too surprised. This is a bit of a rough one for him. Dragavan is having a field day. Fishing has been blocked out. Galley is coming out, as is the Springwood ship, but we should already have a Springwood ship pumping for Dragavan. And arrow slits coming in super early here to protect the fishing investment. Oh, this is bad, actually, as well, because he's spawning the Galley out the ford. Yeah, look at the damage he already takes. Fishing boats are starting to get harassed. Barely gets away with the Dow. Looks like the fishing is going to be protected. Remember, he's still got deep water fish back here, guys. It's like, realistically, Dragavan getting pushed back from this isn't bad. He's still got all of these options. It's like ship's going down. Demo's going to come out. Dragavan will be able to react quick enough, though. Galley will be able to move away. So far, Cal not getting good trades here. Camel could change things, though, right? Desert Raider. Oh, God. I'm feeling bad for Cal. I'm not meaning to, like, take a dump on him or anything, but this is rough. Like, all these mistakes add up so much. So what we've learned here is that cows are uncomfortable with elephants and cows are uncomfortable being camels. I think that's the lesson anyway. But yeah, this is rough, man. I mean, like, I actually... So Baltian's, like, mocking it. So Baltian, I think on Scandinavia, military wing isn't the worst idea in the world. Because you can raid on land, right? I think it was okay in this game because of the timings as well. Because he was only, I think, 25 seconds later to feudal. The reason I kind of like the military wing is because on this map, you can play both ponds. And big shout out to Spirino coming in with a resub, bud. Appreciate you. Like, when it's shared water, I 100% get it. But the problem is, like, for the military wing to even potentially look good... You actually have to use it. Okay, so let's assess what Cow is thinking here. If I just form 5 of them around the House of Wisdom, they'll become Exoda Camel. I think that's what he's going for right now, because everything else is not going well. Demo ships are failing to hit. Dragovan now in a dominant position. Spring will count up to 4. I mean, he can just solid A-click him now. Cow has got, like, 1 hope of a demo that should never really be getting in here. They'll drift past each other. Dragovan does get clipped there, but Cow gets shipped. Fishing boats could easily be pulled for the repair if need be. He's baiting him in on purpose here. You see it, beautifully done. Dragovan now with an overwhelming military lead. Cow going into the demo ships en masse. I mean, you can't not highlight this, dude. This is the entire wing. If he raided in, the damage he could have done on these eco lines would have been huge. But this game now looks done. It looks like poor old Cow will not be getting a point on the board up against Dragovan. I don't know what Dragovan has in his milk bottles, but whatever it has made him grow up to be a strong boy. I think he's got some compound V in there. Cow just seems to be getting a heavy dose of compound L. Has at least managed to contest north side, but Dragovan already has a full eco fleet on the south. At this stage, Dragovan can basically go castle if he wants, and it's a pretty free game. Like, you know, usually Cow would have units to raid him on land, but oh my god, the Desert Raiders went off the docks. We're going to hit the 2x speed here. He needs to hit land now, the game is over. And wow, no, he revealed it too soon. The Horseman immediately queued up by Dragovan. I mean, melee mode and the shift in here. Villagers are rushing up the outpost. It looks like Dragovan might lose 1 or 2 or none. Maybe 1. Rest should be able to finish this off though. So outpost is going to go up. Prelate is even here. I love that. Just to heal off a little bit of damage done. And now with the Horseman here to play, Cow's land strat doesn't even work. He's trying to go Castle Age. With what economy though? He's got what, 2 fishing boats, 3 fishing boats total? Land eco-wise, not much safe food. I mean, Castle's going to feel pretty bare here. Meanwhile, Dragovan actually just investing quite a lot now on land. Going up to 6 horsemen. Oh wow, Cow's actually going in for... What? So he doesn't think that Dragovan's seriously investing on land. He thinks Dragovan's trying to tech. Because there's no other reason why you try to build a ram to go in here. A reminder also, guys, I mean, this could just be the ram to deal with the dot, but like overall, this is a weird play against H3 in the first place. It's one of the worst civs to try and ram into. And even if your goal was to kill the dock, surely you send over the 2 Desert Raiders and you don't build a 200 resource unit for that. I don't know. There's questions to be asked on this one. A tough game, to say the least. We're going to hit the fast forward. Horseman. Dragovan. Does see it. Sees it all. Alright, so that was generally just a 200 wood donation. Dock is at least going to be dropped, so Cow does have the east side 2 zone. He has started the tech up, and it is going to be a logistics wing on the way. Considering that we are still not rallying the Desert Raiders, though, okay, he's rallied these. I was fearful to see how long they were going to stand there. However, with mass horseman archers, I don't know how you pick up relics in this game. Well, you click on them, KP. No, but really, guys, I don't know how he's meant to get out. What would there have been a better play here? Maybe advancement wing? That would have allowed you to start flooding troops already. Actually, yeah, I think advancement wing would have been a sensible call, or growth. Logistics just doesn't make much sense here. Logistics makes sense when you have map control, but when you force your opponent to scale mass horsemen, it's not going to work. Dive comes in. Eco gets idled out. Desert Raiders are not lasting long here. Stab down 1 by 1. Second wave is already on the way, and it is going to be archers and more horsemen. This game looks about done. Cow now will get 0 value out of this tech up. I think it's going to take too long to start scaling units. He realistically could start getting into camel lancers. I just think it's going to come far too late. Well, the reveal of the dervishes. They are at least being ignored. That's the good news. The bad news is everything else is just kind of dead. I think this is the point where Dragoman could just start adding in the Spearman and end this from Feudal, by the way. First relic has at least been grabbed for Cal. That's a miracle. But instead, there's going to be a trade-off. Dragoman goes to the backline. Eco, Villagers. Nowhere safe to hide here. He's trying to get cute. He's trying to micro one group out and let the other one in. Unfortunately, now that's turned into a mess as the second wave comes in with the Archers. Villagers once again in peril. A 30 eco lead now for Dragoman. More troops on the way. Wololo is going to get triggered. An A-click maneuver straight on there is going to be an absolute denial. And the Villagers with Shivs out are not going to be able to hold. Credit to him, the Camelots of the Desert Raiders are kind of helping a little bit here, but it's because you're losing so much else. Damn. What a timing. Dragoman was like, I'm really good with the idea we just go castle. Cal sends in 2 Desert Raiders, and that was enough to just send Dragoman over the edge into unbridled rage here. Third relic arrives. One Lord attempt's going to be made. Looks like a Horseman will not be converted. Delete comes in time. Even though we start to get Camel Lancers out, keep in mind how big the military lead is. And the eco as well. And that's enough for Calder here to know it's over. GG gets called. Dragoman, the kid, once again schooling the adult. Whew. Damn, son. Kid's brutal. So I think we should have a third game. Let me have a look. Presumably they've done a different map each time. Let me have a look. Are they still going or are they done? They might still be in game, guys. We got scammed. Alright. Everyone report Cal. The wrongest caster, what's the law behind that? Oh, someone tried to crap talk me that I'm wrong all the time. Oh, so we lean into the BS. Oh, don't get me wrong. I get things wrong. I happily admit that. I even told... I think I say what Baltoon's here. I bluntly said to the person in their DMs, that's why I love Baltoon so much, is like, if I am wrong about something, he calls me on it and we discuss it, and then I learn. Right? And then the beautiful thing is like, there's absolutely... I think a lot of people are pussies about being wrong. I'm just going to bluntly put it out there. People are scared of being wrong. There's absolutely nothing wrong with being wrong. It's learning from being wrong. It's like we've had situations with Kraken as well. Like we just discussed why something is or isn't, right? And we're like, oh yeah, no, that's now that makes sense. And then you discuss why you think that thought the way you thought, and they can maybe see where you're coming from. Sometimes you might even convince them across your side. It's like, oh, you might be right. There's kind of something there. But yeah, what I didn't like in the, I mean, I'm not like people who know will know. But what I didn't like is the delusion that came off from a certain person that like they are never wrong, and that's just BS. I can tell you there has not been a single person in the entire AoE4 scene that has been right about everything. Some have been excruciatingly wrong about some really silly things. Right? Like look at Lemaire. He creates Scandinavia. We've all seen how badly balanced that is. But yeah. I mean, whether he's just trying to bait people or not, are we really going to overlook the fact... I hate this, like, he wasn't even involved in this, but, like, I used Vortex as a perfect example. Like, do put all of the dragon as an S tier. That might have just been a bait, but for real, right? Like, there's a lot of things that are subjective and metaized, and this whole idea that, like, anyone is right all the time, or is going to be right all the time, is delusionally stupid. It's like a... it's like a 5-year-old who paints the world in perfect good and evil. It just doesn't make sense. Ah, fantastic. Thank you very much, Cal. So we have got the third game coming in. Chugga chugga. Whoop whoop. Frisian Marshes. English versus French. When was... I don't remember the last time I even saw English. But yeah. All I'll say is like... attacking someone else for their commentary work. The problem is... what you do there... if it's to make you feel better about your work, legitimately, the only thing you achieve is you genuinely make yourself look shitter. Because now for you to look comparatively okay, you had to make someone look crapper. We went over this a few weeks ago, if you guys remember. That's why I said I don't like it when people go on Reddit threads and they use me to pull someone else down. I hate that. Because, one, why are you making, like, beef? Two, you're probably not being constructive. You're just saying you like me better or whatever, right? 3, it's just out of nowhere a lot of the time. And 4, quite frankly, like, you know, if for me to be good enough to get a job or like, you know, be seen as good enough requires you make someone else look crap, then I'm not very good to begin with, am I? You know? I always hate these kind of things. This thing came up after BC showed Warman on Warman's stream. Yeah, but my point is, in those type of things, there's ways to react that Reddit, right? Like, I remember, I can't remember what it was. I can't remember which caster it was. It was someone on EGC, and I got brought up as comparison. Like, I'd rather have KP. And I was like, here's the thing. Provide feedback for someone if you want to be constructive, that's fine. You know, like, you can say that you like blah blah, you know, but you don't need to like shoot someone else in the face in the process, right? Like the comments I hate are the ones where it's like, oh, I hate blah blah, blah blah is so much better. It's like, you know, if you want to like make a thread where you're like, I think Kopu's the greatest. If you really want to do that, good for you. I don't know, appreciate it if that's what you think. But like, I don't like it when people just feel like they need to make something else seem good, they have to look at something else and take a dump on it. You know what I mean? Right? Like, I actually can't stand that style of thought process. Because it's like, it's not even, and people try to hide behind this BS that they're sitting there and they're just trying to show you how it should be, man. Right? Like, like showing EGC production going, ESL's so much better, right? You're not saying anything meaningful there. You're not saying, I really like how ESL integrate the stats windows in this way, and I feel that EGC could learn from that. Or I really like the way that ESL does like their ad breaks, and I think maybe EGC would benefit from that. But then you don't discuss deeper, like, why wouldn't they do that? Maybe there's merits, pros, and cons. Like, no, it's always just this shallow level of like, oh, this sucks and that's good. And it's like, I think something that gets lost, and you know, I like to toot my horn that I think we have one of the least, if not the least, most like non-toxic community here in this directory. Because I go out my way to just not like we'll tease people and mock around. We have a good time of like freaking, you know, Voldy and me, we mock each other. But it's good hard, right? It's not toxic. I try to avoid that crap because I'm sick of it. I see it in so many areas in esports. I'm sick of it. You can be so much better of a person, and it's not hard, right? But it's definitely easy to be an asshat, right? That's what I've learned very quickly in this industry. Like, you know, you can be a decent person and like cultivate a nice community and not be toxic about things. It's not hard. It's less clickbaity. But like, you know, if you're going to have an opinion on something, have it balanced, you know? And you can praise something 10 times over on the side and be like, oh, yeah, love that person, love what they do, love that. But if there's a but coming, then like, what's that classic saying? Is like, you know, take everything before the but and remove it, and you've got the real opinion. It's like, you know, all I'll say is like, I've never said I'm a perfect caster. I'm always an evolving caster. Do you want to know why I like get to do the gigs I do and I stay ahead of a lot of the competition? Is because I work my ass off to always improve. And I focus on what I can do better. And I look at what other people are doing, and I learn from it, right? If I can help people on the way, I will do it. I don't think Tim will mind me saying, it's like I think Tim done a great job on his debut. Was that his debut on his, like that deep in the tournament might be his debut on the EGC broadcast. And I said, great job, mate. And I gave him a little bit of feedback. I even then messaged him afterwards, like, hope you don't mind me giving you feedback. I just have this habit of I give people feedback when they're aspiring casters, because I was there. 6 years ago. 6 years ago, I was in that position where I was a new caster, and I wish people would have given me feedback. I wish someone would have taken me under their wing. I wish someone would have helped me, because I had no clue what I was doing, and it hurt the beginning of my career, because I had a trajectory like this, but I didn't know how to control it, so like it plateaued for a bit. And like, you know, and he said that's fine. He actually appreciated it. But, you know, like the big thing I always tell new casters, like there is this classic saying of like avoid drama or whatever. Like I think someone was saying it recently on social media. Is like, you know, the thing you learn when you become a caster, you get told really quickly, is avoid drama, avoid all that kind of stuff, stay out of it. And it's like, I think there's places where you can lean in if you really believe in something. But like, I don't know, just taking a dump on other people is not, especially people who do your fellow job, is not how you do it. Because all I'll say is the moment you do that, they can do it back. And I'm not going to roll around the mud on it, but I legit could. It's not good luck for anyone involved. Let's catch up in chat. We kind of went over a bunch of Larnac. Let's just say, like, you know, someone brought up that I'm wrong on casts. It's like, yes, I am. Oh, by the way, there's so many caveats to it. Like, if you're wrong about something and a lot of stuff is happening, you're not going to go back to redress that you were wrong 10 minutes ago, because it sounds very egotistically driven if you bring it up. You want, like, your co-caster to bring it up. It's like, so we talked 10 minutes about this and this didn't happen. I was like, that's interesting. Let's dissect why that didn't happen. And also there's, like, a bunch of different things around, like, what is technical casting and what's not, right? I always find it weird, like, the terms like technical casting comes up. It's like, everyone knows different things. Everyone knows different tidbits. How many people understood on this map, by the way, on the good old Frisian Marshes, that the reason you pick French is because you can see the trade post and know who your opponent is? Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like the first player who knew that was Mister. He literally came on a broadcast, said it, and everyone's eyes popped out of their skulls. Right? You'd be surprised how many people in different positions that should know things don't know things. Do you guys remember how French Knights used to not apply their charge damage straight away? Their buff? Because remember, French Knights get bonus damage after they charge. And it used to be like, you know, it didn't apply straight away. I was baffled how many people didn't know that. Do you know how I found out so many people didn't know that? Because I said it on an agency broadcast. And then the amount of comments in chat from not just normal players, pro players, and devs that didn't know that was a thing. Because that then got fixed, by the way. That got fixed very quick after that. For those who don't know, French Knights, when they charge, they get a damage buff after they hit their charge. How it used to work is there was a delayed trigger. So that if you attack straight away, you didn't do bonus damage, which meant you would free hit a villager, not two hit. Now, it's been fixed so that it triggers straight away. But what used to have, only a few players realized this from what I saw. Like, people like Marine Lord and Vortex, I think, like, were pristine examples. And Luciferon as well. They would attack a target and click beyond the target and then attack again. The reason they've done that is because if you watch the UI, the damage buff didn't tick in until, like, an extra half a second afterwards. So if you just clicked the enemy, they would end up with 2 HP left. But, like, you know, once again, things that people don't know. No one knows everything. Criticism, feedback, followed by positive reinforcement goes a long way. Exactly. But just flagging someone is like, I don't know, man. I just don't try to roll around the mud. I got dragged around in that field by someone else's words before, and I didn't like the taste of it. That's why I'm not just gunning in on the party involved or even saying exactly who it is. I mean, for people who know, they're just going to know. But, like, I'm not... I kind of said my part. Maybe I should do a dramatic video response about it. But, like, legit, it's... The person watching this, just be better. I mean, credit to them. They talked to me behind the scenes a little bit. I'm sure we'll talk more, but I've also heard that some people have very two-facedly said things behind my back. And to those, I would bluntly say, have a frickin' spine and say something. Only one way someone learns. Like I said, once again, that's why I love people like Baltoon and Krakety so much. Good old Voldy as well. Their asses are in here. Myriad as well. These people think I'm wrong about something. They take... Don, you know, Don, I learned very quickly, means well. He's just very blunt, and that's why I love the guy. I've had it before where he explains something to me, and I learn. But when you hoard your knowledge and then mock people behind their backs, they don't learn shit. All right, pardon the French, but let's go. Okay, this is a wild game, guys. We are on Frisian Marshes where England is making an appearance. This Civ never gets played here. And it's up against the French. We've got a good old 100-year war between two Norwegians. That sounds very confusing. School of Cavalry already coming in. We're 2.5 minutes into this game for Frisian Marshes. Cal has yet to get a dub up against Dragavan. Could this be the time on a map where he knows where his opponent is and where to target? Let's find out. Whew. So this is an interesting one, actually, because Cal also went for the double scout opener. Substantially more sheep here. 22... Okay, it's a 17. It's not as many as I was hoping for. Wait, how, though? That's kind of wild. Like, I actually want to praise Dragavan on this. Getting that many sheep, you can argue that Frisian Marshes kind of allows for a very easy grab at the start, but the reality is you've got a game where you're up against French, who have 2 scout versus 1, but also remember, another advantage France has is they knew exactly where to go. Dragavan didn't know if he was ready to go west or east. Remember, the way that Frisian Marshes spawns, players either spawn like this or like this. That's a very big difference. The reason that French can see which way you spawn is because of the trade posts. They see them through the fog. So that was a very big edge for Cal to have. The fact that after that, by going 2 scouts, he only comes away with, like, well, I'd say it's definitely a lead, but not a substantial lead, right? Like 22 sheep to 17. Percentile-wise, that's like, what, maybe about 60% of the sheep? That doesn't feel great. Now, Abbey King's coming. It's going to feel even worse. You will at least have the Knights to kind of dent this, but I'm wondering, is this going to be... Oh, it is. Yeah, Dragavan's just going for a good old Classico 2TC build from the English. And I can't blame him, man. That's outrageous. Look at the stone spawn. Backside just chilling. This is like the freest TC drop imaginable, right? And the King is going to be good enough to delay the first Knight. Oh, that has to be so tilting. Dragavan, 60 stone a minute isn't the truth. There's going to be more coming in there. He could technically short wall. I've seen Dragavan do this, by the way. He's got some really sick builds. Sometimes he'll wall himself on the outcropping on each side of the mining camp, and it will keep Knights out. So he could end up doing that if need be. I don't think he's going to want to. Instead, you just want to drag more to the stone. Because it makes sense with gold where you might want gold eternal, but with stone, it's a one and done. So, like, wasting 40 wood to wall yourself in doesn't feel great. The King shows up and says, what's poppin'? Knight is going to have to react. Ooh, cow, no. Guys, this is exactly what Dragavan wants. And here's the worst part still. Cow knows about it. So this only makes sense if Cow's going to TC himself. Because if he's not, reacting to the King like this just gave Dragavan TC. That's brutal. Second TC is probably going to be, yep, tree line gold. You don't need to come out your base. Remember, English get cheap farms. They don't need to think about the fishing. And on a map like Frisian, they definitely have enough sheep to keep them here permanently. And Cow is 2 villages behind because one was a scout and the other was Joan. Nah, I'm kidding. The other was, he wishes Joan. He genuinely, I think, just skipped villager production again. There's no textiles. We had this in game 1. Cow was kind of struggling with the macro a bit. Yeah, it just happened again. I think Cow is kind of struggling with that threshold. Because remember, he's ranked around 550 in the world right now. Where you're trying to be min-max efficient to get every unit out as optimally as possible. Which means you're trying to flow as little surplus food as possible. But in doing so, he's not backlogging villages, right? And because of that, he's skipping villager production every once in a while. Like, watch this again. 23 food. Drop-off hasn't occurred yet. Villagers coming out in 1 second. And there was, like, what, a gap of 1.5 seconds? Seems very nitpicky, but at the highest level, this matters. It's why Dragavan is already ahead, like this, before the TC even went up. That's just going to inflate. Yeah, it's a weird feeling, right? Because, like, I think the way I try to compare this, let's put it in a different genre, actually. Like, anyone played an FPS and you've watched Shroud or someone play, and then you try to, like, follow up. And when you take fights, instead of lining up your shot and shooting, you're going like this, right? And you're so close to hitting 15 different targets, and you miss all of them. Because you're going too fast. It's that same kind of thing where Cow is trying to train himself to be optimal. Perfectly optimal. That he's not floating any surplus resources. But in doing so, gaps are happening. It's happened again. He's distracted, right? Knights are Wycering in. He's raiding a bit. He's getting distracted on the King. This is now half a villager just missed out on right there. And he's sitting on 240 food in reserve. King is not... Oh my god, final shot gets him. So that factor is at least removed. But now with the walls up, Dragavan's pretty cozy. And what on earth? Not spears. Dragavan is building longbows. Against mass knights. Wait, is he just going to sit in the tree line and then, like, palings? This is so weird. Oh, guys, look, there's the paling defense I'm talking about. The wood, palisade defense, rather, I'm talking about. I don't know if he connected it this time. Usually it'll, like, link into the gold vein, but the whole logic is, like, they will not be able to charge through the mining camp on that side. I'm kind of surprised I haven't seen more players trying this recently. Like, I get it if you're going up against an opponent who's building archers as well, but if you know it's a knight-only comp, it does make a lot of sense. Cow. He needs blacksmiths quick. What? Wow. Cow is already down by 10 eco, and he's transitioning into trade. I mean, it's a good map for it, right? Corner trade, very far off. Your opponent has gone lombos. He's not going to raid you. You're getting 72 gold each way. In theory, it's a good idea here. Is this not just allowing the English to get into age 3, though, for free? Kind of feels like it, right? I mean, his opponent is bunkering in. I'm wondering if there was a timing if he'd gone blacksmiths earlier where he could have had a ram being built and had a few archers inside clown carring. It is a reactionary thing. Like, the thing I'm seeing from Cow here is very reminiscent of how AoE4 was played fundamentally about 2 years ago. What I mean by that is, do you guys remember the days where, like, a player would go castle and the other one would be like, okay, fine, I'm going to go back and go castle. Or, like, you see a player go town center and the other player go, oh, that's fine, I'm going to go town center, right? It's kind of reminiscent of that, where Cow was already on a path towards an all-in, and now instead of playing that all-in, he's looking for a retreat out from that plan. In fairness, trade isn't the worst of ideas. Remember, you can scale trade a lot quicker than you scale TCs. So theoretically, that pays off. If it gets scouted, though, a whole different matter. Speaking of which, that scout is being kept away. So Cow is trying to feign aggro. I'm wondering if Dragon's suspicious, though. Like, seeing this many knights, this is more or less the count that was here before, right? It's not escalated at all. Undermesh being prepped, so Cow is going to still try to attack. And this is starting to have a bit of a crap or get off the pot feeling about it, right? Like, going trade like this, but still looking for an attack angle? I think going trade and trying to dent the English base doesn't work here. I don't see a world in which you should be able to stop Dragoman from reaching castle. Especially when he's adding an army like this. Like, I guess you could say this is reactionary where Cow's worried he's going to get attacked. Realistically, would it not be better to just kind of, to a certain degree, double down on knights then? Play around the stealth forest, right? Like, maybe get an early outpost up out here so that you can get in and out without being seen. Dragoman now he's going to start stepping forward. Cow. Remember, he can't go towards Spearmen at all. That doesn't work here. Sometimes Spearmen are nice to meet your formation up, but there's too many lombos. Horsemen could have been an interesting detail, a quick way of bolstering your resources, but the reality is Cow has a lot of gold, remember. You can get a different resource in return, but he's been getting gold from the trade. So knights just naturally make sense. Still an arrow now queued up. Dragon doesn't have Undermesh, by the way, so there is a chance that Cow's timing with the archers could pay off here, if it's not revealed too soon. Has been, though. Lombos see it. Spearman, get ready for the brace. It's kind of awkward right now. I don't think Cow has quite enough archers to dent this. Spearmen do need to be reinforced. More troopers are on the way across the field here. Chase comes in. Archer's just not getting enough damage in to kill anything off. Don't ask me what that knight was doing. He was rocking his world. Dragoman, I mean, he might just go all in now, right? Like, Eco Lead is big enough at this stage. 16 villages ahead. Food income's a bit worrisome, but he's fixing that now. Dude, what a play. This is sick as well. Yeah, full farm setup in this area because he's pressuring. There's no raids that can come in at all. Oh, she's still getting picked as well. Just not enough of him to return fire at all. Scout is going to try to be a little bit annoying here. Looks like an auto aggro, so he's just going to die. It's the last piece of info that he's going to get. That's going to apply pressure to Cow to do something. 3 farm clusters is a lot of pump. That's enough that when you're doing spim and lombo like this, you can start to trend towards castle as well. Usually it's like a bit beyond free farms because usually English players transition men-at-arms. This isn't a matchup where you go men-at-arms, right? Like your opponent has mass knights. It's a death sentence. Stick the course. Of course, the course is going to be mass lombos. 35 in total now. Cow. Was this trade a bit greedy? I mean, you could argue maybe would Dragovan have even tried this if it wasn't for the fact that was trade kind of scaling Cow somewhat. Does feel like maybe a punch was missing. I mean, you build this many knights, you realistically want to be raiding. I think Cow is starting to realize it. Why am I sitting here doing the dance? I need to cut reinforcements. Fortunately for him, Dragovan has everything he needs here now. The Congo line is stopped, and he can see that with the scout. The scary thing now for Cow is if he doesn't keep booming units, then Dragovan's just going to walk over to the fishing and the trade, right? Like, the kill point is here on the map. You see this little area here where the deer is? Everything that matters to Cow comes through this pass. If you block this point, game is over. Cow now going to struggle to get GG the other way. Knights are circling, but the walls are up, so they will be delayed. Dragovan already pulling the troops back to react. He's already starting to macro up for castle as well. This is tough. I mean, Cow realistically should not be able to get through the walls quick enough here. Army marching back. Dragovan needs to pull the villagers right now. Instead, he's going to run them away. Army's coming behind, though, so if Cow goes in here, he's going to be going home in a body bag. He does respect it. Backs away. Dragovan. How are the resources saved up as it is? This should just be castle. Lombos did get a bit cheeky. Didn't find too much value. Looks like it's going to be one trader. But realistically, this is fine for Dragovan, right? Like, military lead is still his. He is holding onto a lot of wood. He could realistically reinvest in more Lombos. I think this is just going to be additional farms, though. Yeah. Stonks are high here, guys. And we thought it was going to be Castle Age, but look at what Dragovan's now doing. You know, we talked about the idea of Horsemen for Cow to be more bulky. Instead, it's Dragovan. Do they have a pack to float wood to... Jesus, Faye. Well, you see, the issue, Faye, is, like, most players don't need that many archery ranges to pump Magadai. That's where all your wood's going. There we go. Cow explains his wood. Well, he was about to. He's decided against it. And Horseman now raiding the trade. I actually love the fact that Dragovan's just not taking the classic route as English. Not being greedy about this. Looks decent for him right now. Lombos may have slightly overextended. Needs to get that attack speed aura. And it activates straight away. A bad fight for Cow. Spearman getting range. Lombos stand their ground. And look at the night count. Half down in the blink of the eye. Spearman count still healthy enough to finish them off as well. Lombos have taken a beating, but that does not matter here. The night losses are far too high. Archer count is going to hold firm. And Cow just got a firm reminder of how powerful Network of Castles really is. Horseman now in position, and it just gets worse and worse from here for Cow. Most of his army's been thrown away, and now he has to worry about this. And, you know, this is the smart thing that I think a lot of English players have realized. I love that Dragovan done this. Horsemen are underrated with this Civ. Mister revealed it to us 2+ years ago, and a lot of players still slept on it. It's expensive, but if you can get to this point, the reason why Horsemen are so damn good is that when you see Horsemen, your reaction is, I need to build Spearmen. Is there a worse Civ in the game to build Spearmen against than English? I'd argue no. Now, Cow, I mean, rebimming Knights doesn't seem very feasible here. He's reluctant to have to drop the Raxes. Instead, he's going to double down on Knights. I think this is way too big of a lead to try and recover with Knight spamming. If I'd call it Knight scamming, it's going to feel that way. I'd say you're fine building spears against the bastards in Feudal Age. That's more reasonable than having to build them against English. Because the English longbows are insane. Like, remember, It's not just the base damage that's higher, the bonus damage is higher too. Yeah, Cal looks a little bit lost, man. I think this game is over. He's sitting on collectively over 3,000 surplus resources. He just doesn't seem to know what to build anymore. Walls are trying to go up. Horseman's still intercepting. Finally, they are going to complete, but I think we've got the killing blow now in the way. Dragavan moving towards the enemy base with force and gusto. Cal, 1,600 wood in reserve. Guess you could build a lot of walls. Well, there might be a body of walls. Or rather, a wall of bodies here. Because I think any attempt to try and get that type of defense up would end in a lot of villagers dead. The game where you can't afford any eco losses. Night Raid is coming in. Dragavan, kind guy Dragavan, walks some villagers out to die. Not enough that it should make a grand difference here, though. Trade now starting to get blocked. Dragavan almost at 60 lombos now. Horsemen, they got in. Cow didn't expect his opponent to just walk around the wall. All right, that's trade and fishing shut down now. And that's going to force Cow to commit to the fight, surely. Like, you can't just sit here anymore. Outpost finally on the way. It took 20 minutes for it to happen, but we were going to get the attack speed aura. The attack speed aura that won the game on the defense is about to decide out on the offense. Brutal game for Cal. I mean, I don't think this shows signs of how bad Cal is as a player as much as how good Dragavan is. Just very clean execution, knew what he wanted to do, and wasn't afraid to pivot from the atypical let's just go imp strategy, right? Like, he actually pivoted back into full fuel aggression when he realized what Cal was up to. And that is why this game looked so one-sided. GG. No Cal wins. Moves in chat for Cal, guys. Pay your respects. Is that one uploadable? I'm not sure. Not sure if that one's uploadable. Trying to think what the angle would be if I uploaded that one to YouTube. I think the first one's the most uploadable. It's probably got something to do with Dragavan hunkering down, but the reality is he came out, right? Skill disparity between top 500 and top 100? I mean, well, the reality is, like we highlighted, is, you know, when you're trying to optimize every detail, when you're trying to make sure you're on point, like Quippy, every single detail perfectly, like, there's going to be gaps, and that definitely hurt Cal a lot, right? And in some ways, you know, you can see how he's trying to fixate on certain elements a bit too hard, and then other things seep through. It happened in the macro multiple times in that series. In that game in particular, in game one, what we saw a lot of as well is skipped villager production, because he's trying to keep the optimal amount and the optimal amount only. And that means, basically, for those that don't know, the optimal amount of food in the early game is as close to 0 as possible. In general, in an RTS, unless you are prepping a large transition, the optimal resource bounty is as close to 0 as possible, right? That's what Cal's trying to go for, and it's why he kept missing out on villager production, right? It'd be like 2, 3, 4 seconds here or there. You know, in some cases, it felt like on average 2 to 3 seconds per villager produced was missed out on, and that's why he got put so far behind. By the way, guys, I'm kind of curious. I've got a poll going right now. Feel free to go vote or not. I'm curious. Like, I was asking on my Twitter, which, by the way, you should follow me there. It's absolutely free. Which RTS people think will be the next big one? I don't know if it was just because I do a lot of Age of Empires 4 stuff, but I'm shocked how many people voted Age of Mythology. It was quite comical having 21% go, what is an RTS? But that was kind of the hidden undertone that I was going for. I think a lot of people just don't really know what an RTS is nowadays. They've heard of one, but they don't really know it. I think people feel like people's feeling that Age of Mythology is going to be bigger than Stormgate is kind of wild to me, though. I'm not convinced of that. Yeah, it'll have good start. I think that's maybe that's the big problem of like people's understanding what the next big RTS is, right? Like, it's kind of like, what is the thing that could replace StarCraft? Like, realistically, of those games, which one has the biggest chance of replacing StarCraft, I guess, is what I was feeling. And I think of... don't get that wrong in StarCraft, like, it has to be like StarCraft. I'm talking the title of King of RTS, right? Which one would have the best shot? My feeling is Age of Myth is the least likely. And by the way, once again, to emphasize that, I say this as a person who loves Age of Myth. I think it's one of the best campaigns ever created. But I think of like these... The one that at least has the best chance might be... I think it's either Battle Aces or Stormgate, is my feeling. Battle Aces for a different reason. Like, Battle Aces, I keep saying this because it's a gateway. It's a gateway RTS. That can make it very big. Right? Like, Heroes of the Storm technically had the opportunity to be bigger than Dota or League of Legends, if you think about it. Some people are going to drop their jaw and question me on that, but hear me out. How many people... Like, I know a lot of people play MOBAs, but how many people really want to play MOBAs or get into them themselves? Like, Heroes of the Storm was so simple that most people could pick it up and try it by MOBA standards, right? Same logic with Pokemon Unite. The reason why Pokemon Unite could have been absolutely huge. Angling to be the easiest to get into. Is AOM really doing that, Arcleave? I disagree entirely. The one that, no, of the ones there, the one that is angling the most by far is 100% Battle Aces. Battle Aces is definitely the easiest for a non-RTS gamer. I've played them all, right? And I think all of them, I would say, if you've never touched an RTS before, by far, Battle Aces is the easiest one to get into. Yeah, exactly. Age of Myth has more complicated like things to worry about. You've got extra layers in the cake. You've got a counter system that matters more. Because actually, like, remember, Age of Empires 4 has a counter system, but I call it more of a soft counter system. Like, you could technically mass archers against horsemen and beat horsemen, right? Has its limitations. But if you guys remember, like, if anyone's played Age of Myth, they'll know what I'm talking about. In Age of Mythology, units very, very hard counter other units, right? They get substantial damage increases against other units, right? And then the, you know, so, like, misunderstanding that can be very punishing. Gastrofits for the win. There you go. Does AOM not have choke points? I'm trying to remember. It's been a while since I've tried doing that because I haven't been playing like competitive. Age of Mythology doesn't have building walling like StarCraft and AoE 2, right, guys? I'm trying to remember. I mean, some of the quality of life stuff will help leave, but if you compare that to Battle Aces, which has removed the building base elements, dumbed down the units you're going to face, all these type of things, like, there's no doubt. Like, Battle Aces is legitimately a simplified RTS form. Now, by the way, remember what I said, guys? Simplified doesn't necessarily mean it can't be complex, but it's simple to access. I think there are ways they can make it complex to play at the high level. Battle Aces reminds me a lot of Arena Wars. It doesn't feel deep enough to be big. I never really tried Arena Wars, so I can't comment on that. But I think, for me, the thing I kept leaning into with Battle Aces, for Battle Aces to succeed, they really need to have some depth around their map pool, things like that. I think team game is going to be a big part of whether they succeed or not, and I think map pool matters a lot. Like, if they have different maps, they have different things on them, right? Maybe, for example, some maps have camps in the center, like creep camps from MOBAs, that you defeat to get buffs. Take from Stormgate, doing that. That complicates it a little bit more, but it's still, like, for a person who doesn't understand RTSs, it's something kind of easy to follow. It's like, I do this, I get a buff, right? Those type of things could be very engaging. Maybe you have portals that let you teleport from one side of the map to the other at a certain location. Like, you know, some quirky elements. That's really, to me, what made Heroes of the Storm shine through, is that you played all these different maps where different heroes mattered, and that also helped the issue around metas as well. Metas developing. It's like metas would develop potentially per map. You'd think that complicates the game more, but I think what that also does is that offers up more room for experimentation and permutations, which is better than we've all arrived at Wasps are the best unit, and everyone should have Wasps. Push the robot in 2v2 Battle Aces. I mean, dude, do you not think that would be cool though, Faye? Like an escort type thing? You know, like the push the robot from Overwatch, or push the robot from, like, what other games use it a lot at the moment? I'm trying to think. I think that could be cool. Oh yeah, like well, here's the Storm had it right. Here's the Storm had it on the Overwatch map as well. Mass Giant Ballista from Norse was unstoppable. Wasn't I can't remember. Was Nidhogg ridiculous as well? He was right. I'm pretty sure Nidhogg was ridiculous as well in Age of Myth. Wasn't the because I can't remember if I played much of the. Didn't they eventually add like was it a Chinese Civ or something? I'm trying to remember. I don't think I played much of that Civ. Yeah, Tail of the Dragon. I actually didn't play Tail of the Dragon. They added that a lot later, right? I never played Tail of the Dragon. Didn't Tail of the Dragon like absolutely break the game? Because they basically had Chuganu and they were broken. I think it was like Demon Chuganu or some Demon Archer or something. Because I remember watching Sing Sing play with them and he just wiped everything. It didn't look fun at all. I mean, it looked fun for him, but it looked like horrible to play against. Was it the Chang-E? Maybe? Oh wait, no, that's the goddess, right? Yeah, oh yeah, they literally had Chuganu. Yeah, yeah. From what I remember, the Chuganu were broken in Age of Myth, I think. Or it was another ranged unit in the later age. Whatever it was destroying everything. Yeah, like the balance went out of the window with that crap. So let's have a look here. Not many OG AOM players like the Chinese Pantheon too much. Well, like they didn't like playing it, or they thought it was like broken or whatever. Like they thought it was a bad addition, rather. AoE4 can have battle aces type modes. The devs want, yeah, but they just don't allow modders to do things. Like, so this is something I think that people really misunderstand around RTSs and how RTSs get back in the mainstream. You need all these different game modes to experiment with. Like, everyone just has a core mode they build and they build around. And I get it because RTSs are complicated, but thinking of creative game modes to lean into, like, you know, one-offs per week. Think of things like the tavern challenges that Hearthstone has. How many people like who played Hearthstone could not be asked to keep up with it, but occasionally go back for taverns? I do. When I'm at the airport, I'll like open up Hearthstone and do a bunch of the taverns because I can just drop in and do them. I don't need a certain deck. It just gives me a deck. I figure out as I go, and it's fun, right? Like, why do RTSs never do this? Right? Does it not feel weird that RTSs never do this type of thing? Where they add experimental game modes in for a week, 2 weeks, and then later on decide if it should be there permanently. Right? Like, the closest we ever got was this. This is terrible. It just doesn't fit. Like, don't get me wrong, I think the first 3 to 4 minutes of Age of Empires 4 is, like, the most pointless of the entire game. Until you get to, like, 50 minutes. But, you know, like, Empire Wars tried to fix that issue, but not much else, and it just felt like it was disingenuous. Sadly. But, like, imagine different game modes. I said, for example, a situation where you have a capture the sacred site, and the sacred site always ticks down and resumes. That's a perfect example. If they put that as a mode, and then tweak Delhi slightly, people would interact with that and try that. You know, maybe you have some sort of like you escort something across the map. Maybe you have a capture the flag. Dude, could you imagine capture the flag in Age of Empires 4? I guess the only issue is that would make horsemen the go-to, but maybe you make it so like horsemen aren't the only go-to. So, like, you give people a strong starting position. Maybe they've got, like, a castle or two in their base, so they can't just be rushed. And instead, there's a mid-map objective, right? Like, these type of ideas are really cool. Capture the Relic is a mode in AoE 2. There you go. Why do we not have that in AoE 4? I like the idea of just having a design mode where your starting base is really safe, and, like, instead, your win condition's on the mid-map, and you fight for that tooth and nail. You know, I'm going to get some flack for this, because I know not everyone likes Relic. And Relic made this game, and we know that clearly AoE4 was basically them burning Microsoft's money to make the engine they wanted for their game. But Company of Heroes, something I've always found really refreshing when playing Company of Heroes, is 95% of games, my win condition isn't to ape your base. My win condition is to take control of the map. That's a really cool, different approach. I'm really excited actually to see what Stormgate's going to be doing with that, because I don't know if you guys like watched the interview that me and Beowulf done with some of the devs. Recommend checking them out on his channel. But in one of them, we talked to Monk, who is one of the lead devs. And he highlighted that one of the things they really dislike is how the 2v2, 3v3, 4v4 experience is just tacked onto the product at the end. And it is just a poor replication of 1v1s. And the optimal strategy in all those game scenarios is to target one player and remove them from the game. Because once they're removed, they can't come back. And that's bad, right? Because it leads to incredibly snowballing games. It also guarantees that someone's just not having fun and will never have fun, right? Like, you know, Dota 2 might have a situation where someone gets sacked and their lane was lost and they're just a liability for most of the game. But what they get is an opportunity to come back in and be a big deal. They still get ways of playing the game, ways of doing things. You know, when you kill a hero in Dota 2, they're not out of the game permanently, they're temporarily out of the game, right? When someone dies in a round of CS, that's it for that round, but it's not it for that game, right? It's very different with RTSs. I feel like no one has ever like really done a good job of tackling that for years and years now. Even though all signs have pointed to the idea that, like, genuinely, when you look at market trends, team games do better. But I'll give them their credit where they're due. I think Company Heroes is, weirdly enough, the best adapted one for team games. It's not saying much. They have other core issues with the way they designed their game. And I definitely have my beef with Relic with what they've done with AO4. But, you know, if you think about it, they're the closest ones to sorting that. Problem is that Age kind of lives on the fantasy of building a medieval town and with walls and keeps. I mean, you can have that, but, you know, there's different creative ways you can do it, right? Like, you could have a starting keep, but then you could build small places outside your main, right? Still has that kind of feeling. Modern board games, at least, have done away with player elimination in general. Yeah, because it's freaking boring, dude. Can you imagine setting up a board game for like like 10 minutes, and then like the game's going to take an extra half an hour on top of that, but you die in 5 minutes? Do you know how boring Monopoly is, dude? I cringe when people are like, oh yeah, we've got Monopoly. I think Monopoly is by far one of the worst board games ever created in the history of ever. And yet it is one of the best-selling board games. The fact that most homes have Monopoly and not Settlers of Catan is an absolute crime to anyone who calls themselves a gamer. Especially, well, you know, whatever, like, if you're a digital gamer, you don't really care. But if you're like a board gamer, you're like, I love board games, and you've got like Scrabble and freaking Yahtzee and Monopoly in your house, you're not a board gamer. Sorry, I sound really gatekeepy, but like 100%. No, shut up, Philly, dude. That is the most American response I will get to today. Monopoly is kind of hella fun. No, it's not. Because like playing Monopoly optimally is like actually just saying yes to every option, right? Monopoly has literally no choices, and also just makes it harshly punishable in certain players. Like, if you are playing Monopoly and you go buy a point on the board and you have the option to buy it, the only reason you're saying no is if you don't have enough money. That's a badly designed game. That's a terribly designed game, right? Like, you know when you play those little kid games where you move around the board and you just go around and you don't, like, you just roll a dice. You roll a dice and go. You roll. It's the equivalent, like, it's literally equivalent, and that's so bad. What Monopoly does that tilts me the most is that little kids game doesn't lie to you. You roll a dice and you move, and that's it. What Monopoly does to you is it gives you this false BS that you have choices. You do not have choices. You roll the dice, you move. Would you like to buy that spot? If your answer is no, everyone at the table looks at your money, sees you have enough, and then looks at you again and goes, what's wrong with you? Right? Like, the only choice you really have is, where am I going to build my hotels? Which is not even necessarily, most times it's not a strategic choice because people are rolling freaking dices. Right? It's a bad game. It is one of the worst games ever. I would be happy if my child grows up never, ever playing Monopoly for their entire life. It was self-aware. It's been like 100 years and people have lost the self-awareness bit of Monopoly. Dude, that kind of reminds me of like Starship Troopers from a film perspective, where everyone thought it was like promoting dictatorships when it was doing the opposite. Braveman doesn't understand basic finances and probabilities. No, I understand game design and level design. I've even got a nice freaking degree to prove that. And I can tell you that Monopoly, like, genuinely has the game design depth that suggests it was created by Goldfish. Like, Monopoly, the only reason you play Monopoly is to let someone know that life sucks. That is the only reason. Yeah, it's like, it's almost like Monopoly is a life lesson just to get you conformed to the idea that life is going to be an asshole to you, and that is it. It's pretty brutal. I remember like a perfect song I had is like, I was playing with my dad. My dad for some reason likes Monopoly, He's psychotic. And there was this like moment where he had one of the brown cards. He only had one. He was only ever going to have one, and I needed it to complete the deck. And I had cards he needed for different decks, right? And I was like, okay, I'm gonna offer you these two. I'm gonna offer two of these cards for different decks, so you need to complete yours, and you start building them. And I want that brown one. He just went no. I was like, what the like, it's a good deal. Why not? He's like, no, don't want you to get it. Don't want you to get any hotels. I'm like, why am I playing this shit? Right? I was like, what is the point in this game? And it is like saying in the chat, it's like, yeah, it's a life lesson. Yeah, it's a life lesson. Great. But can we stop acting like it's a board game you should regularly play, like pull out at parties? Can we please stop doing that? You know, it's up there with stupid moves. Like, you know what? Another one that I'll never understand this, chat. And someone can let me know if you disagree with me, because I think like this makes no sense. When you play drinking games and you lose, you're meant to drink, right? Is anyone familiar with the terms positive feedback loop and negative feedback loops? So positive feedback loops are you win and you deserve to win bigger. And they make sense in certain situations. When it's like a raw skill game or whatever, and, you know, like the not extra variables, just keep play. Like, you know, if I score more hoops than you, I get to wear high heels. Actually, no, it's fine. I get to wear like, you know, platforms, so I'm higher, so I can dunk easier. Some crap like that, right? To keep it simple. Negative feedback loops are where, like, you know, as you win and win and win, if you make a mistake, it's a bigger punishment. So logic like that might be an RPG experience where if someone's 20 levels ahead of you and they kill you, they don't get much XP. But if you kill them, you get a lot, which makes sense because they shouldn't really be dying to you. And the thing with these kind of like positive, negative feedback loops is like in a drinking game is a hardcore positive feedback loop. You beat someone, they then have to drink, which means they're going to lose more. I think drinking games are very poorly designed by this logic. Drinking games should be, you win, you drink. You're going to get sloshed, but we'll be fair about it. You can drink something that is nice. Maybe we'll give you, like, you know, 3 shots of Baileys if you like Baileys or whatever, right? Or 4 shots of schnapps. Whatever it is that's tasty for you. So we'll make it reasonable that way. But then the balance there is much funner as the evening goes on. Because then the player who's really good is now sloshed. So the dog crap player can compete. And eventually, like, you know, they'll start winning and then they'll have to drink as well and it balances out. I tested this theory, like playing... I used to do lots of different little custom games on Dota 2. And there were some really fun ones that were very skill-based. And using this method, we played for 6 hours. And it was so damn enjoyable. Because you felt like you were still in the game. Now, you're like, why did we go off this tandem, KB? I'm going to bring this back to Monopoly. Monopoly is that perfect example where when someone's winning, they win more. And it's just like, there's no comeback. Why would I want to play that for 6 hours? I wouldn't. It's so dumb. You like Monopoly because you can build houses and hotels? There it is. Larnack, the classic answer of an RTS gamer. Key to our job is to say crazy things to give the streamer easy things to rant on. Oh no, they do that sometimes. Give me a positive feedback loop every day. Isn't a positive feedback loop a sub-train that reaches level 4 today? I think that's how that works. Then we're big winners. That's the American way. Pretend everything is great. In actuality, it's falling down around us. I mean, that's true. I've seen your electoral options. It's looking bad this year. The original designer of Monopoly would ironically like KP the most. They want people to feel that playing the game isn't worth it. Yeah. See, guys, how many ones in chat if you still play Monopoly? I'm sorry to say it, but you just don't get it. It's okay. You know? Like, people that inject meth probably don't realize it's bad. Well, they do and they just don't care. Wouldn't recommend it. Just the same way I wouldn't recommend Monopoly. You know, no, okay, I don't want to give addictions, so we'll go the different way. I mean, like, you know, if you enjoy Monopoly, you might enjoy also dragging sandpaper across your nutsack. Or, if you don't have one of those, whatever you find down in that area, in general. You know what it is? Is it like, it's actually like, there's a scene in The Boys where, like, he gets some stuff on his ass, and the guy gives him sandpaper to wipe it off. Like, playing Monopoly is the equivalent of wiping my ass with sandpaper. Dream Game makes opponent drunk and made fun of him. I don't quite follow Order Super Zero T. But, like, I don't know, man. I just think Dream Games, like, most people play Dream Games wrong, in my opinion. Is it dumb, though, if you're winning? Ah, yes, the classic. The other lesson. History is written by the victor. No, it's fucking not. History of Monopoly is written by the guy who gets some petrol, a lighter, burns that fucking board so it never comes up in the family meetings again. He scratched his eyes with a Monopoly card. Anything to get out of playing Monopoly. Dude, that actually might be the best. I'm going to use that next time when my dad's like, do you want to play some Monopoly? I'm like, sorry, I'm afraid of paper cuts. Oh, man. Risk is a good example of good game evolution. The added missions, rather, to keep players. Yeah, Risk can be interesting, especially with some of the newer rule sets. Some things that I find very interesting is, like, some people won't like it, but it's really good to try and keep a game competitive within reason, especially if it's not a tournament game. Games that have loser streaks. Like, if you guys ever played, like, I think things like Dota Auto Chess had this. I don't know if the other Auto Chess type things have it, like the one that Riot made. The whole idea is like TFT might have it as well, I don't know. But like if you keep losing rounds, you'll get more resources to spend the next round because the game's like, you're really sucking. So like realistically, you suck so much, this isn't immediately going to make you win the game, but it might give you an out to not just finish last or a great comeback story. Has to be within reason. Okay, TFT does have as well. Yeah, I thought like most people basically copied like most of what the Auto Chess mod done, right? So it makes sense it would have that piece in. Like, you know, within reason, those are good. Don't get me wrong, there are examples where those systems are overdone. Like, I don't know if anyone here played The Crew. By the way, The Crew, when I played it, I'm not a big racing fan. What I will say, that game was an experience. I thought I was going to be bored doing a 2-hour race across America, but the landscape beauty, the fact that you transition day to night, man, that was a journey. That was like one of my favorite racing experiences because it immersed me. But the thing I hate about The Crew, why I would never recommend it to people, you get in a race... You're in a nice, like, sports McLaren. The Crew one, yes. You're zooming around the map, 1,000,000 miles an hour. You enter a race, right? And you're starting to win that race. And the Crew has very aggressive negative feedback loops. They have catch-up mechanics. So I still distinctly remember being in the most fancy-ass sport car imaginable. Being in a race against, like, it's like some sort of Peugeot Golf or whatever, right? Very crap car. Sorry, Peugeot. But, like, compared to the McLaren, definitely, right? I'm like zooming. I'm like, yeah, easy win, get those extra points. And I check my rear view mirror and there's just this Golf speeding up towards me that overcomes me. Right? It was the most unrealistic catch-up mechanic imaginable. I'm like, dude, even if you had NOS, that thing is not going to beat me in a race. Yeah, Mario Kart has that in a different way. Like, Mario Kart is at least creative with the item rolls. That's a more creative method than what the Crew done. Because the Crew legit just said, oh, we're just going to make this car twice as quick as it realistically can ever be. Zoom, zoom. Wait. KJJ was Kazuyohan, right? It's been a while. Sorry, I just realized we're having a conversation. I don't mind these conversations, though. I don't know. Maybe some people hate it. I feel like this was good, though. Future is a just chatting streamer, right? Oh, no. KJJ was Taiwanese. Diamond Dragavan. Philly, have you had a show match against him yet, mate? You talk a lot of shit, but I hear that a lot from America, and then I check their trophy cabinet in esports, and it doesn't impress. Oh, dear. I'm trying to rile him up now. Played a fun match against Yumi's earlier. Wow. Did Faye lose to Yumi's? Is that what I'm hearing? Racing games employ catch-up mechanics. Yeah, it's just like a lot of them don't feel that creative, right? Like, just having a car go faster is not a creative catch-up mechanic. That's just dumb. Like, Mario Karts is really good, actually. Like, I credit them. That's a really smart way of doing catch-up mechanics. It's me get blue shell because me last. It's the most dickish thing, though. Like, the guy who's in last is not now going to win the race, but he's going to ruin someone else. Alright, let's get rid of that. Oh, man. Oh, let me open my door, and then we'll focus on Le Game. We can talk more between games. Forced to use Yumi because KP told me they were OP in Castle. Are you learning yet, Faye? Faye, if you'd done this a month ago, you'd be able to kick the crap out of Phil's Burter on LAN. Just saying. We're teaching Philly as well. Philly's been practicing Camel Rider only. He's learning. Alright, I promise to never click on a high view game again. Dude, why do I keep breaking promises to myself? Here we are. Welcome back to the 84 action, folks. Dragavan versus KJJ. This is a top 100 matchup. In fact, this is the rank 80th in the red, playing as the Malians, going up against, I believe it's the rank 85th in the world in the teal, playing as his infamous Abbasids. Guys, Dragavan is a force to be reckoned with on the Abbasids. This is his time to shine. I feel like Abbasids is rising in the rankings consistently week after week. They are a solid pick on almost any map. And he has some cheeky shenanigans to employ. We've seen him with the Clown Cars. We've seen him with the Camel-only builds. What will we see today on Highview? Maybe some proxy TC. No, he's not going to do that. We had Dragavan do a proxy TC challenge a few weeks ago, and he absolutely slam dunked it in 3 games. And he done it against a top 200 player to win. It was incredible. So, how does this matchup play out usually? Abbasid versus Malians. It's kind of weird because I feel like a lot of the time they get picked on alternate maps. But this is intriguing. Is Dragavan going for a fast castle build? And if so, why no trade? I mean, I guess you'd have to walk out to place the marketplace, but like realistically, you have got full-length trade. And you're against a Civ that booms and doesn't come out. I've been talking about this recently. I think if you're playing on a map where you know your opponent is going to be defensive, then Trade Wing is inherently better than going Culture Wing for Fast Castle. Because if Culture Wing is your plan here, right? Like going Culture Wing, you get Preservation Knowledge, that's 100 resources. Now, to tech up into Castle, you're saving not 360 resources, you're actually saving 260. Full-length trade will give you like, what, 60 to 70 per end? There's no way you don't make more out of that. Sure, there's a risk to it, but the other thing that I think people sleep on is the risk is also now forcing the opponent to react. Like, if they don't come out, they don't stop the trade from happening, you are going to make more money. Yeah, I am wondering, like, if this actually works. I don't think I've seen many Abbasid players try Fast Castle against Malians. It does seem a little bit odd. Realistically, like what? You would go Military Wing, you have the opening Camel Riders to deal with the initial sofa. And then Ghoulems, I guess? You just mass Ghoulems? Trying to think if there's anything else you could be doing Culture Wing. Like, typically Culture Wing is a sign of Fast Castle. It just doesn't really make much sense otherwise. Like, what are you really leaning towards here? It could just be he doesn't think the Military Wing will have any value, which is kind of hard to believe, considering, you know, it forces a reaction straight away. Maybe he just uses this to get his eco-techs, everything else cheaper, and then builds 2 TC still and plays Feudal. And then eventually when you go Castle, it's cheaper. But once again, if that is the plan, Trade Wing would be better. Dude, we're legit just getting Fast Castle. Right, we're going to speed this up a little bit. I've tried to negotiate with my own brain here, all the ways out of this, to do something other than Fast Castle Abbasids, but it is the only way to play, apparently. Malians are now moving out onto the pit mine. And this should be the cattle spam. What if Dragavan went Fast Castle, Rush Relics? Could you then go 2 TC afterwards? I wonder if that would be too late. Like, you're either going Relics or 2 TC, right? So you're going to be going Relics. Because if you go 2 TC, then your opponent's going to flood you. So we'll just have to see if Relics are good enough. This is a lot of walling from KJJ. Second pit mine's being set up. He did get an insane spawn, by the way. This is disgusting. Like, look at this area. 3 pit mines, all in the back of your base. That's absurd. So maybe this is the right choice. Like, Dragavan would have had quite a hard time getting in there. Because remember, to circulate and deal with the pit mines, ramming them down, you'd have to run past the TC. Just leaves you very vulnerable, makes it hard to reinforce. But here we go. Raxes and Archer Rangers coming in here. Why doesn't Culture Wing give you free stuff? Any thoughts on that? It is the odd one out, but you could argue Eco Wing doesn't either, right? So, like, some of these do, some of these don't. I'd argue, why do any of these wings give you free stuff? It made sense before, but ever since they added Ibids to the game, does this not contradict Ibid's identity? Right? Like, that's kind of the weird thing, right? Is the moment that they started having these things in, when Ibids arrived, you just look at the two civs now, and there are a lot of situations where I just look at Ibids and I feel like, Abbasis feels better. I think that's going to become a more truthful theme, right? Once this military wing into growth wing build gets nerfed for Ibids, which, if it doesn't, then someone in the AoE office is smoking crack pipes, because it's not fun to play. It's not fun to play against. It's one-dimensional as all hell. Like, and one-dimensional civs actually spits in the face of good RTS design. So Malian's going to start mounting the defense. It's going to be Donzos and Musafadi. Archers are going to be scared. Dude, this is so smart. This is, okay, this is actually really cool by Dragoman. Because he went military wing, right? So you scale archers, potentially go composite bows. Your opponent has to react to the camels, which is going to be Donzos. Even if he goes Musafadi assuming Ghoulems, you now have archers. And look at what he done. He built one Ghoulam, has the 2 Desert Raiders, and that forces that double reaction that now gets countered by 1 unit. That's pretty cool. In the meantime as well, because your opponent isn't ready to defend, Camel Riders are going to be able to move in. Troops are going to start arriving. You could even just snipe down the scout if he's not careful. Remember, he never warrior scouted him up. And you do get a lot of damage here per strike, right? 28 per strike on these Camel Riders into a scout. They're so chunky, they can actually stand up against any early units here. I was going to start getting burned. Ranches are being set up fast here, so this is an attempt at rushing into castle from KJ. I'm not sure if it's going to be fast enough here. Archermaster's getting big fast. Veterancy already in boot camp, also coming soon. And remember, when you're vetted up like this, you hit substantially harder. 7 damage, 14 on the squishy boys, and even up against the Javs, now over half your damage goes through their defense. You have more health, while costing less. Castle Age is a hell of a drug. No attempts to be greedy, by the way. Not even a Moss play. So we wondered if that was a possibility here for Dragoman, but now that he's mainly scaling into archers and he has got the Preservation Knowledge discount, getting relics doesn't really help that much. You can trade, of course, but like realistically, it's not as if you're pumping Ghoulems or Knights and you need more. This is an all-in timing. With the poke damage coming in, Dragoman is going to give way. So KJJ, now up to the 5 Javs. Decent number of Donzos. At this stage, diving in with the camels feels really dangerous. And the other issue is if you do lose the camels, it opens the way for sofas if you know tech is on the way. And we know tech is going to be on the way. Ah, that's right. Everyone mauled about the gold spawns. Little do you know, basically this is every Malian game. Kind of is, actually. It's very rare to see a Malian player get scammed on the gold options nowadays. That is how I know that Bidlin is half Malian. True story. Dragon Steel Arrow also coming in. Looks like Dragoman is trying to prep for that dive point, and dude, this is sick. People talking about Rams. Remember, this is a Civ that can now build mangoes, and your opponent has invested heavily into javelins. If the timing is right on this, he could catch him in the middle of the tech up. Needs to be quick with the build up, though. All troops pulled over. Grand Fulani has been started. KJ, he doesn't know. This could ruin him. This could be a very quick game. Needs to move now. Dragoman on the approach. KJ doesn't see it yet. Mango goes for the reveal shot. Big wallop! KJ, no reaction. He can't fight this now. And look at this. The bail to the south side. Mango needs to move in deeper. Dragoman needs to go right now. He sees the landmark. Instead, he sieges the cows. Villagers have got textiles. They're going to be hard to bring down. Could one Mango decide this game? Forces the garrison. Camel's now with the dive in. Sofas are being scaled into. Needs to be careful not to lose that other camel. Overextension here. Goes in. Archers start to snipe down the villagers. The Mango's a big problem here. KJ just doesn't have the answer right now. He's trying to get the sofas together, but that's taking time. And remember, right now, they are feudal sofas with no undermesh up against +2 veteran archers. Hard dive to commit to. And that landmark incomplete now. Mango might as well start wailing, right? Knocking at the door. I think Dragoman is over-diving here, though. There's a lot of archers dying for this. Villagers now being pulled over. KJ, he says, screw it, we just got to complete it. Mango should be able to get another hit out. Instead, it hits the landmark. Archers, though, they're going to make a field day of this. More villagers going down. KJ, heavily reduced on the eco. 43 to 29 now. The sofa's yet to be upgraded. This Mango has been doing God's work. Sofas couldn't even dream of killing it quick enough here. Veterancies are coming in, though, for Sofa as well as the imported armors. That's where Dragoman may have to consider going for spears. For the time being, though, he just keeps sniping down the cav. Dude, this is wild. I mean, Dragoman, it wasn't even as clean as it could be, right? If that Mango had targeted the villagers when they were building it up, that would be, what, probably 45 versus 25 villagers right now. I mean, cows can do a lot of things, but they have their limitations. And the wallop! Mango doesn't even get just the ranch kill. It kills the cows as well on the spot. Now to skirt range. Dragon's done good damage. Was it dive too far? Mango is now getting targeted. Dragoman would benefit from pulling this slightly back or he's going to lose it. I finally realizes it may be a little bit too late. Sofa is going to dive in now. Dragoman, not the cleanest of micro there. We'll at least get a second ranch. I didn't realize that Mango went so good with cow until I saw it here. Second one plastered down. So now just 4 ranch effective. And a 14 villager lead for Dragoman. Crossbow transition now on the way. Golems and archers still being added in. Remember, these archers hit hard. He's got imported armors, but he hasn't got blacksmith techs yet. Undermesh is on the way, but in the meantime, archers can have a good time. Needs to start rallying more units of variety forward here. Another Golem is on the way. Overall, these aren't terrible trades for the archers, all things considered, right? All because the techs just simply aren't there yet. A little bit of a misclick there. Deer being gathered as well. So once again, no sort of subtle eco escalation, right? No creeping second TC or grab for the relics. Dragoman still looking for that endpoint as quickly as possible here. KJ, it's just roaring to sofas. It's kind of intriguing to me that we aren't seeing any sort of spearmen being added into tool by Dragoman. I mean, Golems can somewhat frontline, but they don't trade that well against sofas. Remember, the double strike kind of limits your DPS output against heavily armored units, of which imported armors, sofas definitely classify. The target towards the villagers. Golems in a choke point. That's actually ideal here to hold KJJ back. And there are also crossbows as well as the archers here. This is smart. Dragoman, he's countered unit type-wise. He needs to kind of play the choke points. Has KJ got enough together, though? Looks like he might. Golem's not lasting very long here. Second wave is going to come in. Health bars are low. The archers need to target down the injured here. KJ, now he's the one going for the relics. First monk coming out. More crossbows on the way. This is a little bit worrying for KJ. He may need to consider some sort of secondary component here. Maybe I want to say archers could work quite well too with the crossbows. You could also consider maybe going into Musafadi. It kind of feels like Dragoman is leaning away from archers now. So Musafadi wouldn't be counted. KJ, he sniffed it out. Check this. Goes in with a sofa. And they're on the way. This could be it. Dive comes in on the other side, but folks, I don't think you can kill out the ranches quick enough here. He's going to try. Going to count only 8. Sofas are going to try to repel this. Raid is coming in. The villagers are running into the waiting arms, but it looks like the stealth forest is barely going to get them out unseen. And not just that, look at where he's heading. Dragoman's going for the front line deer. Dive deeper. Another ranch down. Torch is now out. Defensive crew sofa count is down to 2. What what is happening in this game right now. It's going to be a rotation towards the goal. Dragovan is going to get found out still. A little bit too greedy with his gathering here. The massacre begins. He needs to do more damage. 2 ranches more down. There is cow everywhere. There is beef on every plate. Just too much for one person to eat. This is the all-you-can-eat American buffet. No one will finish it. Oh my god, he got them all. Dragovan's entire villager lead is now gone. If he doesn't clear out the ranches now, it's over. Count kind of locked at 12 here. Villagers now being targeted. KJ can move away. This is a difficult chase, though. Gulums do not have great gap close here, unless the charge is initiated. That's not consistent. Meanwhile, KJ continues to trade. Dive even deeper. Dragovan, more villagers across the enemy base here. At what point do you just gather stone for a keep drop? Villagers will try to hide, but the Seek Shelter working against him. KJJ once again losing eco here. Crossbow count only 3 now. Sofa's health bars are starting to look prettier, and he still has the second wave harassing the eco. People, Dragovan, now with 40 villagers. His entire economy is about to be in the Malian base. This is such an absurd build. Only in Dragovan replays can you expect to see this type of gameplay. Sofas are starting to sniff it out, though. I'm wondering, like, could KJ just take a main fight? It's mostly Gulums, right? We already mentioned that Gulums don't handle Sofas well whatsoever. Musafadi now also being added in by KJ. Dragovan. I'm wondering if maybe the Rams were needed a little bit earlier than this. Wait, why is KJ... Dude, he actually legit doesn't know, guys. Are you actually... What's it going to take? Is it going to take him gathering the berries from right next to your TC? Because we're heading there. Surface in the meantime continue to hunt. There's not much left to hunt at home, though. Dragovan once more into the breach. This time, though, a substantially stronger defense force for KJ. Branches. Immediately targeted. Gulum line has to spread. Crossbows. Need to target down the Sofas. There's not many of them to do so, though. Second wave is coming in. Remember, the cows do actually still give food while they're alive near the Fulani. Be free, little cows. Be free. KJ starting to break this front line a little bit, though. Gulum count is getting low. The Musafadi counter is perfect here. Remember, he stopped building archers. Crossbows are not the answer against this. And it's been revealed. Dragovan is gathering berries from underneath KJ's TC. What? I can't. This is the most illogical but beautiful Abasa game ever. And he realizes what's happened. KJ's like, why am I raiding an empty base? Bring everything home. Sofa's now with a backstab. Crossbows, not the ideal front line. No textiles on the villagers either for Dragovan. He's having to get shivs out. Less than ideal. I think this game is over. This is just such an absurd game. When Abbasids try to play as Ayabids, this is what it looks like. Oh my god. I think we're moments away from attack out at this point. Like, Dragovan just doesn't really have anything left. He's finally realized Spearman might be a good idea. I just think it's a good idea too late. You don't think that Dragovan wanted to win this game? Okay, hear me out. The goal wasn't for him to lose this game. It was for KJJ to lose brain cells playing it. And isn't that the important part, guys? I'm going to be that cop-out guy. It's not about the outcome of the game. It's about the journey. And I think we can all agree we lost brain cells watching this game. Oh, villagers once again found. Dragovan reluctant to give up, but at this stage, the roles are reversed. 29 eco to 47. Like, there is really no comeback to be had here. Remember, behind this, although you did deny out a lot of the cows, a lot more ranches got made in the little gaps. Now, thanks to the loving god that is Dragovan, The people in the Malian kingdom never need to go hungry a day in their life. Prime beef steaks from now until the day they die. Oh my god. When the Basses try to play the Iobid build. Fast castle. Tick. Take enemy berries. Tick. Dude, it's actually crazy though. That almost worked. I think if the mangonel had been used better, like he used it really well, but I think there was a few key ingredients, right? Like he wasted time attacking the landmark pointlessly, and then also he kept it in range of the TC. But like there was a point where he could have killed, I'd say 5 to 8 extra villagers with a mango hit, and he didn't take it. You're YouTubing this game, but not. Yeah, exactly. Do better. What are you on about, Cal? I think we're definitely YouTubing your first game. The 2 TC Malian build you lost to. Using opponent starting berries? Well, that's what I'm thinking, right? That's why like the thumbnail would be fast castle tick, take enemy berries tick. Or maybe it's just take enemy berries. Would I catch a game against KJJ a few moments ago? Maybe. Depends how entertaining it is. Whoop, whoop. Also depends if any of these guys are observable. I always have to check these guys because these guys basically private their data all the time now. I'm trying to think. Actually, maybe the thumbnail's a little bit different. Gathering berries in enemy base. When the game goes... When you gather berries under the enemy's TC, the game's gone wrong. That was crazy, though. I'm happy there's some overlap between Red Bull LoL and King of the North map pool, so not all of it's wasted. Yeah. I mean, I'm annoyed that no one's using Cliffside. I still think Cliffside is one of the funnest maps, man. I love Cliffside. My god, KB, how are you so good at commentating but so generic? What do you mean? What's wrong with when you gather enemy like berries underneath the enemy's TC? ChatGPT. I haven't tried using ChatGPT, no. I don't think what way to word it. The take all enemies food challenge, maybe? Challenge. Eat all the enemy's food. I don't know. I mean, if I'm being totally real, I think everyone's YouTube game in AoE 4 is not great. So it's like, it's hard when I'm trying to like look at comparatives and like, what could be good here? And I don't know if that's just like everyone getting it wrong in AoE 4 or if just in general AoE 4's like design doesn't allow for the best of YouTube thumbnails by default. But I've been thinking about this recently. Like, compare it like StarCraft, dude. Like you know, when I look at, was it I always get his channel's name. I should know it. He follows me on Twitter, actually. SC2HL, right? Was it SC2HL? Yeah, like SC2HL, like his are really on point. But like the problem is there's a lot more branding around the players. So like most of his are just like Maru's Genius Rush or Cyril's Genius Play, right? Or whatever like that. Like got a lot of love for Dragavan, but if I put Dragavan's incredible, like you know, unless you spend a year building him up and you already have a platform, people are like, who's Dragavan? If he starts beating Marine Lord and S tiers, then sure, it's different, but... Maybe taking the enemy's starting food? In Age of Empires. There's something about putting in Age of Empires at the end kind of works. I think that works. Watch that one AoE2 guy who just makes videos on always bringing his villagers over to the opponent's barriers. He surrenders whenever he's done with them. Wait, I've never heard of that. That sounds brilliant. He's like, my job here is done. Goodbye. Stealing berries is perfectly natural. Wait, what? Dude, I've never seen this guy. You got me curious now. Will you be able to force me to play at LAN? Yes, I would absolutely love nothing more, Baltoon, than playing Overwatch 2 with you. That's definitely what you meant. There's so many good games. Dude, have you even played Overwatch, bro? I've been enjoying Overwatch 2, actually. I've been playing a lot of Echo. Echo is like such a high skill ceiling, but she's so fun when you play her. I used to love playing Hanzo. There was something about the dink and then the headshot. Alright, so should we be listening to this guy?
You get worthless ELO points. I get steal your berries. Success is a delicious inverse relationship, causing my job to...
I played a lot of Apex before. Apex is kind of in a rough place from a playability standpoint at the moment, but I basically was borderline Apex pred in early seasons, so I played a lot of Apex before, yeah. Like, what other games do I play a lot of? I played a lot of Warzone. A lot of FPSs, like Call of Duty historically over the years for sure.
become infinitely easier the more that I win. It gets to a point where it's like stealing.
I mean, if you want us to just like not turn up your matches and we just don't do anything for Cal all weekend, we could do a Europa Universalis campaign if you want. I've been playing a lot of Dark and Darker at the moment as well. Songs of Conquest. What else have I been playing? Supervive was incredible. Battle Aces, we've been knocking boots with a bunch of Grandmasters and beating them. So I was playing the finals for a bit, but that got old fast. I'm trying to think what else I played. Dota 2. I'll carry literally everyone at the LAN's asses on Dota 2. I think I was probably the highest ranked person on Dota 2. Probably. Spitballing, but like there's a decent chance. Although it's been a while since I sweated ranked like that. Let's quickly look at my should we quickly here? We'll watch this video, but one second. I want to quickly look at what's my most played games. Dota 2 by far. Now it's AoE 4 in second. Europa. Damn. Any Planet Side 2 gamers? That game was actually a lot of fun back in the day. If you just treat it as a brain dead click heads sort of experience with funny moments, it was so much fun. Grinding for anything was tedious as all hell in that game, but like one of my fondest memories of Planet Side 2, I still remember being in a giant they had the biodomes, right? I remember being in a giant biodome, and the fight, there was so many people shooting. You couldn't hear anything. And we were so in the moment. I remember being on comms to my friend, and instead of doing the logical thing of just like, the logical thing would have been, and I'll explain in a sec, it's better if I just go into it actually. We were in this battle, we're trying to comm on a strategy to do. And I go, what? I can't hear you! And he starts yelling back at me, right? After about 2 minutes of us yelling at each other, one of us points out, why have we not just lowered the in-game sound? It's still one of my favorite memories from it. Why did you quit Dota 2? I mean, it's a bit hard when you haven't got events lined up. I've said time and time again, I'd love to get back in on Dota 2, but mainly it's just ESL at the moment, and ESL have their people, and I'm not one of them. I kind of got really unfortunate when I fell out of rotation because I missed out on the regional leagues when they start those up. I had a really good year in 2022, but I couldn't line anything up for 23 because what Valve done with the Dota Pro circuit ruined Dota 2's ecosystem entirely. So now it's in a recovery stage of incubation. I'd love to be involved again though. Same with Apex Legends. I got involved in Apex Legends when it was on a decline. It's really rough. Yeah, pretty much Baltoon. Like, you know, I can at least brag what I don't think practically any other Dota 2 talent can, which is I've managed to find success outside of just Dota 2. There is maybe 2 to 3 talent maximum that can say that. From my knowledge anyway. But like, yeah, I'd love to do more Dota 2. Recently I discovered I really loved watching Counter-Strike and being involved in the esports side there. Because I got to do a really cool long interview with Get Right, who's an incredible person. So I think one of my targets for 2025 is to get involved in Counter-Strike. I'd love to get back involved in Dota 2 for sure. I'd love to go do some Rocket League again. I love the Rocket League people. Like, I can't think of a bitter and mean or whatever person amongst that talent team that I've met. I absolutely love those guys. Really big shout out, especially to Cole and Stumpy. Absolute gems. But, you know. Dude, the Total Warhammers actually took quite a bit of my life. I'm impressed by that. Payday 2. Surprised only 160 hours. But yeah. Love what's going on with CS with no more partner stuff. Will be a lot more talent coming back. Hopefully. I'm really hoping so. I'm hoping there'll be opportunities for new people to come in. Like, what was it? Star Ladder's already looking to get involved again, which is great to see. I'd love to work with them. But, you know, like, I don't know. I need to respark the light with PGL. I mean, I'll be doing something small in Warzone after we get back from the Norwegian LAN. I'm talking to someone about a small tournament being ran by G2 that I should be involved in, so that'd be cool to see. Wouldn't mind doing more Warzone. Warzone's kind of like, you know, it's a different vibe. I still think like nothing compares to Apex Legends for competitiveness, and what I mean by that is the tournament structure is like everyone else needs to copy it. For those who don't know, Apex Legends has the best tournament format for Battle Royales. It has a system called Match Point. The match point system, the way it works, is that you play games up to a certain point threshold. Once you've achieved that point threshold, if you then win a game after it, you win the tournament. Right? So, like, let's say your TSM... Jesus, she's in everyone. She's going to scare you everywhere. Let's say TSM, you know, get to the 50 points mark, and then they go into the next game and they win it. That's the tournament done. It finishes then. Right? Whereas, like, something that I find really irksome with PUBG, Fortnite... You know, all these other ones have it, really. Warzone has it as well. I mean, Warzone, I guess, in some ways can be more intriguing with the kill races, even though, like, they're not true skill variety, right? It's just a farming strategy. It's different, but can be enjoyable. The problem with, like, a lot of these different Battle Royale systems is, like, you know, if you watch PUBG, and by the way, like, I think PlayerUnknown has done really well. PlayerUnknown has, I think, more players playing it. I don't know why it doesn't come up when we do that. Oh, because they changed it to PUBG, didn't they? I think PUBG has more players playing it than Apex now on Steam, right? Which is bloody impressive for a game that came out a long, long time ago. Much, much before Apex. But, like, the thing is, like, you know, I've watched some tournament games. And it does have some issues in the other game, especially it can be very tedious. But I'll always remember, it was one of the UK events. There was this guy who, he got a 1v4. Let me see if I can find it. It was actually sick. It'd be cool if I can find it. Tournament 1v4. Yeah, okay, yeah. I think it's this one. This was absolutely brilliant. I love this so much. So this guy, his whole squad gets wiped. And then this is proof that PUBG can deliver amazing moments. But the thing that fails PUBG time and time again is let's have a format where they play 8 rounds and when we score, who's going to win? That means certain teams are just lost already. And you get weird things where they can grief other people to try and get slightly better positions but ruin the entire outcome on the top end of the spectrum. Apex's format, where you have to get a certain number of points and then win a game, means potentially every single game could go through and every single team could then be on match point so anyone could win. That is a good competitive Battle Royale format. But even with that in mind, so this guy, his whole team died. And he's crawling around, right, trying to survive. This is incredible. So let's see if we can like speed it up a bit, because there's one moment I care about. We only care about 4 a.m.'s CPT. So there you go. He sees them on the hill. They're all stacking up, right? They've got high ground. They've actually got a winning spot. That is one of the best spots in the entire ring, because it's high ground. You have sides to hide behind. You're not perfectly center. But look at this guy. moments like that, right, proves that even with his slower pace, PUBG can deliver insane magic, right? But then imagine you have incredible moments like that, and then it's let down by a format where this might be, I can't know what game this is. Let's say it was game 8. You kind of already know who's going to win, right? Because there's a fixed number of games. That's the problem. I think everyone should adopt the Apex Legends format, and every single Battle Royale esport will be better immediately because of it. Yeah, the POI draft is very intriguing as well. We'll see how that pays off long term. It's definitely a very big change. The sad part with Apex, though, is like Apex Legends is a game that is... They're in a very risky territory. Like, their esports scene is incredible. It's the best Battle Royale esports scene from, like, the way it's structured. I don't think anyone can really argue on that. But, like, it's... When you talk about the playability of the game right now, it's at an all-time low. Cheaters everywhere. Extra layers that are complicating the game. They're at an all-time low on the average players now. Like, it's actually insane. It's the lowest it's been since, I think, when it came to Steam initially and then blew up, right? So that's a really bad sign for them. So something needs to be done there. I think there's a lot of things on the casual side that is very polarizing, which is crazy because I still remember when this came out, I said it was going to be big because unlike every other Battle Royale before it, you could just do things, man. You drop in, you play the game. Like, there was no tedium around spend 5 minutes looting. You can if you want, but the beauty of Apex, I think, always worked for casuals, is like you drop on the ground and in 30 seconds you can be ready to fight. That's also why Battle Aces potentially has the appeal to go wide in a way that like Age of Empires will struggle. It's like technically that whole idea that you can just get into a game and be done in 5 or 10 minutes is very appealing. Right? Especially when you don't know what the hell you're doing. Like when I started picking up Apex, I just hot dropped and died, hot dropped and died, hot dropped and died. That's so much better than PUBG, drop, pick up guns for 2 minutes, get shot in the head once, die. Game over. Right? That's also another reason why most games started to bring in respawn systems, because that, like, they thought what people wanted was that permanence, but they didn't. That's just tedious. Spend, like, 20 minutes of your life just to get shot in the head once and it's over? No comeback? Nothing at all? That's another thing that's really cool with Supervive, right? Supervive has that whole resing and that comeback potential. Let's quickly watch this, I'm curious.
Criticism because there's some people who actually play Age of Empires. So they all are
oh, yeah. Verdansk being gone was a mistake.
I've got thick skin. Or, who knows, maybe these
TikTok game,
days
definitely one way to call it.
And as a pick-me-up, you'll find me at your local hospital.
Alright, we're rambling, mate.
Take, for instance, my battle with Nico.
Wait, you went up against... Oh, okay, I thought we went up against, like, Nico, I misread that for a sec.
And like many, he saw the Palisade walls start to go down, freaked out, and quit. Which, of course, is a loss for me. Can't win them all. But here's the interesting...
Wait, what? The guy sees walls next to his base and legit just leaves? Is that I don't play that much AO2. Is that a legit real thing that people do regularly? Is that like a laming that works?
Something that's never happened to me before. Nico wanted a rematch. And a rematch means he's not after the ELO anymore. He's after me. He wanted to halt my harvest through an unranked mirror match which had a 10-minute treaty. And a treaty means that a yellow border goes far out beyond your base, preventing anyone from building inside of it, which is...
Please tell me he built the mill outside the base limits and just gathered anyway.
Where the berries are.
KP at not asking gold. I mean, dude, I don't mind doing this type of content, and I think people click with it. I think it beats just casting games 24/7, right?
Scouting out what's important and sending the away team, led by our new lead engineer Daisy DeHun, and then began.
All right, dude, he actually does what I said.
Oh, it worked perfectly.
So basically, chat, this guy, what he does is he goes in, he steals the people's berries, and if he gets them all, he then immediately resigns. That's all he cares about.
And out. And it was too late. I was now in my element. The conquest was complete. We made it home safe, and I claimed my sweet victory. The berry thief strikes again. All of this
Wait, what's he doing with the trade?
Is what I'm doing even natural? Does this behavior exist intrinsically?
We're not gonna follow that. Steal more berries, please.
Have had enough. Oh,
wait, what's this? Wait, did he go and do it in Age of 3 as well? Has he done it in every Age of game?
In other Age of Empires games?
Age of Empires 1.
Berry theft has existed since prehistoric times.
Oh, is that the remastered of AoE 1? I haven't even looked at the remaster. That's not the traditional graphics, right? That looks way too... It's blurry, but it's like... It almost looks too high... Or am I just misremembering? That almost looks too pretty to be the original Age of Empires 1.
Looks like the Babylonians have had enough. Oh, no,
that's the that's the version.
Too easy.
That's free though. Yeah. That's what's going free. That's definitely free.
Age of Empires 3.
I knew at the moment I saw it because we played some free when they done the free version release.
Which I call throw grenades at their villagers while I steal their berries. Oh, what an amazing experience! Even in the
wait, so he's allowed to attack them as well and then steal their berries? That's easy then.
The Norse have their mobile mills and forward walls. No, they just sent a Minotaur after us. Oh no, Barry,
yeah, but do it in Age of Empires 4.
What happened to you?
Bro, do it in Age of Empires 4.
Oh dear, which saint should I invoke? Saint,
Bro, do it in 4.
Sherwin.
Why are you a pussy? Do it in 4.
First person berry theft.
Okay, for some reason we're not. So wait, dude, okay, so hold on. Like I've got to question this. How the hell can you go and do it in AoE 2, 1, Myth 3, and not 4? Bro, you almost done the marathon. You let yourself down. Landon, you should be disappointed yourself. I'm disappointed yourself. Your mum's disappointed in you. You were so close. Guys, we don't care anymore. He's not the chosen one. He could have been the chosen one. Oh, wait. What's the chosen one on this, actually? I'm curious, because we're close to the end of the vote. What do you think this is going to end on, guys? Oh, look at you guys. You really believe it. All right. Be real. Be real. Be real. The people, like, because I imagine some of you are here who voted for, like, Age of Myth. Is this based on, like, hope? Or do you think, like, is there a logical kind of thought process here? I'm curious on that part. I'm not trying to, like, whiz on the parade, but I do wonder how many of these are hope more than anything else. Like, you played it as a kid, and you're like, damn, I really want it to be. There's no new big RTS, but the one that, like, has the best opportunity, Baltoon, though, right? Like, even if you think these are all doomed to fail, right? Like, I'm surprised no one's like, why don't you put Tempest Rising in, right? Because everyone's hyping Tempest Rising as a new Command & Conquer. It's probably Stormgate, right? I think the order is like this. Because, like, this has the best chance of capturing the existing audience in mass for long periods of time. This one has the best opportunity of capturing a new audience. And this one is like, I wish it would, but it's not going to... Wait, sorry, not Tempest Rising. Rising Tempest, right? Is that the one? Yeah. Like, some people think that this is going to be big. I just don't... This doesn't register for me as even likely to remotely succeed. It looks cool. I actually think the graphic style is really cool. Like, it's very, very pretty. And if they have a good campaign, I'll probably do a playthrough of it. But I don't think that this will be the next big RTS at all. They're 100% adopting the old school Command & Conquer vibes. Looks cool. Too cool to be good, too much clutter. I would say I debate that if you have the options to downgrade it so that, like, when you're in game, it's very basic. Like, some devs have actually got good at doing that with their games where, like, you know, players that just want to play the game for competitive reasons can make it look blocky, but players that want the ambient effects can have it. That's actually really smart if they put that effort in, but I just don't think this is going to work. Battle Aces has a long way to go, but why not? I mean, I think, like, in its basic form, as long as it finds some ways of giving repeat gameplay, or what I mean by that, you know, having people play, it has a really good chance to succeed based on its simplicity of access, which is a failure point for, like, every RTS coming out at the moment. Like, I love Stormgate, but unless you've got the most compelling campaign, a very unique format for your team games, and good modding support, how do you get new players to come into this game? Right? As someone who loves Stormgate, I had a blast casting that. It's like, realistically, compared to this, you don't. The people who don't know RTSs are going to go to this. So, yeah. I think, I've said already, they just need to make sure they've got enough content around that, and I think Battle Aces could do really well. And they need to make sure they don't gatekeep. Like, the really big sell point for Battle Aces should be we don't gatekeep in a way that other RTSs do. But the whole battle credit system is gatekeeping to its core. which is what scares me a bit. All right, let's see. Have we got anyone? Wait, is Baltoon and Dragoman going to play games? I'm not sure. I noticed there's some chatter about it earlier. Up to you guys. But, you know, Voldemar is watching the chat. He has made his data private, so maybe be giving away too many strats. You think Stormgate's a few months away from being exposed to fraud? I don't know about that extreme. I'd say more there's a worry that, like, maybe they don't know how to optimally spend money, considering that, like, you know, the changes around the ability to buy shares of the company and the whole thing with the Kickstarter. I don't think it's a scam. I've seen this before from devs where it's just like it's a mismanagement of funds, which can very easily happen if you're overscoping. And, you know, there is a reality that, like, what Stormgate is saying they're going to do is a lot. And that does offer up an opportunity to overscope quite easily. I would say it's less likely that Stormgate is a scam compared to, like, something like Star Citizen, which was 100% a scam, in my opinion. I think they just genuinely might not have enough money. It's almost like what Stormgate needed. The perfect storm for Stormgate would have been to have had the backing of Tencent that David Kim has with Battle Aces. Battle Aces seems like the type of game that could rocket off without the need for Tencent funding, whereas Stormgate looks like it would really benefit from it. They just really don't want to need a publisher. Yeah, and I get where they're coming from, right? But, like, RTSs are such a complicated genre, it's very hard to do it without a publisher, right? It's like the equivalent of when someone says they're going to make an MMO without a publisher. Obviously, MMOs are more complicated than RTSs from a technical standpoint to code and get the infrastructure for, but it's like in the same category of, like, of the genres you can make as an indie dev, this is one of the hardest. Stay independent so they can create the game in the minds. I mean, I think there's ways you can do that. Like, I'm not sure if they pitched it to a publisher with that level of, like, we want to have our own control. Because, like, devs have done that before, chat. So, I'm pretty sure Titanfall, originally, when Respawn coordinated with EA, it was agreed, at least originally, that, because I think they eventually sold it across to EA anyway, but originally, it was agreed that Respawn would have the IP control, I think? Someone can correct me if I'm wrong with that one. I know that was a thing with Halo, right? So Halo got developed by, you know, not 343, that's the ones that now do it. Who was the original one? Bungie. And Bungie, like, basically said that they wanted the rights to the IP, right? It's like, that is a thing you can negotiate. And some are very willing to negotiate that if you look to be very successful. What do you reckon, Baltoon? You going to do it? You going to have someone with Dragavan, or should we find someone else to cast? Also, what was this KJJ game? Sorry, I remember someone talked about this. Wait, was the person who was asking in chat for me to cast that game, was it literally like the 22nd game? Dude, I love this. There was a player. Look. 20 seconds. GG. Console gaming, guys. You enjoyed Beyond All Reason? I think I've talked about this before. I think Beyond All Reason, and it could be a decent game, don't get me wrong. And, like, I loved Total Annihilation growing up. Like, I had so many hours as a kid on Total Annihilation, it's insane. But, like, when I was thinking about it as a content creator, I just genuinely don't see it ever working for content creation or esports. It's not watchable. I don't think it's even remotely watchable. There's too much disconnect. Makes it very hard for, like, an average Joe to watch. You know, if you know the game inside out, great, you watch it, but, like, that's not how like spectating sports works, in my opinion. Right? Think about how many people watch Counter-Strike that don't play Counter-Strike. Perfect example. Right? I don't play Counter-Strike. I love watching Counter-Strike. I don't play it because I haven't got a group to play it with. And I'm impatient, so I don't want to die and wait and watch someone I don't know. But, like, you know, even I talk about, like, MOBAs with this as well, Dota League, all these type of things. Because they have that anchored point, it stays relatable to a person who may not know everything about the game. Will there be Viking cosplay in the King of the North tourney? Considering how most RTS gamers look and have noodle arms, I don't think anyone can pull off Viking. Maybe Killjadi. So I don't know. Wait, did Baltoon have a picture of how he looks? Maybe Baltoon's built to be a Viking. Baltoon, are you bulked? Are you swole? Do you lift? Voldemort could, like, if Baltoon is swole, then, like, he can dress as a Viking. And then Voldemort can, like, he can be the little, like, the little Viking baby that's swaddled, you know? We'll have our parts to play. I was starting to let my beard grow a bit. I was like, nah, I should probably shave it. We could have kind of, like, went semi-Viking. I don't think it would have grown long enough, quick enough, though. Alright, so, let's see. Let me check the live ladder, actually. I do prefer live games than already, like, happened ones. So I don't even know the potential outcomes. Did some cool outfits in the past Wollols. I mean, like, it wasn't just Nilly, though. Everyone gets dressed up in the Wollols, right? So, like, in 2022. It's a little bit sad, actually. In 2022, they told us that they had to dial it back. So we all had to dress more or less as peasants. Almost identically. Which bummed me out, because I was really looking forward to... What was the one... I think we talked about it back then. But what I really wanted to dress up as was, like... It was like an old English, like, Tudor lord or something. I was really vibing with that kind of look. You know? Maybe, like, with the big fur coat type thing. Like this. Maybe that sort of thing, you know? Dude, I mean, I'm not Italian, but I'd 100% go for, like, a Roman Praetorian Guard kind of look. I'd vibe with that. I mean, if I got to dress up wearing a cape, I'd take it. Actually, no, dude, the type of cape I want is a one... I think I said at the time, my ideal would be something that kind of had this type of cape, you know? Like the one shoulder one, or I always like grew up calling it the Ezio Auditore cape. You guys know the one I'm talking about? That one. Mate, that would be a banger. Alright, that guy's trying at least, I'll give it to him. Damn. That's what we need. We need an event that lets me dress up like that. So guys, what we need an Italian LAN. Right? Is Vodka here? At Vodka? Is he anywhere? He needs to organize an Italian LAN, and I'll dress up full Ezio Auditore. I'd do that. Guy's a badass. Want to look like Assassin's Creed? Of course. Dude, who doesn't? Am I Googling HRE builds or what? No? Why would I be Googling HRE builds? Nani? Who plays HRE? Could you imagine needing HRE to win? Oh, anyway, yeah, sorry, we were going to find a game, weren't we? I got a bit distracted. It was a good distraction. Spartan's playing Ezra. That's a fairly high-level game, actually. Who is 3D Fish? Chrysal's up against KJ. Ooh. I don't know about a Japanese mirror, though. You guys don't want a Japanese mirror, right? It's like... There's easier ways to torture yourself. I don't think this is actually Anatand. I hope not. Yeah, I was going to try to cast the Marine Lord Anatand show match. Well, not show match, you know, the best of 5 tournament draft they done yesterday, but both of them are privated, so that was an option. Big Sag. Really wish there was a way to just send people a replay. Why is it like every other RTS in the last 10 years has that and we don't? Alright, so I think we maybe check out... we actually haven't looked at Chrysal in quite a while. Let's check out some Chrysal. I actually really like... I find it really refreshing that we're not just, like, hopping game to game to game to game. It's nice to have these, like, conversational moments. I don't know, I always say that I want to build more of a community kind of, like, outlook. And that It feels that way when we get to do this stuff, I think. I might give away a key, actually, for Battle Aces in a few minutes or so. So, actually, let me open my giveaway thing so I can prep that. Hey! Sup, Nirazor. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate the gifted subs. You absolute legend. There you go. 5 people with some banger emotes. So, I'll put it as give aces as I always do. If you guys want to be in with a chance to win the key, !mark give aces. Just like Cammy and done there. We always like to do some good old give aces. I think I got like 10 or 15 more keys to give away. Hopefully I'll be able to get some more when I get back. I can't remember. Does anyone remember when the Battle Aces beta ends? I know they gave a date, but I forgot what the number is. Battle Aces beta end. Oh, it is the 15th. No! That's so annoying. It's literally the day I get back from Norway. Well, now, like, what am I meant to do for half a month then? The tournament don't even start until like the 25th. Yeah. You know what? Just go yourself, Cal. Alright? It's all your fault. We could have, you know what? Like, let's just do a Battle Aces show match. Cal, let's do a Battle Aces show match. You've got David Kim's number, right? On speed dial. Ring him up. Be like, give me 2K. You have a different game in mind. Oh, why are we doing Age of Empires 3? Let it go, man. Sure, you could be the biggest LAN they've ever had, but that's not really a big challenge. Oh, I'm sorry. AoE 3. I don't know why. I don't know why Age of Empires 3 just caught random shade from me there. Oh, there's a single AoE 3 fan in the entire AoE 4 directory that just unfollowed me. They weren't even in the stream at the time. They just sensed it and clicked. All right, 1-0. Welcome back to AoE 4 action. We've got Ibids up against Malians. KJJ, the highest ranked player from Taiwan, if I'm not mistaken here, going up against Chrysler, someone that we've seen grinding meticulously throughout the years in Age of Empires 4, yet to make the competitive breakthrough. Let's see if maybe they're looking a bit shinier these days. I think they've definitely had their highs a little bit more recently. I'd say it's more of a lows. I can't even remember the name of the org they're with. I see GG these days, I just immediately think Gaming Gladiators, but that's not who he's with. He's with an org that they picked up like 8 players when AoE 4 first came out. It just didn't really amount to much. If I'm not mistaken, I think Killjohnny might have been with that org at one point as well. In fact, I'm going to double check that. But yeah, Ibids versus Malians, kind of intriguing, right? Ibids, you in theory just go fast castle, but apparently not. This is a different game. Chrysler with the advancement wing and feudal age. Out of all the choices, what? That's kind of funky, right? Like, I wouldn't have expected that on a pure wood, like a pure land map. It's got some water, but it's not really water you fight over. So I'm curious what the thought process is. It looks like Chrysler's going for a 2TC build? No, it was Genesis Gaming that he was with. And sorry, it wasn't Killjardy. They did have, so if you remember, they had like Baguette, Simtom, Revnak, Dimos, Yan. Apparently, Sassy's with them? Okay, I didn't even know that. But apparently, Chum was with them. I didn't even know that. And yeah, I remember Sanich was with them as well. Wait, they have Blade? I'm sorry, I'm confused. I'm looking under the Wikipedia page right now. Check this, guys. It says content creators active, Blade and Robotikov. I don't think Blade's active anymore. I don't know. I miss the dude. I don't know what's going on there. But yeah, intriguing. Genesis Gaming still actually have quite a few players on their roster. You know he's playing Ibids and not Abbasids? I'm starting to wonder, dude. Like, he's got second TC on the way. So this is 2 TC fast castle, right? This is so weird. I can count on one hand the amount of times I've seen Ibids build 2 TC in Feudal Age. This is so unorthodox, folks. Like, fast castle's 10 times more optimal, and then you TC afterwards. Because think about it, it's much easier to tech up, go get the relics, have that permanent advantage, and then come back for a TC. I think you just got freaked out by the Malian threat, right? But KJ, He's going to scout this. He sees the second town center, and this is where he should just be, okay, I can either go in on the attack, or I all in on the castle boom. I think you all in on castle boom here, right? Trying to go and attack the Ibids is a bit weird here. Realistically, they don't have a very strong feudal age, but it's things like the fire armor that makes it very hard to dent these defenses immediately. Walls are going up, so it does suggest we are going to look at a focus on booming. I'm going to hit the speed up for this early game. So what's the next step for Chrysor? Like, is it still going to be growth wing, or is there something more valuable here? Right? Could you potentially be going trade wing? Feels a little bit weird. Maybe there's an advisor wing play here with mass golems per se. Timing is going to be adding the archer range, so archers are going to be in the way. And there is going to be a reaction of archer range too, so jabs to defend. Walls are also going to strip options, but unfortunately it looks like the scout is in position to ruin that plan for KJ. But a little bit harder to secure his flank than he was hoping. Still, trickling archers into likely javelins here, very dangerous. It's almost like Chrysor was hoping him going 2TC would force KJ to consider just like rushing a bit more greed. But I think KJ's on point with his reaction here. Villagers not quite able to complete the wall, but the javelin is now here. So yeah, this trickle of archers is a bad idea. Scout is gonna try to deal with one of those villagers, but now with 2 jabs here, I think villager lives, scout dies. This is pretty rough. Chrysor will not be able to get in time to do damage. In fact, that scout now hiding in the corner. You could potentially cut him off here. If jabs just rally west side, send one north, should be an easy pincher, but it looks like Chrysor might just get away and keep the vision in the area. Okay, so what's the plan now? Horsemen getting added in, but Donzos are already on the way. A lot of this kind of like looks like it's playing into standard Malian scheming, but do remember that he hasn't started setting up the ranches yet. The first one only just got dropped. And the logic for Chrysor now is that if he just continues to apply pressure and they both invest, his economy will be better. Remember, he also has got Golden Age now online, which means 10% better gathering rate, as well as that 7 villager lead. You are eclipsing the pit mine factor, right? Or rather, I'd say at this point more like you're balancing it out, but you're about to bypass it. Rams coming in very early here, so Chrysor is going to try to break in. Pretty crafty, doing this in the stealth forest. There's not much of it, but there's enough of it that if there was a unit nearby, they wouldn't see you. Remember, Rams do double damage to walls as well, so you break through insanely fast here. Just free and a bit in terms of strikes to take it down. Villagers, oh no, dude, KJ! This boy's on point. He understood, right? Like, playing 2TC condensed, you can't stay there for long. You're either building farms or coming out, and on a map like this, there's too many berries in the center. It's too delectable of an opportunity to pass up. Raid coming in now. Jabs, Donzo's moving in. Chrysor not moving away. Notice this. This is really cool. KJ, he waits until all units are in range to start attacking. Because remember, that's when the alert's going to go off. So 1 village down so far, but this might be all villages dead with the javelin range as it is. Barely anyone's going to get away from this. So well played. KJ, starter steps it to get every eco kill. 6 down. Chrysor's eco lead reduced to a bare min. Only 4 between them. And it's really not 4, is it? We mentioned the pit mines, but now the ranches are starting to come into effect. 86 food per. So essentially 2 villages from each of those ranches. Burn coming in on the pit mine. Yeah, unlucky for KJ as well, right? Like, this is kind of one of the awkward things about Malians on this map, is if you try to play flank pit mine, it's always up against the edge like this. It's very rare you don't have a situation where it rubs so close that you don't get the full surround. Sometimes you can get lucky, but I feel like most spawns it has this predicament. So what I'm saying is, Chrysor done him a favor. Not really. The other gold veins aren't exactly friendly. He's got 1 here. He can at least reset to that, but the other ones are further out, right? Troops are now getting home after doing the damage. KJ already starting to stop Path of Castle. This is a good enough army to hold, by the way. He doesn't need many Donzos to repel this many horsemen. Javs also have very high base damage, so forces definitely feel the sting. Especially when they formation shuffle away from a ram. Guys, this is not a ceremony. We don't need to parade. We need to leave. 240 resources down the drain. It looks like Chrysor is starting to save up for that tech up. Remember though, guys, he did go advancement wing first, so No fast castle age for Chrysor. It's going to be pretty fast for KJ, though. Ranches are about to fill out. Just needs to sort his gold. A little bit more food. And then he's ready for the tech. Instantly, Ram makes instantly not a good trade. No, that's not too bad, right? He forces a reinvestment about, what? Rebuild this wall, I think it ends up being... Is it not? Initial wall would tax again, so 28 wood. You kill a house, you kill a pit mine. Pit mine's 150, right? As long as you kill the pit mine alone, the Ram's almost paid for itself. And then also on top of that, you've denied resources in the interim. So I actually think the Ram was fine. It's just, in general, like what happened on that western side flank was not. Chrysor is not that far ahead. A 12 eco lead when your opponent's about to get Fulani full online isn't good. Usually you're looking to like scale more towards 20 eco, I want to say, to start feeling cozy and beyond. But now on top of that, you're going to be an age behind. He's trying to tech up. It is going to be advisors, so we did call that correctly. It starts to make sense what Chrysor's plan was here, right? Get enough eco together to get food pump going so you can mass golems. The problem is getting it together. Raid starts to come in. TC at least be a defense point. But remember, it's not just the Fulani tech coming in so quickly, it's also the techs that follow. Only 30 seconds to get veterancies on things like javelins. Context of the match. Chrysor wants to stop playing fast castle Ibids. KJJ wants to get easy wins with Malians. There's your context. Yeah, it's a very different build from the Ibids. In many different ways. I mean, we've not seen many people even bother with advisors. Remember, they are the Atabegs, the camels that when you drop them in buildings, you buff the health of units coming out by 20%. It's like a better boot camp, but limitation being with boot camp, all inventory affected. With the Atabegs factor, it's only the buildings you produce out of that have the Atabegs in. I do think Atabegs needs a buff, by the way. The biggest problem with Atabegs is that there's no garrison-ungarrison option. So if you want to transition, you have to delete the building, and then you have to build a new Atabeg. So you have to spend 350 resources, right? Because the building you deleted cost you 150, and the Atabegs, I'm pretty sure they were 100 feet, 100 gold. It's not cheap. Sofa's now being queued up here. Chrysor, does he sense this? This is the weird thing, right? Like, usually you want to do archers, golems, cabelances. These are all things that Sofa's answer perfectly. I think Chrysor's build doesn't really line up here. Where's the garrison in? No. In theory, the Atabeg play with golems can be very strong in castle. The reason is that golems are very, very tanky men at arms. So adding 20% on is huge. The problem is, like, I like the idea from Chrysor, but in this particular matchup, it's where question marks come in for me. We'll find out very quickly in this one. Scout has revealed a weakness on the flank. We hit the 2x speed here as both sides are just prepping their units home. Sofas are starting to ride out. So KJ now looking to attack that left flank, just like he did earlier, to reduce the Chrysor eco lead. Chrysor, kind of weird, right? Only now getting Moss drop 15 minutes in. The TC just came in so early, right, in the feudal age. Just a very unorthodox order. Clash in the center. Golems are going to fare well here against the initial troops. Remember, it's Donzos and Javs. Golems just have a field day of this, especially with the +2 armor. And look at that. An extra 39 health. So much effective HP here. Ray did hit and did force back, though. So another villager did go down. Surfers will just have to back away here. Ideally, you just want to be spamming Musafati Surfer like crazy. It counters more or less everything Chrysor's doing. In fact, at this rate, less Surfer rather, more Musafati is welcome. Because your opponent is going into crossbows. So for the time being, are going to engage. Donzo's left over will be able to dispatch these horsemen quickly. Javs really would benefit from going for the back line. I think KJ realizes that he dives in. Unfortunately, that does now put him in range of the Golems. He's done this a little bit too late. No Sofas left over. Second wave is coming in. But Javelins aren't backing up. Chrysor's going to have to, though. Turns around and runs. Looked like a good initial fight, but the numbers are just against him. Just look at that surge, that Zerg. 43 military to 20. And Chrysor, this mass farm transition may have just cost him the game. Sure, it looked like it was getting him a line for the Golem pump, but it was the Golem pump that was always going to be counted. Now break into the eco. A hold in the choke point for the time being. Range units are catching up. They're clicking on buildings right now, but now they can dive onto economy. Sofas, man. They're just dominant here. This is my worry, right? It's like when you're playing against Malians, I just don't think Gulums is a grand old option here. Maybe with the Mamluk's Bravery it could have been different, right? Because you kill the Mustafadi fairly quick, and the double strike it guarantees that. Then you get the damage buff, but with this many Sofa, it just felt doomed. Crossbow count. Barely holding on now. I think we're just moments away from a GG. Too much eco has been lost here. He's not even reacting to it. All the farms are being vacated permanently. The former farmers are quickly becoming the fertilizer. And the entire eco lead is just disappearing here. Less than 10 eco between them. KJJ showing you that the standard Malian approach is still strongest. Yeah, and I don't blame him for going fast, by the way. He got blocked on resources. Like, this is more praise to KJ's early raid on that west side that reduced Cryzor's eco lead. And then, once again, pressuring flanks. Like, Cryzor was just in a sticky situation. Maybe a build like this could be good on more defensive maps, right? Like a Hill and Dale-esque map, potentially. But Rocky River's quite a bit more open. A lot of the food is centralized or on the wide flanks, and that's where you can start to get pretty exposed, especially against these flood-type builds for the Malians. Cryzor. Eco lead reduced down just to two, rather. And not just that, look what's happening behind. Remember, Cryzor was trying to get his hands on relics, but in the end, KJJ now has the 4th relic on the way home. This is pretty much over. Cryzor doesn't have the full context we have, so he hasn't called the game yet. But he might be close to now. Raid catches the Berry Gatherers on the right side again. Just no safety point here, right? There's already a block on the deer in the west. Farms once again getting pressured. Cryzor might be an opportunity to take a good fight. Keep in mind right now, KJ has got an overwhelming military lead, but he's split it across map to block all resources. And even with that detail in mind, I mean, at this stage, Mass Mustafadi beats all. I'm going to hit speed up. Nice to see Cryzor active again, though. Definitely a name that's been missing. Had some potential when we watched him a lot in, like, 2022. I love that he's exploring different builds. You know, this didn't quite seem it, but maybe there's something here. I mean, most players will tell you at the highest level, like, 2TC just doesn't work for Ibids. Just pick a Bass at that stage, but it looked like there was some potency behind this. Like, the idea of Atabegs off of 2TC is kind of compelling to me. I just definitely think he chose the wrong matchup to experiment with this in. So we have got a bunch of crossbows together, but Javs now just diving to contest that. For some reason, Cryzor seems to think this game isn't over. Let me know if you guys have been trying this out yourself. Has anyone been doing any kind of funky IBID 2TC builds or something different in the feudal age? I'm always looking for these type of replays, especially in high-level games, where people are at least experimenting with something other than Ugg, me play a bit of feudal, go fast castle, or Ugg, me just go fast castle. Castle go down. GG called. KJ. Still looking like a fierce foe on those Malians. Drag round, please. What did I just read? Do I need to deep fry my eyeballs? I might need to. See, like, I don't know, like, with those type of games, I never feel like I should upload them because it's like, it's a different build, but it didn't work. So it's not new territory, it's just like failed territory, right? In some ways, like, every once in a while it's good to show, so people are like, oh, I should try something new. I don't think that one's one that gets shown, though. One sec. Just need to message something quickly. May versus Kiljadi, Delhi versus Biz. I don't think we can watch that one though, sadly. Because I think Kiljadi's privated now. Let me double check though, maybe we're in luck. Yeah. Appreciate the recommendation, but I'm pretty sure May is also... I mean, dude, I wouldn't even know where to find them. There's just too many Mays. Yeah. Unfortunately... Wait, which May is correct, though? That's the thing, Garth. I'm not going to sit here and turf through 20 plus Mays. That's way too many Mays. Is it this one? I'm going to look now. Let me switch off so you can get... Yeah, maybe this one? Do you say it's Byzantine versus Delhi? Worth showing why pros have a consensus? Within reason, yeah. It's on Gorge. Okay, yeah, I think I found the right May. That was a miracle. Somehow clicked the right one straight away. Oh, do you guys want to watch May versus Kiljadi, or do you want to watch Dragavan gamble his points away? Is he about to do Iabid Trade Wing? I think he is. Freaking Dragavan. You can wait? Okay, yeah. Go gain some elo before we make you burn it. Blessings. Oh, blimey. Alright, let's get ready to roll with another. Oh, actually, one sec. I quickly need to check on something inside. I'll be back in a sec. Let me switch over to the game scene. So, be right back 1 second, guys. I need to refill my drink. Alright. Nice. People are here to fit the outside windows for me. It's nice as well, because outside windows, so they didn't even need me to be in the house. They can just do it. We had to replace our windows because they're getting beaten up and old. But the annoying part is very expensive. I think we spent just under £3,000 for, I think it was 6 windows or something like that. They were getting busted up and old. So you know what that means, guys? That means if you've got Prime subs, if you've got Twitch Prime, why haven't you subscribed? Amazon Prime makes it free, guys. Go, go. All right, should we get ready? Give us market marks. The most annoying and aggressive Delhi player you'll meet on the ladder goes up against the most aggressive and annoying player you will find on the ladder right now. Oh yeah, we're pieing. Delhi in the hands of May, a name we have definitely cast before. And another familiar face up on the north side. It's Kiljadi back again in the purple, playing as the Byzantines. So I've been told to expect a pretty damn hype game here. So make sure you follow the action all the way through. I've got a film this will probably appear on the YouTube channel later, so make sure you're also commenting and liking on those videos each time. It helps us with the algorithm. It lets me know what you guys find entertaining and enjoy and what you want to see more of. But what a cool one, man. May, I haven't cast him for, I want to say 2 or 3 weeks. I think the last time we cast him was the Donardi game, actually. That was a really fun one, the HRE Delhi matchup, where he tried to play all-in feudal up against a fast castle Burgrave build. That was a wild game. And I was impressed, actually, that May was able to make it look close at multiple locations throughout the game. I was curious to see what he can do up against one of AoE's finest, both Civ and player. We're going to hit the 2x speed for the early game. Byzantines versus Delhi, though, this is a matchup where we've seen a lot of Byzantine players can just break the Delhi very early on if they block the initial Sacred Site control. I actually think this matchup, the more and more I see it, the more I like Byzantines for it. There's been some really cool builds. We've seen some ones that involve going for Hippodrome. We've seen ones that involve just massing longbows with a front line of archers. I really like that particular build. I don't think we'll see the archer build from Killjoy in this particular game. Most likely comp is going to be, what, Limitane plus Lombos can make a lot of sense here. Horseman Lombos seems kind of cool as well. I think Horseman Lombos in this matchup can work. Ghazi can be quite annoying, but the nice thing is the high base damage Lombos kind of bounces out the fights a bit more. Realistically, we will be looking at Lombo, Limitane, and probably a target of Castle for Killjoy. Tower Victory on the other side for May. Should be a standard Ghazi opening. There's no reason not to do it. This is a really good map for Delhi for that reason as well. Like, the resources are very widespread on the flanks, so raiding type units like Knights, Ghazi tend to hit really well on this particular map because you can't stay safely protected for long, and due to the nature of Gorge, Gorge isn't a very wallable map early on. There's two types of games on Gorge, ones with no walls and ones with many walls, right? So you either have games that end so quickly that you're not in that late phase where you can afford to send villagers out and wall the entire map, or you're so deep in the game it's an inevitability. So tech up's complete on each side. Stable opening as we talked about. Other side is the Limitane. Trying to think like if there's value elsewhere into Castle Age out of maybe going Jav contract into camels. I just don't think it hits that well. Like realistically, your biggest threat if the Delhi rush castle is probably men at arms more so than lancers. So it should just be Lombos. Moment of truth coming in. Outpost also going up is really smart here. A little bit rough on the hill, right? The vision should see all the way, though. That's so nice. Remember, even if he sat a scout here, because it's uphill, he'd lose vision. The outpost lets him see. This is a tough thing, because sometimes you think, why not get your hands on border settlements? Border settlements doesn't work uphill. We saw that in a previous game from Byzantine player. They were blind. An outpost at least gives you a protection point. And it also scales nicely in this area, because you're going to want to build farms around the Grand Winery. AKA, you're also going to want to have extra defenses there to garrison inside. So, Lombo contract on the way. May on the other side of this has gone for the blacksmiths. We'll make it a double beastmiths build. That's really smart. I actually think I've seen quite a few players in the Delhi-Byzantine matchup. They do not bother with the fast double blacksmiths. The reason that's a problem is that the Byzantines have really sharp timings on their blacksmith techs because of Dialecticus. Remember, that's the toggle on the systems that gives you quicker tech speeds. It means they can rush in. Like, look at this timing. 38 seconds for a blacksmith tech. So if you don't have double beastmiths, you're going to be behind. And it's very important to make sure that you're on par at least in those initial fights, especially when your opponent goes for the premium longbows. I wonder if we actually eventually do see trade posts. I know someone mentioned it. Doesn't look like there's great options to me. Down here would have been sick. Sipahi can kind of mirror against Ghazi quite nicely, right? And they can easily just flank into archers. Arbitrary later on in the game are quite nice in general, I find. They work in a lot of different matchups. There's a reason why a lot of people feel like French zone quite underwhelming civs overall, but Arbitrary as a unit themselves are busted. Scholar Blocker, we talked about this. You can't afford to lose that first one, but looks like Killjoy got distracted a little. That run by the Ghazi actually might have bought enough time. Unfortunately, it looks like the Wolves are involved and the Limitane are quick to pivot. One Scholar down. May. He didn't even get the capture, by the way. This is really bad. He's got no gold trickle. He's going to go to the other side of the map. That's probably the best case situation. And look at this. I love this from May. This is smart. He sticks his troops between where the enemy troops are and the main base. He understands that right now, Killjoy's army is way too good. 10 Lombos, 10 Limitane, you'll die to it. So what does he do? He cuts the map, he cuts reinforcements, and looks for a favorable engagement on numbers. What's been happening at him by Killjoy is interesting. Still no Sacred Site cap, by the way. If this Scholar goes down, this is big. May hasn't engaged yet. Army is on the way. Scholar's going to start pulling back now. Lombos need some protection. Archers are shifting towards them. Limitane are going to try to defend. Shield wall is up as well. Ghazi can't hang around. In fact, they're kind of baiting themselves. May a little bit off point with the micro here. Lombo Limitane still cutting more reinforcements. I'd say overall these fights have been really good for Killjardy. Like, he lost a few Lombos here, but he traded out quite well for the Ghazi. There's a little bit over micro there by May, just running beyond and not engaging. Now the blocker to the central wall is a big deal as well. Lombos will clear up most of the remaining archers. LB count is a little bit low, but because Killjardy has gone into Horseman, he's not going to be weak for this. I'm actually impressed at how well Killjardy's doing here, but you see what I mean about the blacksmiths, right? Like, May is taking these fights way too early. He has no choice, though. Without Undermesh, this is one-sided, even with limited Lombos. If May can consolidate, bring all these archers forward, he should be able to win then. Makes me wonder, what is Killjardy doing for this type of military advantage to exist? It feels like he's almost setting up for some other play. A play on Nadir is interesting here. Remember, it means he has no pump of Lombos coming. So, I guess this is just mass Horseman Limitane. I'm wondering if that actually works. Like, remember, you are up against these attack speed archers. You do have shield wall, but it feels like that mostly gets offset. The archer bulk is really scary for Killjardy here if May gets it fully online. Okay, there we go. It was just a delay. So Killjardy is now playing out into the extra olive oil. I guess he wanted to have enough troops to secure the flank first. We did mention that's a big issue against Delhi with Ghazi Raiders. Fairness, there aren't many left though, right? May, down to just 5 cavalry units. I'm wondering, does May consider adding in spears here? Because, like, just adding archers alone, you know your opponent's already got stables. You're probably not going to be able to move quick enough to block the left flank resources. The good news, if you're playing as May here, by the way, this is the importance of scouting the entire map, is you know where all the food is. Presumably. I think he actually missed the deer here. But he's already scouted west side and saw no resources, so, like, May should understand the west side is where he targets. Unfortunately, he's going to get jumped first. Horseman, right in. 1 villager kill already. I don't think we've got Expilatores here, which is kind of unfortunate. Would have been some free kills. You typically don't see Expilatores against Delhi in particular because textiles is so easily gotten. So your chances of killing villagers is very low anyway. So it's very hard to return the value on that tech. Yeah. No raid attack. Still, nice chip damage done. 2 villager kills. Nothing to turn your nose up at. Walls are now going up, so it looks like May is just going to try to wall the entire map to keep the raiders out. Horsemen are everywhere though, man. Dude, Killjardy. This is him in the zone. This is the way he loves to play the game. Attack, 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 raid, raid, raid. Another villager goes down. All of a sudden, a 2 eco lead, 4 worker kills overall, Killjardy ahead. In more than one way, remember. You actually compete with the Delhi on berries really well because although they have a 35% increased gathering speed, you have 20% more resources coming in when you gather on berries. If you have irrigation and range, ramp it up even faster. So yeah, Killjardy has to be feeling very content with the state of the game. The archer mass is still to be of chief concern here. I do think he's over-invested in Limitane. Needs to start trying to pivoting that into more farms, right? So you can start getting the Lombo count together. Meanwhile, the archer count do go after the berries. I'm wondering if there's a world in which Killjardy just tries to skirt castle. Does feel a little bit early for it. Well, look at this. He actually is going Expilatores. I mean, in fairness, he's up to 15 horsemen by the time it's complete, right? This is where it does pay off, even against textiles. But guys, it's even better than that. May still doesn't have textiles prepped. This is so expensive what he's doing and so dangerous. And so unnecessary when your opponent masses horsemen. Especially when you're in a game where you don't want to build spears for some reason. I mean, I get it. He's up against potential Lombos, right? But after that initial fight May took, I expected an infantry transition. Instead, he just continues to mirror Cav. Jardy. Just opening potential routes here. Line formation to try and retreat away. He might just have to bail on the Lombos, right? Like, sacrificing Limitane to protect 4 Lombos is not a good idea. I'd say just drop them and run. And yeah, there we go. Limitane. He's still got them in formation. What? Oh no, big mistake made by Killjardy here. Even worse still, because Golden Horn Tower is now in the way. He needs to draw fire right now. Horseman, flanking in. I don't get it, man. I feel like Killjardy, that was so unnecessary. It's such an easy mistake to make, but remember, if you have units in a formation and one's slower than the other, they'll all rather move at that movement speed. So they were moving at 1.12, which means archers with 1.25 will gap close for shots. Awesome raid in. Not able to find more worker kills. Good reaction by May. Expensive losses across the map for Killjardy, and with a tech up like this, an opportunity now presents itself for May to go into the main. 38 archers in position for it as well. Outpost will be garrisoned. I don't think you really want to try to assault this. Apparently, May does. Raid finds another target. This is actually perfect, right? Like, Expilatores paying you at this stage is huge. Still no textiles either. The reason it's huge is, remember, you just teched up the castle. You have a lot of gold expenses that need to be paid for. May just needs to go. Like, I don't know why he even hesitated for a sec here. The moment the tech up completed, he should have been in the main. Instead, he keeps focusing on the berries. Only 5 villagers out here. They're wasting a lot of time. The problem of what May is doing here is, realistically, Killjardy could be setting up a new tower with a mangonel emplacement on the farms, and then you can't dive there. Both going down. So the highlight on the point of Killjardy taking up the gold villages, I think the point is actually the horseman raiding. Expilatores will give you a little bit more gold to make it a little bit less cumbersome here. And also, Varangian aren't too premium on the gold count, and I think that's what you need as a front line now. Horsemen do get sniped down. No veterancy ever came in for them. There's still 12 in the field, though, so possibility there. In fact, it's finally on the way. I feel like this could have been there sooner. Comes back to the issue of using the gold workers to level up, right? But has at least got it on the way now. It makes sense sticking Horsemen, by the way. Very efficient unit when your opponent has mass archers like this. Mangoes could work as well, but you have to remember that right now, Killjardy, if he goes Mangoes, it's very hard to get out of his base. It would kind of forfeit the map over to May, and Sacred Sight's already ticking. Just feels like you're allowing the ticking time bomb to get a little bit too close without a defuse. Wolves are looking to at least keep the cavalry out, and we've even got Cataphracts now being added in by Killjardy. Unexpected development there. Lombos are going to scale, remember. And the Lombos are really the way you try to pick apart these archers. With the veterancy, it's a very big difference. It seems like Killjardy feels like he has to fight before that. Great for attempt on the wall here. He's still heavily outnumbered. However, May's army is slightly discombobulated. I mean, I'm wondering if there's any potential strategic value behind a Cataphract. Maybe you just use him as a raider, but I feel like when you've got Expilatores Horsemen, it's probably better just to stick to your guns with that. Look how tanky these guys are as well, with the +2 ranged armor. Clash comes in. Horseman can surge forward. May has to expose himself. Backstab's coming through on the other side, though, for the Ghazi. Varangian have to react. Limitani in the brace as well. Ghazi not quite able to get on the front line of Lombos, but the reinforcements are in trouble. Good micro through. Horseman just absorbing everything right now. But numbers still looking good for May. A double military advantage for the man behind, but he has to reinvest everything back into this age. No tech up on the way. Varangian numbers now starting to swell. Ghazi, still enough to overwhelm here. Trickle of troops is not going to work. Killjardy needs to get out. In fact, he can't. Lombo's already out of position, means May now turns his 2x army advantage into a 3. Might be a 4. Killjardy in retreat now, but with Lombos, that's easier said than done. Ghazi will find more targets. Hey, we talked about this, right? This guy is relentless. He's non-stop. That's exactly how he's playing now. 7 minutes left on the timer. Archer count high enough that even Varangians start to doubt whether they should be diving. Remember, these guys at this stage in this matchup, they're kind of just worse than men-at-arms. They have 15 less health, right? They're going to reduce the ranged damage rather down to 1 either way. So at this stage, like, you have to think compared to normal men-at-arms, it just takes these archers 15 less shots to kill. And for that, you pay a premium. 130 resources. May back behind the walls here. Gate's now going up. Starting to stockpile resources. He only has 3 scholars, though. The one worry I have for May here is a tech up will not get you your veterancy on archers. You're going to have a very long wait, and there'll probably be a fight before then. But for the time being, a good raid by the Ghazi. Eco gets struck down. May, all of a sudden, adds 7 worker kills to his count. House of Learning now on the way for May. Wait, really? So he just wants to mass men at arms then? I guess you could go Lancers here as well. I'm a little bit perplexed. I mean, I feel like this is one of the maps that catalogs itself as a very good compounder defender map because of the Sacred Site's neighboring vicinity, right? It's very easy to kind of set up on them. I guess you could argue counter-wise, like the keep drops don't feel great because it's not like you're dropping it on a big gold, right? The resources are just too far away. But an unorthodox choice here, especially considering May only has 3 scholars. If he was up at 5 or 6, it would make a bit more sense. He's at least adding in more now. Ghazi still keeping Killjadi on the defensive in a situation where he should be attacking. Unable to, right? Like, the military mass is not big enough to blob and go straight in. Always a risk that you get caught trickling troops as well. Crossbows Lancers are going to be added in, so... Killjadi, he has some elements of the fight he can take, right? Like the crossbows can get targeted down by the longbows, but the front line looks like it's at risk here. With Lancers being the build for May, remember, he will eventually have honed blades. In fact, it would probably be a good idea to start choosing techs here in the first place. It looks like May has been distracted. I mean, you could go compound, or hear me out, you could go House of Learning, and then choose to learn nothing, and then beat Killjadi, and then have everyone question whether May is a god. That is also an option. I will say we're at the point where Compound Defender starts to feel very comfortable. I feel like once you're past 60 villages, putting a few people on Stone Gathering doesn't really kill your economy. I usually get worried when I see someone go Compound Defender when they have like 40 villages, because it just feels like you won't be able to use that landmark for the next few minutes. May, veterancy is going to complete, by the way, guys. 50 seconds out. Killjadi was so delayed getting out of his base here. Because of those raids, it means that May will have the Castle Age army to fight with. She needs to pull back a little bit more. 40 seconds to go. Decap on the Sacred Site. Does May contest this? This is now the critical moment. He needs to ID whether he needs to win in 5 minutes or if he can play late game. May backing off like this suggests he feels he can play late game, right? Because now you get a more desirable fight after the fact, but that time bomb is now going to be diffused. Dangerous game he plays going late here. I mean, we actually have seen, like, when you go into Imperial Age, Delhi can look quite good against Byzantines with Mass Ghazi. I find that it's kind of baffling how often that works out, considering you expect Limitane to just be the default, an easy win for Byzantines. I do think Byzantine players sometimes get locked onto Varangian a bit too late into the game. So if this does go that late, I think what's important for Killjadi is to identify that he's being baited by going heavy infantry and switch over. Because Limitane with teardrop shields are truly no joke. Yeah, this Cataphracts is general, guys. Killjadi's like, we've got to have someone to lead the troops. Summon Lyphiticus, first of his name. Because no one should ever be called Lyphiticus. Kind of sounds Roman, though. We call him Lyphiticus because people believing that he's actually a champ and scary is a lie. And he is not fit for battle. Hence Lyphiticus. Army ready to fight. May has got military advantage here. Remember, it's a full castle army. Minus those 6 Ghazi being feudal still, but who cares about them? We care about the archer blob. Even Varangian's starting to feel the pain. Killjadi doesn't want to fight this, but look at what it's costing him in the retreat. Villagers going down and trying to wall up. He's now going to turn for the clash. But Lancers ready to reinforce the fight. Crossbows ready behind this as well. Just not one Killjadi should ever be taking. Ghazi raid in the meantime is at least going to get shut down. Killjadi now with bigger issues. Yeah, that crossbow ball is big, guys. Killjardy very much at risk here. He needs a way of clearing that out quick. Realistically, he needs siege. In fact, I'm kind of shocked that we aren't on mangoes yet. Instead, he continues to blob up archery ranges. Yeah, a little bit weird, actually, not to be going mangoes. You're in a defensive format now. We mentioned before you had to come out on the map. Maybe he still feels that's the way, but if I was to see 50-plus range units, mangoes is probably the only way you can get out of this. And in a way, it kind of supports your comp, right? You're playing Lombos and Varangian. You're going to be slow either way. It's not like you've got mass lancers and had to build siege. Oh, man, look at his eco. Starting to stockpile towards an imp resource bank here. I don't think that's the real goal. You want to be pop cap before you tech. Killjardy being baited a bit. May starts to poke. Reinforcements are coming. May needs to leave now. Instead, the misclick, he moves forward. Lombo's getting range. Military lead is closing. Killjardy starting to catch up here. Lombos can hold this fight hostage, right? You can't defend from the other side of the wall if there's Lombos nearby. It's going to be a breakthrough. No raids coming in. It feels like May needs to send the Lancers in, do the eco damage, then deal with the threat afterwards. Instead, feels like he's trying to have his cake and eat it here. Good move by Killjardy, and now a move for the decap. And a miss rally again. May twice down with the archers. Completely out of position and cut down. Military lead now gone. Killjardy, can he take this fight? It's a challenging one, but the Lombo's off to a good start. They find the crossbows. Concave working well here. Crossbow count going down fast. This will free up the Varangian to fight. As he actually got the tech, so it looks like he started to research them. Home Blaze is at least there, so the men-at-arms for May should be decent here. But the Lombo still adding a lot of damage in, and May, the hesitation's starting to set in here. Needs to defend soon. Mango comes out. Longbows. No move. Killjardy. Either go for it or retreat. Instead, he sticks to his guns. Longbows finally dodge. Move around the back. Mango's now going to be targeted here, but not enough. Killjardy. Too much meat into the blender. Lombos need to get out. Lance is now freed up to deal with this, and Killjardy behind this. A second wave on the way. A keep drop coming in, but military lead has been removed. Back and forth game here. Killjardy. Lombo count is going to be shrunk down to about 15. The men-at-arms are now more or less unanswered by Killjardy. Remember, the Home Blades and the Tower of Victory mean that Varangian will lose these fights. Damn, what a cool build now. Like, now that it's coming into the picture, May's comp remaining men-at-arms and Lancers making up about 70% of his army is a solid move. And the Mango detail, the thing that we wanted from Killjardy, is the thing that now makes it impossible for Killjardy to fight. Yeah, he has problems here. He's nowhere near going in. He doesn't have second TC. He has no relics. Remember, May's eco is even stronger than it appears. It's 5 relics and 3 sacred sites. This looks like a pretty comfortable position for the Delhi. It's about to get more cozy. Military Academy now in, so military forces will be ramping up even quicker. Springles are being prepped by Killjardy. He has at least got the fast production speed. Remember, Conscriptio does work on these. Although, it definitely works better when you actually chain the building in. It's a bit of a blunder. With all these production buildings here as well, it means Killjardy's not going to be able to ramp up his army as quickly as he otherwise would. Keeping the center is at least slowing things down. May can't approach there. But right now, it's actually Killjardy that needs to approach one of these sacred sites. Block on the breakthrough here. Some weird-ass walls on both sides. A Berserk just to try and, what, run away? Wait, but that doesn't work. Remember, you don't get the movement speed until you're in Impage. Oops. Ram's now down the center. May looking to break this. Uh-oh. The Mangoes are a big problem here. In fact, this melee blob can't really do much against them. Springles being held back right now, just trying to deal with the Rams. It's going to be a dive in. Only 2 Springles means the Mangoes could get a very good shot off here. Instead, they a little bit hesitant. Instead, it's the forced march! Straight in on the anti-siege! What a move, May. Still has the movement speed to get the second. That's 2 C's down. And the mangoes are unleashed. That might be the decisive moment. What a move. What a timing. May, the most underrated of techs coming into play in this game. Every time you see it, you wonder why you never see it more. Forced March, just a sick reminder of how powerful of a tech it is. Looks like 1 mango went down, but 3 still remain. Shots coming in. Kiljadi on the verge of defeat here. Sacred Site timer down to just 4 minutes remaining. Springald is going to dive in to try and snipe out the remaining blob siege. But I think he's lost too much. Kiljadi no longer with a front line here. Landsneck trying to save the day is going to be a fail. And this is going to be curtains closed on the Finn. May, what a cool game. What a sick game, man. Lance's Men-at-Arms. We see it quite often from the Delhi, but never with the home blades. No one ever seems to be going for this build anymore. May just giving us a firm reminder of why it can be good. Kiljadi barely holding on to his own production at this stage. You know, he does at least have the food to keep pumping. But now the Wolves still break through with Springald reactions coming in. Wouldn't be surprised if we got more mangoes afterwards. A crossbow mass that's far too big to easily address. I think it's fair to say that the Delhi specialist has proven why we call him that. Just a smart read as well, man. I wonder if Delhi should be going home blades more against Varangian. It is actually a really solid fight for you. And the cool thing is, like, usually the issue is Byzantines have production surge that favors them, but, you know, with the ability to garrison your Raxes and double production rates, I think Delhi can match you. 3 minutes away from a 6-side victory. I'm going to hit the fast forward a bit. Kiljadi is just reacting to the flank raids right now. The eco damage continues to add up. Love that May isn't just overcommitting, but he's also not shying away from poking to see what his opponent is doing. Just trying to force reactions from Kiljadi before he can get military clumped together. Ball's now going up. Just reducing options, right? Like, how do you now reach the flank sacred sites quick enough? You don't. How do you now overwhelm with Landsneck, Horsemen, these type of things? You don't. Just a ranged-on-range battle where you don't have control of the siege. May most definitely has control of the crossbows. 48 in total. A little bit of a breakthrough attempt here. Kiljadi desperate. Just reset that timer one more time, but while being a minute away from victory, May makes another move. Imperial Age now on the way. He's already popped. He's got nothing else to spend for. Why the hell not? The question is, what's going to come first? The GG tap out or the Imperial flag? Breakthrough for the Wolves. Kiljadi, a last-ditch attempt to try and reset this game. But I think it's too late. The burn through not going to be quick enough. It's GG. May gets it with an Imp and Sacred Site victory. Well played. That was a really cool game. Oh, what do we call that one? I'm trying to think actually like what the cool thing to highlight on a YouTube video would be there. It's probably something to do with the House of Learning, right? Force March OP? Maybe. I'm trying to think we can get a bit more creative. Delhi's most underrated tech. I might have already done a video like that. But it is so true still to this day. And I'll put fastest unit in game, which is technically true, right? Sup, Angusha, could someone refer me to a recent video to watch to learn the games and also maybe learn English? We upload all the time, buddy. We literally upload daily on YouTube. There's probably a bunch of English games in there as well, spread out. So definitely plenty of games to learn different civs and different matchups with. But if you want build orders, there's definitely going to be like some players do build orders for English and whatnot. We focus more on the wider game, but we upload daily. I mean, that literally every day without fail. There's an insane amount up there. Gamba Wingcast? What do you think, guys? Is it Dragavan time? Is it time for Mr. Gamba Wing? You in a fresh game now? Are you in a fresh game and just talking? Yeah, go for it, mate. English versus Ironman's Gamba Wing? Dude, I've got to see this. Core, no, I haven't cast your games against Myriad. Did you do Gamba Wing? No voice can't hit the... There you go. What the hell is that account name? Lucifer the Lightbringer. Is this a fresh account from Myriad? No, this isn't a fresh account. Why have you called yourself Super Sin? No, we did. We need to see the Gamba Wing for sure. There was a Vietnam 20 yesterday, was there? I don't think there was a Vietnam 20 yesterday. Or like, oh, you mean people from Vietnam? I thought you meant the Civ. We have got a custom Civ tournament coming in August. I think it's like 18th of August, around there. I did not cast Faye's Yumi game yet. If she wants to link me the game, I'm happy to go over. I don't know if she's still here. She should have probably gone to sleep by now. Chile hosted some Scandinavian 20. Ah, okay. Oh, wait. Are you talking about the show match between... Yeah, I know about that from Lamette, right? There was one between you and Gully, right? Is that the one you're talking about? But they were talking about a Vietnam one. So I don't know if they mean the Civ or the country was having like some sort of tournament. That's what I'm like, I don't know. Which of the two things does this mean? Me no. I'm curious though, man. English versus Ibex. On Cliffside as well, man. Like Gamba Wing. Would that make it better or worse? I guess this depends on the Ford or back gold spawn. If there's a Ford gold spawn, he's dead. Or theoretically should be. Alright, let's find out. God, my throat. The Iabid Trade Wing. Pathetic and weak or underrated? That's what we're here to find out. Dragavan takes to the field with another one of his challenges here. He is convinced that Trade Wing is OP, and he's here to prove it. Up against none other than the English in the hands of Blige. Blige, a player who consistently finds himself in the top 100 rankings right now. Very capable player. And on Cliffside of all places, we already said getting into this when we were talking live stream side of things, first thing to check was going to be the gold spawn. Because if it's a Ford gold spawn, this is an easy GG for the English. Tick one box. Trade Wing might be able to do it, folks. Dragavan gets the back spawn on gold. Trade Wing, for those that do not know, and are like, oh, trade's always good, KP. We're not talking a Bassett trade. We're talking Trade Wing, aka the one that gives you random choices, things like trading gold for food, trading gold for wood, or trading gold for units. But the RNG factor of it and some of the underwhelming choices that you can end up with have left most players dodging the hell out of it like it's the plague. Dragavan is here to try and convince us that those players are wrong. Those players make up some of the best players in the game, so he's got his work cut out for him. Dragavan is no stranger to the high rankings himself, by the way. Right now, he's ranked about 80th in the world, so a very talented player in his own right. See if he can flex it and get even higher. This is the guy that actually, after Philosberto, who seeded #1 for the NA LAN, was convinced that Camel Riders were trash. Dragovan's the one that went and done a game that convinced him otherwise. So never count this boy out. He does some magical things with the Ibids and the Abbasids. Other side of it, Blige should be going for something a bit more atypical here. Like, English players are usually quite content with the idea of going, like, what, 2TC against the Ibid still. 2TC White Tower just feels very safe. I think realistically you can play Council Hall all in up against the Ibids if you're worried about them fast castling. It's a bit of a tougher spawn because of the back spawn gold, though. Like, I think that when you play English in this matchup, you need to scout the forward. If you don't see gold here, you don't count 2 golds on the forward, you're going to have to play more defensive. You'll still go Abbey of Kings because you can just try to raid and do chip damage. But even the King feels a little bit underwhelming here in blocking the initial strategies to Ibids, right? You can't camp the King on a Relic because Dervish reduces his damage too much. You can't dive into the eco easily because the Ibids play very tight and defensive. And you can't contest an initial Desert Raider because you will get clapped. But there's no Desert Raiders coming, folks. There it is. Tradewing on the way. All right, I'm actually curious as well, guys. One's, if you back Dragovan's statement that Tradewing is OPA and people are sleeping on it. Two's, if you actually just genuinely think there is no good option other than going for the military wing growth. Because we've seen maybe like 2 to 3 Tradewing games in 2024, I feel like. It's been barely any. And it's looked underwhelming practically every time it's come out. In theory, if you get the right option, like if you get really good rolls on your first 2 rolls, it can potentially look busted. Maybe even better than Military Wing. But the chances, the probability just don't make it worth it, right? You know, like it's... I'm going to Dota it up. It's like old school Phantom Assassin. Just hoping when you jump in, you get that 10% crit. If you get it, great. If you don't, goodbye. And that just doesn't make sense in 1v1s. I think team games is actually weirdly enough where you can get away with the luck element a bit more, if that makes sense, because the RNG factor is diluted, but it still has a very big impact if it works. But in 1v1s, in the purity of one-on-one, equal starts, getting bad luck can basically just decide a game before 8 minutes. I mean, we've seen it in Sheep, right? The infamous Wham games where he gets maybe 4 Sheep total. Might see it in trade. Here we go. So choices are going to be double wood, 1 food, and trader. Yeah, that's not good. I'll have to call out which trade options we have, guys. Sorry, the UI is going to be in the way. Too many things to remove and change. So he actually bought the wood and the food. Intriguing. I mean, could you use this to farm a fast castle build is what I'm wondering. You know, in theory, another way you could see this maybe being quite strong is if you get your hands on, like, double stone purchase. Because remember, it gives 175 stone, not like 150, right? So 175 stone, you get 2 charges of that. That's a TC cost. Right? Same with the wood. Like, look how quickly you can just escalate into a TC. You can't see gambas, but you can see me hovering them. Literally, you can read Neri. There you go, right there. I already just glazed over this. I'm not changing the UI mid-game. King. Now come around the back. Desert Raiders have to be queued up. The King gets countered by a single Desert Raider, guys. Oh, Shiv's out. Not quite able to pinch him here. Good reactions quickly by Blige to get away. And now, with a single Desert Raider out, this is where Blige will just have to retreat away. Cool thing as well is when you start a step like this with the camel shots, you can just mitigate the ability to heal for longer. Behind this, we have not got a 2TC build. We've actually got Blige trying to play aggro. I'm not sure this is the right call against a Tradewing build, though, dude. He's trying to scale into Lombos now. But here's the thing. Remember, if you get the rolls right, you can get your hands on some good old little Javi throws, right? A little bit more lightly armored, but the skirmishes are intended to kind of poke and prod. And we do have Traders Unleashed. Oh my god, he's actually going to do it. Is he going to walk for the corner as well? He is, isn't he? Yeah. This is so greedy, though. It's kind of cool the way he done this. By going double Desert Raider, he's pushing Blige back to his side of the map, so he's hiding the play. But Blige should be getting a little bit suspicious, right? Like, why would he double Desert Raider? One Desert Raider should be enough to keep the king away. You go 2 if you want to keep him on your side of the map. So there must be a reason behind this. Blige, of course, investing in Lombos, is going to try to invest Y very soon. Scout will be able to block the walls. Outpost is going to go up, so Dragovan just worried about those flank attacks. Horseman now also being queued up, so appropriately countering the Lombos. And we are about to get our second trade wing. I'll call out what we'll get here. Going to try to be on point, just checking back every 2 minutes, so we get it perfect. How's the wrong casting going today? You know, surprisingly enough, we haven't been wrong too often. I feel like I'm not living up to my brand. Oh, no, that's unfortunate. He got double Bedouin ticket. The Bedouin swordsmen are not what you want. You want Bedouin skirmishers. Remember, Bedouin swordsmen are melee units that get bonus damage against melee. Not ideal up against Lombos that get bonus damage versus light infantry. So kind of a wasted ticket like we talked about. But he takes it anyway. He also does have a point in the wood and a point in traders that he can use. But for now, looks like he's just trying to clump up troops. So remember, these guys better against melee. In theory, if you can pinch the king, great. But that shouldn't really ever be happening here. Yeah, this just doesn't feel great, man. I'm not a big fan of having to go for the Bedouin swordsman. I wonder if there would have been better value in keeping the gold. Maybe just getting the traders instead. But he probably felt like he needed to get extra units, so he had kind of saturation to feel safe. And the trade wing is every 2 minutes. So quite a long wait if you get terrible choices. I think that's probably why Dragovan just bit the bullet and took the Bedouin. Is like, realistically, you've stockpiled all this gold. You might as well use it. Oh, sorry, yeah, no, 3 minutes. Sorry, yeah, 3. Sorry, we've got 2 minutes left. Yeah, 3 minutes per rotation, and you get 4 choices. Horseman now poking. This is good. Remember, the king can't get away, so you can kill him over time. Realistically, you want to try to keep 1 Desert Raider nearby, just in case the king tries to turn, but I don't think you should be able to beat the 2 horsemen now. Health is getting a little bit too low, so that's going to be an expensive loss for Blige. But Blige may be happy with this. Look what he's doing. Castle Age now on the horizon for the English. Dragovan, meanwhile. What's he up to? He's waiting, isn't he? This is a lot of gold again. You've still got 60 seconds to go here. The other problem is, as you add in more traders, you end up with even more gold surplus, right? Just on a delay in a weird way. Realistically, he could drop a marketplace and now start selling for food to tech up. I'm not sure there's any other play here against Castle Age English, right? Like, can you all in them? It's just such a difficult civ to dive, right? With the aura, the double TC fire, it's just not an easy task, especially with lightly armored units. King at least removed, though. Steeled Arrow being queued up, and Blige is going to take a full defensive format here. New trade options coming in 25. I think ideally what you want here is probably Bedouin skirmishers. Maybe just food, actually. Food would be even better. He's starting to stockpile now, but having that extra food means you'll just be nicely balanced between gold and food to just spam units upon arrival in the age. Another nice thing, at least, about Bedouin swordsman with the way this is played out, is Blige is going to want to add in a front line when he reaches castle. And that's where you'll be able to fight the front line better. On top of that, because he hasn't lost the Bedouins, remember, they do get automatically upgraded when you age up. Their stats improve. Growth Wing now on the way, so Dragovan is going to inflate that eco. Trade's still not being touched. I feel like Blige has maybe been overly defensive here. Leaning out to the right side was very feasible from his position, but now I'm starting to wonder if he even knows. Right, he lost the king, he lost the scout. Presumably, you've got to be, to a certain degree, expecting traders with the way this has been played. He hasn't sniffed it out at all. Double blacksmiths as well. That's really smart. Typically, there's a very big issue with Irobids where they're a little bit slow on getting their blacksmith techs. This offsets it. And also, it's going to put him very close to the tier 2. He's got all this gold coming in, right, with the trade. He should be able to start pumping researchers really quick and getting them much quicker, every 40 seconds instead of every minute. And Blige is just sending at one unit type. Mass Lombos. One problem here is Dragovan doesn't have a quick way of building siege, right? Like, most of his army's cav, and he didn't go military wing, so he can't build it quicker. Traders are going to get intercepted, though. 3 of them going down. Big mistake made. Dragovan didn't see it coming. Dive towards the eco. Blige. We'll be able to find one villager. We'll back away. Tech up. Almost done. This is another sucky thing, by the way. He can't get the unit straight away. This is something that always is tilting people right now. Another reason why Trade Wing sucks. If you're teching up, it gets put behind these. So you actually have to wait. Kind of annoying, right? If you got the gold, now you just invested it like this. You're stuck waiting to actually get the investment back. And never, ever cancel them. Because if I remember correctly, it still doesn't refund. Which is also quite dumb. But double skirmish is pretty cool. Plus 14 HP. Some extra damage as well. So these Bouldering skirmishes do sting harder. They are a decent answer up against the range component on the other side, remember. As you can see, they do get the appropriate bonus damage against the Lombos. In fact, they're kind of cool. They get bonus damage against all light infantry. So that would include things like Spearmen as well, which, funnily enough, is what Blige is adding in. Another ticket coming in 20 seconds. I mean, if this is another double skirmisher roll, I think it's a pretty good outlook for Dragovan. He starts to have a supporting arc to deal with those spearmen quickly, and that will open the floodgates for the Camel Lancers. Remember that Eco Wing did put Dragovan back ahead, which he needed considering Blige did go for the 2TC build off of the back of the Castle Age landmark. Definitely a Castle Age landmark, guys. Ignore that Age 2. Traders are going to mix it up, so they're going the safe route now. I think he's also microing around the flank because he's worried Longbows are trying to intercept here. Blige almost just feels like he's been a bit too defensive about this. It kind of makes sense, right? Like, you know, late game's really good for you, not so much for Ibids, and you are scaling TC. He also is getting relics, so doesn't really need to dive the enemy base, just needs to take that extra objective away from his opponent. Dragovan now with the Camel Lancers, though, goes to the charge in. Spearman baited out position. It's going to be a flood through. Lombos have got the attack speed aura on their side here, but the double undermesh is already in. So front line for Dragovan, very tanky. But the hate for the deer is real. I don't know if that helped or hindered him. He's still got it in time. Skirmishes are slow to follow up here. Lombos in the retreat. That deer really is never going to mess with Dragovan again. And Lance is reduced to the count here. Blige might be in trouble. 15 archers and scaling down. A little bit of an attack click onto the outpost. A bit of mistake being made there, but a leak over now starting to reach into the villages. Blige, no standing army to speak of here. The Bouldering skirmishers still have not been killed. So that's something to deal with trickling spearmen. Like, he actually might have just killed him. Like, I legit think he just killed him. Dragovan still has 8 Camel Lancers and Blige has nothing. Eco lead is gone. This game is over. What a timing attack out of Dragovan. That was sick. 11 Camel Lancers now. And Blige, at risk of being idled out on the farms, it is his one lifeline to stay in this game. God damn, what a move. Blige just seemed to assume this was going to head to the late game, thought he was going to get his relics, park himself nicely, make some pretentious statement and go in Imperial Age, but Dragovan says no. I mean, the Lancers are parked now, right? Like, the double undermesh time. I think this is like one big lesson I think IBIT players could take away from this game. It's weird, for sure, Trade Wing. It's not even that I'm going to highlight, though. It's the blacksmith detail. Like, his undermesh timing on level 2 was so well prepped. I think that's the thing that's sometimes missing for IBIT players, is these Camel Lancers just dive in and they die to TCs. Not this game, though. One little attempt to come out is going to be a firm denial there. Blige is dead, guys. He's down by over 20 villages. It's done. Trade Wing. OP? I don't know if I want to go that far. Kill deer into GG. Yeah, I would do that if it wasn't for the fact he just done a Trade Wing build. What to call that one? How to word that one? New IO-bid meta? What if Tradewing actually won games? Actually, I think the title for that's going to be if playing Age of Empire, playing Age of Empires was a roulette game. There we go. No, he didn't White Tower. He went King's Palace because he was 1 TC. Yeah, I think that's a good title for it. Well played. You found the Yumi game? Alright guys, do we want to see Dragavan doing it to Blige again? Or do we check out the Yumi game? How does it feel to be the wrongest caster? You know what? It's feeling pretty good right now. Already said my piece on that crap. You know what? You know what's nice about being wrong? Oh, it means you didn't just say the same exact thing every 15 casts. Or 50, or 100. Ineffective stat defenses are sometimes. I mean, it's 10 plus heavy cav with double ranged armor. It should be effective. One sec. God, my throat feels weird. I mean, I've said this before, like, being right all the time is boring, and I never want to be right all the time. But the fact that I'm willing to, like, actually try to deep dive things, what's going to happen 5-10 minutes ahead of time. Kind of wish more casters, not just AoE4, but in general, would do that. And then if you're wrong, it gives you something to talk about. When you are right, you look like a god, but my goal isn't to look like a god, it's to, like, you know, speculate the existence of the game instead of just doing the alternative, which is literally saying, oh, look, he's built a spear. He's built another spear. He's going to build another spear. Now the spears are going to fight. And look at the spears fight. Wow, the spears are fighting. Behind this, he's built another village. Like, you know, you got to find things to talk about and analyze for the game AoE4. Yeah, the discussion's midstream. I don't know if I'll upload a YouTube video. I just don't try to make a drama about it. I 100% think, you know, the way that was handled by the person was incorrect. And I've told them that. I've told them my feelings on that. Like, it's, I don't think you should take a dump on other people who cast. Constructive criticism is fine, but just calling someone wrong all the time is, like, I mean, 1, factually incorrect, but, like, 2, not constructive. It's about as constructive as the original comment that got that going. Yeah. And I mean, like, if that's the, I don't know, man, if that's the way you want to, like, apply yourself as well, like, that proves my point about the toxicity I talked about. Like I said, I'm proud, like, you know, I may be talking about it now, but, like, in general, like, we don't really engage with toxic attitudes towards other people. I get out of my way. God knows there's been people who definitely bloody well could have, but I don't do it. Because I want to build a community that lasts and doesn't just, like, build itself on festering hate for other people. I don't think that's their intent, but I think, like, if you do that kind of stuff, you risk it. I mean, I'm proud of the community we built here. I like to think, like, I think I said it earlier, I like to think that we actually have one of the least toxic and welcoming communities on the directory. By far. Kind of pride myself on that. We might tease, we'll have a little bit of fun with Voldemort core, but that's like, that's back and forth. That's badminton of crap talk, right? It's not like we're piling on someone and just making it real personal. What about running Twitch Gamba for casts? Oh, what, you mean predictions? We do it. Usually for, like, tournament games, mainly, I feel like it fits. For pubs, I'm not so sure. Yeah, like personally, I think the TLDR are my whole take on that thing, and I think I said it a little bit earlier. The way that they engaged with it, because they felt attacked and I got referenced, then using me, like, but you know what it was? Okay, here's the perfect metaphor for how it played out. It was the equivalent of being the kid that pissed your pants in class, and then the kid next to you, like, slips and falls in dog crap. And then because you don't like that everyone's focused on you peeing your pants, you're like, oh my god, look at that guy! Oh my god, oh my god, he slipped in dog crap! He slipped in dog crap! It doesn't change the fact you peed your pants. It just makes you like a person who experienced that and then decided instead of like trying to rise above it or be better, you drag someone else literally through the, in that case, like not even like figurative, the literal dog crap, right? And by doing so, you just made yourself look worse in my eyes and other people's eyes. Because now to like feel better about whatever's being said about you, you had to drag someone else down. And I always say every time, my goal is not to drag people down. When I try to rise people up, go out of my way to raise people up. Jesus. When you sit there and drag people down, like, you know, you demean the fact that someone done something good. Like, don't get me wrong, we highlight mistakes when mistakes happen. You have to highlight mistakes. Right? We do it in cast all the time. But we also praise good plays. All right. Off we go. Maybe I should make this into a video. Maybe I don't know, my editor can just sift through the drama. I should tell him to start watching the VODs. Start spending his days festering in it. One sec, sorry, just checking messages. Alright, let's get ready to go. I appreciate you all. Alright, let's get ready to go. Oh, God. Alright, guys, do we want this game or do we want the Fae game? It's a Desert Raider game. Boo. It's not Tradewing. Do we really want it? I mean, there's a chance he might do Tradewing Castle, right? Alright, guys. 1's in chat if we stick with this. 2's if we go to the Fae game. Time to find out if Dragavan's a man of the people. He promised me a Tradewing game. We're in Feudal Age, and it's not going to be Tradewing, so we are holding our breaths, and we are hoping in anticipation that this is a Castle Age Tradewing Bazaar. We'll find out quickly, though. On the other side, Dragavan, he just beat Blige with a Tradewing Gamba build. Can he do it again? Or is he going to take the normal path? Is he going to go to the dark side of Military Wing Reinforcement into Growth Wing? Let's find out. Blige is already deep in the dark side. This guy plays more Roost than I think anyone else in the top 50 at this stage. I might be wrong on that, but he's definitely top 3, top 5 for sure. This is his most played Civ, if I'm not mistaken. I think other Civs that might be up there, I think Abbas's traditionally has been up there quite high for him, but Roost is definitely one of his most played. And a decent spawn for it as well, right? Stone on the forward, Kremlin in range of the deer. This is a really nice TC drop. He could go for a retracted one, like maybe you TC drop here actually, and then you hunt and cabin out. It's such a safe area to gather in. Just a nicely spread out spawn. Gold income isn't too bad either, right? He already got wheelbarrow prepped. He's got Kremlin on the way. This is an ideal situation for him. He's probably got like 230 bounty. Don't know how people can main Roost. Do one minigame, you're already sick of it. I used to like Roost main. Back when it was impressive to micro like that. I was good at it. Then I got bored. I don't know, man. I've said... Oh, God. Wait, Dragavan just lost the scout. What? He didn't know. He legit didn't know. Oh, wow. Dragavan now playing a blind game while going castle. Doesn't know what Blige's intent is necessarily going to be here. So that person right there, you see how Wafty's just said Roos is hella fun? What? Let me just translate. Let me read between the lines. Winning games is fun. That's what he meant to say. Yep, that's basically it. Desert Raider is going to poke a little here, but... Oh, no, dude, this landmark is absurd. Remember, the Kremlin has an insane attack speed every 1.12 seconds. You step in range, you die in basically just over a second. So, miracle that Dragavan kept the Desert Raider alive. Resources are being stockpiled quickly here. So, second TC intent is known. Dragavan did at least scout that, even though he lost the scout. That's important. This should just be like, what? Do you probably go, I'd say, it's kind of wild, but maybe a double moss drop. It's really crazy, but like realistically in this game, how are you going to dive with initial camel lances against the Kremlin? Right? Maybe you go after the main tree line, but even that feels very difficult to attach because most of the villagers are now going to be in the fort. Well, the reason it deals more damage than a standard outpost is meant to be castle turrets, right? But then even with castle turrets in mind, it does even more damage because the standard like outpost landmark is, I want to say 8 damage? Is it 8 or 10? I think it's 8, right? Maybe it depends. I think some might be 10. But remember, because it gets castle turrets, not only does its like base shot do more damage, but then every single other unit that garrisons side will get +2. That's the crazy part. Like getting castle turrets by default, I think, is what really ramps this up to insane degrees. In fact, you host them, so it is 10 default. Yeah, okay. Because your base TC is actually only 8, which is kind of wild when you think about it. Defensive landmarks, why do they look OP? I don't know, maybe because they're stronger than even a starting TC. Wall's now going up. Oblige is going to camp himself in. Doesn't feel obliged to come out. I'm sorry that was terrible, but I'm gonna give myself a clap because you know when I feel like yeah you know what when someone's like your jokes are cringe, you know what? Yeah, the joke was good. Dragavan. Yes! The boy is loyal. The Norwegian never lets us down. Tradewing Bazaar Castle Age. Because he does everything bizarre. I can't believe it. Chat was like, I don't know about this. He's dishonoring us. They had me down. I was on board. I was like, I don't know. I think maybe we need to just switch game. Dragavan, we should have kept faith. He never lets us down. This man comes in my chat, says, I'm going to do something, and then he does it. I respect that. And also, by the way, he says it beforehand. He doesn't do like one of those things where he's like, 2 days later. He doesn't do... Okay, I'm going to shame him. He's muted me, so like he can't hear me say this. He's like watching the stream silently. He doesn't do a call where he just drops into my DMs and is like, have you checked all my stomps of this person recently? No, Dragavan, he puts on his crazy scientist outfit and walks into the unknown, knowing that there's a very good chance you get egg on his face. I'd say AoE 4's, yeah, probably in its best state it's ever been. Development is a bit slow. I think they need to release more content, but in terms of like compared to where the game has been, it is in its best state. Bludge. And the Civ that is in by far the best state. Roost still a dominant pick here. Soon to be on the way towards Castle Age with an eco lead already. And here we go. First tickets. It was Badoon Skirmisher, double woods, and then he's got 1 for traders. So 5 skirmishers immediately take to the field. I wonder, you know, is it worth rushing? Yes, dude, we're so in sync. I said this earlier, like with the map control, you want to just rush mosques. This is so smart. Even more so with Tradewing, because you put that gold to great use, right? Compared to like a normal marketplace, you have a better way of exchanging it. Much better way, like 350 gold to get 625 wood. Desert Raiders plus the Badoon Skirmishers are now going to arrive. High Trade House is on the way up. Get your numbers in for Blige, folks. Not a great one, but he just wants the tech timing. And this is where we all mold, right? Fortified Palisade walls. Oh boy. Do I need to go on another monologue about these? I think I'm going to, for once, not bother. We know everything we need to about this wall. It is not going to break in time. And there's the traders. Wait, but this is terrible. What? Are you gonna? Yeah, he's gonna walk a villager all the way up to the sacred site, right? Yeah, this is one of those spawns where Tradewing. I would have forgiven him. Another reason why I wasn't maybe expecting Tradewing in this game is because of this trade post location. It's the close by one, so like optimal trade is next to your opponent's base. It's just not realistic. I think we're gonna get like 120 on that trade post. Ooh, 59. So that should end up being 118. Break from the walls continues. Remember, he can't come to repair because the Badoon skirmishes. You know, I keep saying Badoon, and I feel like I'm saying it in a very British way. Is it Bedouin? Or Badoon? It's making you wonder what I'd be doing. The way I see. I'm sorry, that was terrible. Both are wrong. I'm sorry, Farman. I don't trust you. Badoin? Is it Badoin? 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 I mean, who cares? We're never going to see this unit, so no one's going to judge me. Badoin. Badoin? This is the commentary level we're at. There you go, guys. I can either always be wrong, or this could be the commentary. Gulam's Desert Raiders will break through the wall, but quickly realize it's not an idea to dive even deeper. Traders are going to get a good route, by the way. He went all the way to the deep corner. And he's building a tower on the Sultan. Oh my god. There's no way Blige expects this, right? I mean, he is building men-at-arms, but guys, like, men-at-arms don't gap close quickly, and the crossbows do nothing. Is this going to be the infamous clown-carring Dragovan, only with the ultimate clown car? Oh my god, it might be. We're going to find out. He hasn't got more of the Bedouin. No, that sounds even worse. Bedouin. Second with the sun on the way. The best part is he's building them right in front of Blige. Like, yeah? And what? What are you going to do? Oh my god. And remember, guys, he can buy more wood, right? Very optimally here. I want to know when we're actually getting some relics, though, because he hasn't... Like, he built the mosque ages ago, but it's like he's forgotten about it. Remember, these things hit hard, by the way, like a truck. 600 damage. Wait, you guys want to follow this one in? Let's tune in to the perspective of the Tower of the Sultan. Let's tune in to the... Bro! You might need to clash here. Blige, a big commitment, a big explosion. I'm not sure that one paid for itself. Maybe the second one can make up for it. It's going to need to. Militia were pulled for this defense. Line spread thin. Dragovan. Is he holding this? I feel like the issue is you kind of need to target the crossbows. There we go. Shots from the Tower of Sultan are now going towards them. Maybe the Gulams could just about hold on here. He needs a new wave, though. I think Dragovan, that was a little bit of a missed micro and overextension there. Maybe enough to hold. Tower of Sultan is still trying to front line. The men-at-arms are going to torch it down, though. So a second one falling, and I just don't think this was worth it, guys. Dragovan also has a humongous macro issue behind this. Look at his resources. It's actually crazy. If he was pumping troops the whole time, this would look really good. But I think Dragovan may have gotten a little bit too tunnel visioned here. He has at least still got the traders coming. So pretty big boom on the income there. He has started to queue up more units. He was far too distracted, man. I feel kind of bad for him. Like, I could see this strategy actually breaking Blige if Dragovan wasn't too busy being distracted by it. So what's the comp now? Like, realistically, it should be crossbows for Dragovan. I thought it was going to be crossbows the whole time. Because you can kind of clown car, right? You can clown car with crossbows, and anytime someone comes nearby, poke, go back in. I guess it works a bit better with archers due to the attack speed animations, but should have a similar effect. More Blige. Trying to do everything you can to avoid an immediate mass farm transition, but it is gradually now on its way. Eco lead is starting to extend. Second TC's coming in to offset that. So Dragovan will have trade and TC. Definitely needs to get some troops as well, though. I think it's fair to say that investing in something other than those siege towers would have paid off. Maybe siege towers once you actually have got the tier 4 golden age, but before, not so impressive. Yeah, kind of funky as well going into Lancers here. The problem with Lancers in this matchup is the walls. Your Lancers should realistically never be breaking into raids, so like at that point, Gulams just feels more cost efficient. And, either way, it feels rough if you're up against crossbows. For now, it is mostly men-at-arms from Blige. In fairness to him, Dragovan, at least with the Camel Lancers, he's keeping Blige dancing. I don't think Blige knows about the 2TC. Oh my god, though. He doesn't even want to see the trade. He came for the relic. Uh-oh. There's no way he didn't see that, right? It's possible? Maybe he thought there was units flanking around there? Right? Because he would have rallied for the relic and then back. So there is a chance Blige still doesn't know about the trade, and that's a big deal if he doesn't. Currently, it's up to 8, and it is returning 91 gold each way. Second TC has now been revealed, so Blige knows about this. Army needs to defend. Badoan swordsmen need higher numbers right now. But he's used all the trade options. Trade being on cooldown for 60 more seconds here. Mamluk's bravery could be big if you weren't so outnumbered. Camel Lancers are coming around the back, though. Straight onto the crossbows. Gets rid of the counter. Mamluk's bravery is going to start triggering the crossbows. Going to start hitting bloody hard here. I think Blige may have misread the timing here. Camel Lancers now turn for the fight. A damn good hold for Dragovan. And one that was most definitely needed. Wow. Heavy investment and loss for Blige. Main line goes down. Nothing bleeds through. He bleeds himself. Has got reserves to build up a second wave. Has got the farms to last him long time here. My worry is, with this trade wing in a weird way, Dragovan does have ways of kind of matching it to a certain degree. The buys on wood or the buys on food can kind of offset the lack of farms and get him towards that more naturally. At least now with the second TC, it means he doesn't have to worry about that eco lead getting bigger. In fact, with the addition of trade, it could get smaller. The relics are a problem, though. I think if I had to highlight one area where Dragovan completely dropped the ball, it was the relics. He had a mosque insanely early. He should have been pumping one imam. It's a little bit expensive, but we saw him at multiple points having the surplus resources. He could have had 3 relics before Blige was even looking at it. Instead, have this awkward situation where Blige is getting a ridiculous advantage that he otherwise should not have. Dragovan. Credit to him, those Camel Lancers did actually pay off in the end. Military Academy now on the way in, so we should be starting to surge. Badoan swordsmen being added in again, so now up to 9 in total. Remember, these are really good answer to men-at-arms and spearmen. They get bonus damage versus melee. They have a very quick attack speed. Just naturally very bulky as well. 168 HP is kind of nuts, right? Like, Gulim's 195. Looks like they're doing a revelation on the big gold. Warrior Monk does actually stay alive here. Bad news for Dragovan, he just realized, oh, yeah, right, those relics were a thing. Third TC as well from Dragovan. I think he bought the stone here. That would make a lot of sense. Yeah, this was his starting stone, right? Gold was on the back. So he definitely bought some stone to get into this. Remember, when you spend 350 gold, you get 325 stone. Doesn't sound like the best deal, but stone is incredibly valuable, right? Gold, a bit more permanent and easily, consistently achievable. Blige has reposted the numbers. 51 military to 48 now. Third group of Badoan swordsmen have been added in. Crossbow count is starting to scale. Blige poking at the fight. Warrior Monk is going to be going down as he tries to snatch that final relic away. Badoan, look at the gap close here. Camel Lancers reaching in as well. Crossbows to start to step back. A bit of a miss micro there. Blige disengages the melee line. Badoan will now go in. Militia have been pulled. Dragovan at military disadvantage. Has to try and buy time, but in the retreat it might cost him dearly. Militia still have 45 seconds to work with. And Dragovan, his army is slow, remember. Those swordsmen do not move that quickly. 1.25 movement speed. The men-at-arms, the Gulims, they are slowing them down. We'll just about get out of range. Dragovan dodges a dodgy fight here. Now, prepping the archer transition behind this. Makes a lot of sense. Badoans can beat the men-at-arms, and then the archers can beat everything else. Even the militia will die very quickly to them. Remember, that's a snowball factor, because you do get the Mamluk's bravery when you get kills that way. Retreat towards the choke points. Swordsman spread out again. Militia are about to expire, folks. Only 5 seconds left over, but not many of them left anyway. Can he get through the front line fast enough here? It looks like he can't, but behind this, Blige is going to get through the age. High armory on the way behind this. Just needs to make sure he doesn't lose too much. A lot of bravery buffs coming through. Dragavan now hunting forward. Behind this, no tech up of his own, mind you. However, there might be bigger issues here, folks. Like Blige with his tech up. He's only got, what, 4k gold in the corner. High Trade House did end up being 119 gold, so rounded up slightly. This gold vein is going to run out. So there is maybe a question mark that he needs to make a claim for the 8k. And yes, cool. Dragavan did build the early moss. We talked about it already. He went into it and forgot about it. Only realized when his opponent snatched 4 relics. Kind of crazy just how far forward Dragavan could have been in this game compared to where he is. Blige. Oh my dear. 4,000 gold? Guys getting ready to buy drinks for the entire club. Streltsy now getting queued up, but that is going to take time. Dragavan, I don't know if you really want to try to play into Imp here. I mean, actually, no, he has got Advancement Wing. And, for God's sake. I was about to say, with the infinite gold trickle, surely you could just spam hand cannoneers. Like, Albion hand cannoneers are actually pretty good against Streltsy. The reason is that the hand cannoneers with Mamluk's bravery, right? It's a huge damage buff. But screw that. Why go extra age? I love how also we've built these in age 3, so we don't even have the siege cost reduction. Nope, we're legit just going to pay 1,000 resources per. if at first you don't succeed, guys. However, your opponent now has bombards and springles with better range. This is bold. But you know what? Also unexpected. No way Blige expected the comeback with another siege tower or of a Tower of the Sultan several minutes later. Probably for good reason. Yeah, remember guys, like that Gold Age 4 we just talked about is a 20% reduct on the cost. It's basically high armory. Right? But instead of it having to be a landmark for you, it's just a natural occurrence over the time. When arms go out for clash, Streltsy trying to gun down the front line. Tower Sultan is moving in. The Bombard is targeting it right now. TC was taken out. Alright, so now what you want to do is just bait the Streltsy to shoot the giant tanky thing that takes practically no damage, right? Archer's looking for the trade out here. It's not going to be a one-to-one trade. It's never going to be against Streltsy, right? But you need to keep those numbers down. You cannot allow him to swell up. Break from the wall. There's actually a gap there. What the hell happened there? Wait, what? The gate wasn't even down yet. Tower of the Sultan knocks on the door and gets through. Bombard is being mostly ignored. Streltsy count going low. Big explosion happens. I'd expect that when a Bombard hits something. Dragavan will look to reset. Some damage done, but debatable whether enough. He did at least get rid of the town center. But with Blige already being up to 120 eco, I don't think he has to really care about that detail. Behind this, Dragavan still only 9 traders, so not an insane amount of infinite gold trickle coming. Critical that he keeps locking these gold veins, and unfortunately, he allowed Blige to play for that south side while this was all happening. So, gold source now locked in for Mass Streltsy. Also, Cam Lancers. Oh, Blige. A weird overextension here, actually. Men-at-Arms are at least arrived to reinforce, so just in the nick of time before we lost the reigning Streltsy. Dragavan. Did he press the magical button? No, he didn't. Guys, I think Dragavan might be in trouble here. He's planning Mass Horsemen. However, against Mass Men-at-Arms, Mass Streltsy, while an age behind, I have my doubts that you're going to be able to hold that back. I mean, credit to him, the crossbows are trading reasonably well, especially with the skirmishes and the Mamluk's bravery. Like, it's actually leading to quite a lot of bonus damage here. Remember, you get +4. But still, it's just a drop in the well, isn't it? Blige. Now with the double mango. Dragavan actually should be smiling about that. Remember, he's going Mass Horseman now, so we'll have a way of trying to dent that siege. My worry is the Streltsy Mass just might gun him down before he does any damage. Mangoes reveal themselves. Dragavan, the bad news has arrived. Tech up still not being triggered here. Oh, man. The ifs and buts, the feelings on this game, man. Like, just, I think the relics really did matter a lot. It's definitely added up to allow Blige to get away with camping in that corner as long as he did. Now I think it's undeniable. Blige, the filthy roost spammer in the late game, as cozy as can be. Dragavan has to make his last stand. Horseman, Lancers dive in. Streltsy are body blocking to protect the Mangoes right now. Shots coming in the backside. A lot of crossbows are going down. Siege starting to be splintered though. Another Mango shot's going to come out to reduce the crossbow count further. I think it's just too much. Dragavan hasn't got enough to break out anymore. An ambitious effort. A build that actually almost paid off, but I think Dragavan just lost perspective here. He was in a pristine position with his map control to take relics and build a substantial eco lead. Instead, he went for a nutty all-in off of a double Tower of the Sultan. Reminded us all why Tradewing might potentially be OP, but Tower of the Sultan never is. I hit the fast forward because I think he's just moments away from tapping out. Has to be processing the loss, right? There's only so far you can go. Bombards are knocking at the main door. TC is about to go down. Elite Army Tactics is on the way. Streltsy holding in your own base using your choke points against you. This game is over. Tradewing may be OP, but Tower of the Sultan most definitely is not. I think that might actually be what we call it. The duality of playing Iobids. Tradewing OP, Tower not. Oh. This has potential, but I need to deny the opponent's gold and remember to, yeah, like you not taking relics was the biggest choke. I think that really cost you. Also, you mismacroed really big. Like when you were fighting with the Tower of the Sultan, you weren't producing more units. You basically almost had enough resources to go imp. If you maybe had more Golems pumping out, you might have been able to hold it. Yeah, there's definitely some potential there for sure. Kind of silly that Tower of the Sultan costs more than a Bombard. Is it more? Because they reduced Bombard costs, right? Yeah, 850, you're right, yeah. I don't know why it's like... I feel like if it's too much cheaper, though, it's kind of broken. Because like if you get a few of them together, it's really hard to deal with. Unless you already have like Springles or something, right? When do you think the new patch will go online or even be announced? I haven't got a bloody clue at this point. Should have been online ages ago. Should have been online probably 3 weeks before the Master Realms event, if I'm being totally honest. Uh-oh. It's Core versus Dragavan. And Core has got the inside scoop, guys. He knows he's going to get trade wanged. Oh, no. Oh, he's in queue. Oh, so you're not there. You're just debating us. You're calling it as if it's already happened. Why do you get our hopes up, Core? Why? This guy right here. This is cool. Your MMR's too high to match him? Whoa. Bro, you're ranked 69th. What are you on about? You literally have 52 more elo than him. Just process that. You have 52 more elo than him, and he's losing games because he's doing stuff like that. Just want you to really need you to hone in on that detail, Core. Well, when people say MMR, I mean elo in AoE, right? What are you referring to then? What, you mean your tournament rankings? What are you referring to? Like, MMR and ELO are just different terms from different scenes, right? But more or less mean the same thing. Unless I'm missing... Oh, you mean your hidden ELO. Yeah, I can see that as well. Your ranked matchmaking ELO is 1922. Dragonman's is 1870. It's literally still a 52 difference. That's the best part. Your ELO in solo ranked and your ranked matchmaking ELO are exactly 52 apart. That's pretty impressive, actually. Damn. Look at you two and your consistency. All right, you guys in? You didn't get each other, did you? Pog! Wait, why would you pick Mongols against Ibids? That's like one of the worst matchups for Mongols, no? Unless I've missed a development. I haven't, like, it's been a while since we saw Ibids versus Mongols, but when we did, Ibids took a giant dump on Mongols. Maybe the trade wing build, it could be different. What's up, Jack Leo? Can you make a life by casting AoE4? Currently, no. Currently, if I put in like over 120 hours plus in a month on this channel, let's say like put towards 140, 150, probably be lucky if I could pay a quarter of my bills for a month. Which is pretty nuts. The prick is tower rushing me. Dude, of course he's tower rushing you. He picked Mongols into Ibids. What else is he going to do? That's literally like the only option. If he plays it immediately into Feudal Age and goes Keshiks, he's a donkey. Oh, man. The best part would be after I said that, if we get in and Corey's legit just going Feudal Age. I mean, maybe if he goes Feudal and builds Spear Archers, I could kind of see it. But I feel like the moment you have to build Keshiks in this matchup, it's kind of like you've already lost. Another issue is, like, I think actually maybe the way Mongols could win this is if they play Deerstone. I feel like the biggest mistake I see Mongols make with this matchup is they go Silvertree. Because once you go Silvertree, like, you know, you can't build Keshiks because you'll get beat by camels. And that means you can't protect your trade. So camels just feed on it, right? Did Core create the Mongol Tower Rush? No, Core is the Mongol Tower. Years ago, Beastie found him in a little forest, back when Beastie was only playing Mongols. He's like, I will build you. And that's how Core came to be. And after building Core across hundreds and hundreds of games, eventually Core developed a personality, a physical body in our realm, and is the Core we know today. But for some reason, like, you know, as you've seen on Core streams, like, he couldn't get rid of the, like, foundation stick he used to build the tower rounds. That's still stuck to Core's lips. That's the little shisha pipe. Dude, I genuinely feel like the parent here. I've just got, like, my two kids fighting. I was like, he won't let me gamble. Core, let your brother gamble. Okay, he's 8 years old. He's old enough to make his own decisions. Oh, dear. Oh, that's brilliant. Trying to think how long we're going to go today. I did say we were going to maybe... Oh, you know what, guys? Actually, after this one, exclamation mark Battle Aces, I'll give away... Oh, sorry, exclamation mark Give Aces, I'll give away a key for Battle Aces. I meant to do that a little bit earlier, but we'll do that after this game. How many keys have I got left? Let me check. I think I got like 10-ish, maybe? Might be more. I have got 11 keys. All right, we'll give away 2 keys after this. So exclamation mark Give Aces if you want to win a key. Oh. I've got a feeling this will be a damn good game. For one person. I legit feel like the parent responsible for the kids. I've just got Dragavan in this game, while in my chat moaning about this game, going, Core is tower rushing me. Like, dude, what do you want me to do about it? I'm just here for the entertainment, all right? Dance monkeys dance. We've got Core, a.k.a. Super Sin. I don't know if that was epic enough. Sorry, I'm a little bit dead right now in the throat. In the orange players, the Mongols going up against Dragavan on his Ibids, who's been doing trade wing builds. A detail that Core knows, because Core was sitting in the chat, watching the two previous trade wing attempts. So you know what the counter to trade winging is? You don't even let him get to trade winging. We're probably going to be seeing the outpost rush that was being mentioned. It kind of makes sense here, right? Like, I actually said, I don't know what else you do but tower rush here. I bluntly said, if Core goes castle and feudal and starts building Keshiks, it's the dumbest thing you can do. And I stand by that. I actually think that this is one of Mongol's hardest matchups, because a lot of what you want to inherently do is just bad against Ibids. Going Keshiks, which you want to do, is bad against Ibids, because camels counter them. Then also, because of camel lancers and the scaling of that, going Silver Tree also sucks, because building trade is not defendable because you defend it with Keshiks, which get cancelled out by camel lancers. So really, I think the play here for Core is probably going to be to try and block the timings with Outpost Rush, and then play Mass Spears Archers with Deerstone. I think anything else is a little bit too greedy. Maybe if he gets a good enough tower rush going, he could opt to go Silver Tree, knowing that he's blocked the ability for his opponent to rush castle. But that's a very big if. It's very hard to get those type of rushes. He might be able to get it in this game, though. Check this. Both gold veins on the west side of Dragavan's base are one far out in the east here. Sheephole isn't looking too great either so far for Dragavan. In fact, it looks like he's going to get scammed. He ran into the wrong area, so he's actually going to get barely any sheep here. He does at least have the berries. That's another outpost point that could be targeted by his enemy. And yes, orange is Core. Super Sin. Interesting thing, these two are actually very high ranked on the elo. 1872 for Dragavan, 1920. Oh, sorry, 1870 for Dragavan, 1922 for Core. So only 52 elo difference between them on both hidden and ranked matchmaking. Running camp does get cancelled. Outpost coming up. So he's going to block the tree lines as well. Yeah, just trying to strip the ability for Dragavan to go feudal and then just play into archers. So Dragavan needs to be quick about this. Desert Raider is on the way. Another interesting thought is, like, both these civs don't necessarily like going into imp, right? But I would be shocked if this goes that deep. I don't feel like either civ looks for an ending in imp. Both civs actually look to end the game in castle, right? Obviously with the Ibids, but the Mongols as well. Usually your goal is build a big feudal army, tech up with a Korotai, and then GG. Like, you just have a ridiculously overwhelming firepower advantage in fights. Extra spearmen are in the way. So I'm guessing probably Core's going to split this. Probably, what, you put, I'd say, 2 spearmen in this tower, 3 in the tower over here in the berries, and then you block the initial wood line. And that means he has to play on the forward. So if Dragavan has to gather here, your follow-up troops from feudal age can start to attack that area. Instead, it actually looks like Core's just going home. Wait, oh no! Well, Dragavan doesn't know about the gold, and for some reason Core, after building the outpost and then seeing it, didn't bother with it at all. I guess his thought process is this gold's so far out, if his opponent goes for it, you can attack him. Wow, he actually is going Silver Tree. I'm a bit worried now, man. Like, one outpost, is that going to be good enough? I mean, Dragavan, he didn't go for the trade wing, remember. He's going to do that in Castle Age, so it hasn't screwed his plan up being blocked on gold. I think maybe, did Core get baited here? Did he think that this was going to be trade wing feudal and the outpost was going to be more valuable? Because stopping at 1, I mean, I kind of get it. Most players don't want to go double outpost investment because it gets cleared up very quickly by Ibids because they can put a ram by default. But I'm starting to feel like this maybe didn't have the desired impact. Especially with how gluttonously he's now heading into his greed. That ram we talked about is being built up. Dragavan even adding in the archer range, so kind of interesting actually. I think maybe you just go Desert Raiders here, because you can just contest the Spearman over time. And I love that. That was sick. So Core dives towards the ram to get it cancelled. But I think the idea here could be like multiple Desert Raiders to deal with the Keshiks. Instead, it's like Dragavan is indeed going for the archers. Well, this does kind of open the way though, right? Like if you're now playing as the Mongols, this is a natural stable drop. Ram wants to get on the way. And the archers should be enough of a threat that the Spearman won't be able to do too much more. We have at least got the upgrade coming in, the hardness stats for the Spearman. Makes a lot of sense. You know, it's very cheap, only 50 resources. With 4 of them, they should get enough value out of that to poke back. Oh, wow. So no Keshiks at all. This is interesting because we said about Deerstone into infantry com. Instead, Core's going a different way. That's pretty cool. He's still going to try to trade, but he's going to focus on getting the Archer Spear together. Another reason why Deerstone probably would have felt great here is because you do have the forward outpost to give the Yam. But I think instead the thought process is probably build 4 or 5 traders. That gets you gold trickle for blacksmith upgrades. And then you just focus on getting Archer Spears. You can always also trade away the excess gold to get food or wood as needed. Dragavan now on the march for the 2 free military units. Double Desert Raider could be a little bit annoying here. He has got 4 archers, but if you go melee mode and gap close, you can do some damage. Even more so now that it's not Deerstone. A little bit of hesitation here. Meantime, Ram has been cleared on the outpost, so no threat to the eco now for Dragavan. Only a single Spearman and a Khan hanging around the backside. Now Dragavan's turn to try and twist the screws a little on the Mongols. Not the best way to do it, though. Bit of a miss micro there. Stood a bit too close. Great move by Core. Half HP off of one of the Desert Raiders really kind of changes the timing here for Dragavan. Can't really look to dive for a little fight now. I'm wondering if he's just going to go for his original target here, Fast Castle. Silvertree has been set up, but no traders yet. And I 100% agree with this. Like, I think rushing traders here is kind of how you lose the game. Your opponent has got Desert Raiders out in the field. We mentioned you don't have the mobility to match that. Keshiks wouldn't be able to match Desert Raiders easily anyway. In another way, you have to look at this as more of a bait. You know, the best way I've heard it described, I remember there was a really cool build going around that I think it was actually Mr. and Recon formulated between them around the last Wallow, where the idea was that you would do one single double pump of traders from the Silvertree and then not build any others. Logic being your opponent had to react as if you were trade booming like crazy. And while they were reacting, you do something like fast castling. Now, I don't think this is going to be a fast castle game, but what it is a game where Dragavan has to kind of react on the flanks and be paranoid about trade. And that means he's got less firepower focused on the main engagement. Another cool detail here to remember is if they are equal in archer numbers, that is an advantage for the Mongols. Attack speed arrows, guys. Can be a really big deal in these engagements. Outposts are going up, though, and I'm starting to get the feeling that Dragavan doesn't really want to be part of this pie anymore. Yeah, it's starting to look like we're trending towards castle. A lot of food and gold in reserve. Wood gathering has slowed down to a point where it's going to escalate buildings, but it's not out of control. And looks like he's probably going to be targeting, what, Steeled Arrow here as a priority with the outpost. This is where alarm bell should be going off for Core, by the way. 8 villagers on gold means only one thing. Yeah, if this was blacksmith tech scaling, you wouldn't need 8 villagers. That's way too much income. Because remember, one blacksmith's, 125 gold spent per minute. He's gathering 300 a minute. It's way too high. Even if you were going double blacksmiths, it's too high. And let's be totally real. Ibid's wanting Castle Age isn't a secret. It's pretty much what they try to do 90% of the games. Archers are wrapping around the back, so it looks like he's going after the berries. Dragavan, no vision in the area, means he's going to lose some eco here. Movement comes in, Archers in range, Dragavan quick on the pull away, but not quick enough, unfortunately. 2 villagers going down. Make it a third. In fact, he's creeping with that fort. TC will deter him a little bit, so nice raid coming in. That's a 6 eco lead, and trade is now coming online for the Mongols. Yeah, and worse still is because Dragavan's so deep into the idea of going castle now, His Desert Raiders aren't actually flanking for that. He's not hunting. This could prove to be a problem. I think Dragoman... We talked about why Trade Wing can usually feel really bad, because it does put you in a super RNG spot. This might be the absolute pinnacle of that. If the first contract is bad, if the first options on the Trade Wing is bad here, game could just be done. He's already behind on Eco. He's not got a Growth Wing that's going to reset it. Military mass is smaller as well. And your opponent has got a scaling economy, right? He's got that kind of double TC feeling in a way. He's got traders as well as town center. And realistically, if he doesn't have good options, another way out for Dragoman is just to immediately pump Camel Lancers and hunt. But that really does light the fire on your ass. If you miss with the first few Camel Lancers, it just kind of feels like it's GG. Because the eco lead will get that big. Khan. Ooh, nice snipe. Does get him and gets out with the Desert Raiders. And this should be a pivot around the back. In fact, at this point, alarm bell should be going off for core. It's kind of awkward, right? Like, you have to decide, am I protecting the deer or am I protecting the trade? Very difficult map to try and defend all, considering he hasn't really built many outposts. First one now coming up on the trade route. Slap bang in the center. Undermesh now on the way for Dragoman. I really like the way that Dragoman preps himself for the blacksmith attacks. Like, it's really nicely done, because now he's looking to prep for the level 2 ranged armor as well, when it's necessary, right? When you're like 4 or 5 Camel Lancers in. What Desert Raiders do while they're so expensive, it's a mobile hybrid unit. That's why it's so expensive, right? It can be melee or it can be ranged, and it can move fast. Has a lot of melee armor. I think, like, actually Desert Raiders are pretty appropriately priced. Where they're really broken in the current meta is the fact you get them for free with the military wing. Like, imagine getting a unit this good for free at the start of H2. That's what makes this absurd. It's the fact that it forces reactions as well without committing to anything. Same logic behind why military wing is so good for the Abbasids is your opponent now has to react to these units you've built, but you haven't spent anything on it. You can argue you spent the tech up, but you haven't spent resources on the building of these types. And you have the momentum advantage because they're there straight away. Dragoman, it's actually going to be mass Golems. Triple Racks drop on the way. Moss drop as well. Let's see if this time around he can remember to go for those relics, because last time it was his big slip up. Step readout. An interesting choice here, considering Core started to scale trade, but he only went 4 deep, so felt like he needed more. Makes sense, like Kurotai feels really good when you're 40, 50 military deep. When you're small fries in terms of army size, it doesn't pay off as well. Desert Raiders in the meantime are going to raid. And they found the trade. Big problem here. Archer's completely out of position. And a nice strike by Dragoman. This is the annoying thing on a map like this on high view. Also, the other issue is, like, if you look, everything for core is leaning left side. The whole right side is just open, bare battleground, right? And with all these stealth forests, it's very risky to come out here with static units anyway. Dragoman, we'll find another. Freebies galore here, and the scout does reveal early, so he will shift away. Nice strike there. 3 worker kills. Nothing lost for Dragoman. Now the main army starts to scale up. Golems starting to pump. What did we get out of this? Did we not? No, we didn't get traders. I think he just got resources. So probably food, wood, by the looks of it. He didn't get a Bedouin, and he only has a stone ticket left over. So that's pretty good. Food and wood is huge here. You want Archer Golems. This ticks the box. Timing looking good. Starts to dive in. Veterancy about to come for the Archers, but the denial on the step readout. Ram's also on the way, remember. He never lost this after taking the outpost. So I'm going to threaten the defenses over here. Archers will have to start a step back. Golem numbers are low, though. Dragoman seems to be trickling troops in an awkward way. Ram will start knocking. Villagers are going to get the torches out. Outposts will be protected. Yeah, Dragoman jumped the gun. This was really unusual. I'm not sure what his goal was with that move. Maybe he wanted to scout. Like, he's now pivoting crossbows, so realistically the thought could be, I want to see what you're doing. Show me your strat. And now he counters, but you know, if it's crossbows, it also has to be a Manjanique here. And yes, I'm aware you guys can't see the trade wing panel, which is why I'm describing what it is to you guys. I feel like this issue never comes up because we never see trade wing. If trade wing becomes meta, maybe we need to reassess the panel. But for now, I don't think it's worth setting up an entire new UI skin. Desert Raiders can still block the trade, by the way. He's still booming more of it as well, so this could be expensive for him. Dragavan, distraction on the front side. He did get the Mamluk's Bravery right. So if he sees a fight that feels like it's advantageous, he can start to snowball off it. But for now, not working out. 2 relics have been dragged home by Dragavan already. Desert Raiders once again parked. This is a 4 relic game. And that's smart. To check what Core done, he's trading north. Really smart read there. Also setting up outposts to make sure he's got the movement speed and the early warnings. Desert Raiders need to look elsewhere. They're going to be diving in deeper. They missed the gathering. Or rather, just didn't care about it. So Deer will be protected. More traders are going to get found. What's next for Dragavan? I mean, usually in these type of games, either players will assess whether they can end the game now or need to go deeper. And if they can end the game now, they'll go for an all-in. If they need to go deeper, they'll usually go 2 to 3 TCs. So we should be getting kind of that awareness point soon. I'm a little bit surprised we haven't seen trade, really. He has the option here. He's got trade tickets, Bedouin tickets, and wood tickets. I think he had, well, probably a food one as well, right? Still no Bedouins at all. Good job at keeping the Desert Raiders alive, by the way. I think it might have been worth upgrading these guys. Like, when you're at 7 or 8, it's definitely worth the veterancy price. Especially with how long he's kept him alive. Have I got someone being salty about the Stealth Forest? I like Stealth Forest. From a variety standpoint, spectating and whatnot, I mean, the only thing I'd maybe say kind of feels awkward is because the nature of the game is RNG and spawn. It can make Stealth Forest weird from that POV. But like the idea of what they provide, a layer to the battles, I'm fine with. Still waiting for more trade to come, but more outposts going up, so kind of feels like Core is stabilizing quite nicely here. He's still getting his trade in. If Dragavan doesn't sniff this out soon, it's going to be a problem. No. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Outpost up for Dragavan, but look at the vision! He doesn't know. Oh, that's brutal. That is genuinely brutal. It's 11 traders that he's missing out on right now. Desert Raiders in the meantime are diving in. Wait, why are they... The miss micro from Dragavan. He just A-clicked into a tower of ranged units. Heavy losses there, expensive losses. Dragavan now diving into the main though. He has got double Manjanique. This could be big. 2/3 of the Mongol army are counted by the siege. He's heading straight for the deer, so smart choice here, right? Like, you can actually kite out Manjaniques, but where you can't kite them out is when they attack your eco, when they force you to fight on something. That's what Dragavan's trying to do here. Needs to be careful with the dive, though. Bedouin Swordsmen are in the mix. A little bit extra front line, a little bit of thickness. Men at Arms see the opportunity to dive, though. And the Manjaniques out of position. Dragavan overextended. Good hit, but not good enough. Can the follow-up be good enough? Second wave's coming in, maybe. He's disintegrating those men at arms. He needs to leak through here. Mamluk's Bravery starting to trigger. An expensive fight, but one that still works out. Dragavan, just enough to break through the men at arms. Definitely a scrappy fight, but Dragavan, I'm surprised. One mango shot was good enough to follow through there. It looked like the crossbows and the archers should be able to clean up. But Dragavan got enough triggers of the Mamluk's Bravery to flood through. Dude, that was sick, Reed. What composure. A lot of players would have lost those Manjaniques and thought that they had to retreat. But I think the reality is, like, Dragavan, do or die, has to stand there, right? With them Yam or nearby. If you try to run, you're just going to die in the retreat anyway. Takes a damn good fight. Now, a problem for Core. Plenty of gold, but food got heavily slowed down here. It will resume, but long-term, he needs something at home. Damn, I'm impressed, man. I really did think one Manjanique shot was not going to be enough to justify that. But Dragavan does the unthinkable twice now because he's building his Tower of the Sultan again. Okay, hear me out. You're not going to like this, but Tower of the Sultan's pretty good at dealing with outposts, man. Pretty good when your opponent has mass archers. Not so good when they start building Springles. Reminder, guys, it's 17 traders now. He still doesn't know. Outpost is going to push Dragavan off the food up there. Eco has, even now, 78 to 72. Clear advantage for Dragavan when you consider he has got the relics. Step readout is boosting it back the other way, but it's kind of leaning into like the same issue. It kind of feels like Core has a lot of gold. It's weird as well, actually. Like, Dragavan with that interception, his food income is abysmal now. Right? It's running him down a bit. But right now, militarily, he has an advantage. Needs to use it. In fact, this big gap in production might cost him. Core has really reliable food income, right? It's the pastures at home in conjunction with some back spawning food. He has now got his own gaps coming in. Unfortunately, the Springolds have revealed themselves on the Tower of the Sultan. Heavy hits coming in. I don't know. Maybe Springolds should have been played into. He's going to dive in now with double Tower of the Sultan. Mango shots coming in. Dragavan doesn't skirt it perfectly. Traders have been unleashed, by the way. They're coming south side. Front line's being cleared up. Golems are reaching around onto that Springold. It's starting to look like a fight where Dragavan is going to win the bio, but he's going to have nothing to clear out the siege. Yeah, Tower Assault's gone. Well, it definitely tanked well, but he kind of needs melee units to clear this up. And also another problem. Okay, thank God. Yeah, no Springwood placement. I can't believe this. Dragavan is going to trade right underneath Core's nose. 60 gold each way. I mean, what I will say of those Tower Assaults, they did seem to absorb a lot of shots from the archers by the looks of it. But yeah, like running them into double Springwood is not ideal. We have to remember we had Gold Vision, Dragavan didn't. I don't think he anticipated that. And what's up, Shears Top? Thank you very much for the resub, buddy. Welcome back to Swarm. Kind of crazy he went straight up to 8 traders. Did he get a double ticket? He must have. However, yeah. Oh no, guys, I know how this story ends. Dragavan's now going to try to trade to the west side, thinking he bamboozled him, and then realized that Core has been trading here all along. We do have Horsemen coming, though. And in fairness, Core doesn't actually have Horsemen counted here. The only issue I see is, like, how sustainable is this, right? Like, this is not a game where Dragavan set up mass farms, right? A lot of this is just, do I now get lucky and get the tickets with my Tradewing Bazaar? Can I afford to keep buying food with gold? Like, how long does that plan last? I'm just going to march north. Looks like the Khan is going to reveal the trade in the corner and the villagers on the flank. Wow, we've actually got Horsemen now coming from Core as well. Whoa, so he's transitioning the same unit type while behind. His long-term goal is better, right? So I think what Core needs to do is just kind of like bite it. Don't take the fight too early. He'll look good. But if he jumps in too soon, Dragavan can get a big lead. It'd have to be very soon, though. Dragavan is now officially out of food. He needs farms, and a lot of them. Villagers trying to claim the gold. I mean, this is the issue of playing Tradewing to a certain degree, right? Like, you are so gold dependent. So easily starved in a game like this because there was never that early trade scaling. It was very late in the game. Speaking of which, that trade is about to learn the hard way. The Core doesn't like other people trading. Once we're on a placement in. Food gathering now happening in mass. Oh my god. He has 50 plus villages up here. This is wild. Khan is going to go down. It's like extra vision, but The problem is the men-at-arms and horseman count has now gotten big enough that Core should be able to protect his siege against a wraparound. And siege will win this fight. I can't believe this. Dragon, like, he sees 3/4 of this trade post. And he still doesn't see the trade. But they see him. Horsemen are in. Dragovan not looking. Might look too late now. Villagers on the gold. Now trying to run away. Finally, he's going to see it. But he might see it too late. The trade has been happening underneath his nose this entire time. White stupid now in the way. Dragovan, if he can't win a fight now, he's never going to win one. He has military lead. For how long? Horseman coming in. The debuff is there from the Desert Raider. A bad fight for Core to be involved in, just trying to break away. Gulim's now moving on the trade, so he's starting to intercept here. Dragovan, by some miracle, that extra food buff did get him up to 40 horsemen. But he needs to be targeting the enemy side of the map, because if he's dancing around his own base, this is going to be over one way. And it's going to be the orange way. Trade now blocked, but this is kind of depressing, actually, guys. Like, what you have to realize about this game is Dragovan has now scouted out the trade. Congrats, I'm going to trade with you right side of the map. Like, remember, Core got all this time to set up all these outposts. The enemy army just shoot itself on the absolute opposite side of the map. Dragovan can't really dance around the eco anymore. He has to go straight into the base. On the march, Dragovan, a big military lead here. 90 to 55. Elite status is not in just yet. Spearmen are being prepped by Core, but he needs some time on that front. Horsemen start to snipe. Ambitious lad, peels off a few, sends them into the economy. Hand Cannoneer's now starting to make an appearance here. Is it too little too late? Dragovan, he has got a lot of horsemen, but with Hand Cannoneer's starting to come in, that definitely lights a fire under you. And already, Dragovan expecting a pivot here. He's checking the west side again. Horsemen are going to start raiding through. Could go after the traders right away. Instead, he's trying to get rid of the Yam outpost network, which is allowing these troops to cap close so quickly. Yeah, I don't think this is enough right now, unless Dragovan's got a tech coming, which he doesn't. I mean, it's a decent effort, but realistically at this stage, even with all this military mass, Dragovan's army doesn't feel well positioned to fight. Unless villagers goes into the economy. Dragovan, oh my god, he's coming back now. The horseman wrapping around. Wait, if he sees the siege right now, this dive could be consistent. Marches in. Hand Cannoneer's front lining is not ideal. Siege on approach. Cav getting ready to dive in. Springles to reveal themselves. Dragovan could go straight for it. There it is. Siege found. The crossbows will not be denied. Mangoes go down. Springles as well. What a timing. What an attack. Dragovan gets in and finds the siege. Looks to get out the other side. Far from out of the woods yet, but still looking to navigate his way through the forest. Dragovan gets a hit that will slow the Mongols down. But for how long? It's still an age advantage, one that is not being overcame anytime soon. Dragovan got the wiggle room to start the farm transition, but he's not that deep. We're only 14 farms in right now. Clash in the meantime. Crossbows overextend. Horsemen go in. The bait again. Dragovan drags the army away. And the horsemen get another good fight. Hand Cannoneer's also just being targeted down. I can't believe he's doing this, man. Dragovan just so on point with the horseman raids. Keeping the Hand Cannoneer count as low as possible. Traders even showing up now. Oh god, he's going to kill me. A little bit of a missed rally there, guys. That was meant to be more Bedouins coming. Oh, you can't believe this, dude. He's actually reduced the military count to nothing for the Mongols. Dragovan, it's going to be a hard one to try and win, but he's doing a damn good job of making it look competitive. However, every time I think it's competitive, all I can do is just look down at this trade line and think how out of control it's gotten. It's 34 traders now. Remember, this Khan is actually a pain in the ass, by the way. He hits for 26 damage. Oh, come on. No, do not let him get away with that. End his ass. He's going to get away with it. Maneuver speed arrow. Dragoman should... Yeah, the awkward part here is because this is like a situation where you wish you could disable vision because the Khan can see. He can attack, right? And if he attacks, the horseman know where to go. There's a fortified outpost here, though. Fortunately, it looks like the horsemen don't want to fight it. Dude, this is so tilting. Wait, can he? Maybe? Possibly? Can't. Oh! Wait, what? Well, I can guarantee you Core's going to be molding about that. I got in my outpost. How did he kill me? Turns out the spear is long enough to reach through the door. A calmer moment here. And now, apparently, it's Core's turn to attack. Mass men-at-arms on the way towards the trade. Dragvan's turn to be under fire. Hasn't triggered the advancement wing yet. Still investing into more military. I mean, you have to go soon, though, right? Like, at this pacing, your opponent could easily reach pop cap. And they would just be at a raw disadvantage. So this whole idea of going 200 first is a bit weird now. Backline has been carrying Dragon in these fights, though. This has been crazy to witness. Mamluk's bravery starting to trigger. The longer this fight goes on, the better it theoretically should be getting for Dragovan. Throwing away a lot of horsemen, but worth it for what he's getting in return. Gets rid of the men-at-arms. Does protect the trade. However, every time he does this, he needs to then reinvest in horsemen, which are not cheap. However... What? Dude, he didn't even go advancement wing. This is insane levels of greed. He went for the industry wing. Remember, like, you can't see it through the UI, so I'll remind you guys what this is. Up here, you get 2,500 wood. No, Balsian, hear me out. If you were playing on, like, Prairie, where there's no wood, I would at least understand it. But yes, he's on high view with tree lines everywhere, and he chooses 2,500 wood. I know what it is, guys. I know what it is. He wants the Sultan's towers. I mean, it's the only reason, right? As Baltin's now highlighting, remember, the alternative choice is to get 10 villages and the increased gathering rate permanently on all villages. That is huge here. And Candice, in the meantime, have dove in. Nice snipe out here. A lot of traders going down. Cool, making it worthwhile for him to be here. Won't be much longer. Last will be sniped down. Men-at-arms are leaking in. It kind of just feels like Dragovan, if he can get a direct fight, he can win. But if it's not, he's in trouble. And he's about to learn why you want to wall against the Mongols. Core is going mass Mangadai. Dude, I'm losing the ability to even think with this game. This is getting so weird. I mean, it's very smart, actually. Right? Like, bad if you find the main clump. But what I think Core has just realized is Dragovan isn't in a position to attack. He can't defend all positions at once. Let's just send a bunch of very mobile cavalry units down both flanks. The perfect counter to traders. Anyone who's played team games and boom traders knows exactly what I'm talking about. A Mongol spamming Mangadai is your biggest nightmare. In fact, remember when Mangadai got nerfed out of nowhere for no real logical reason? Multiple times on movement speed and the damage? Yeah, you can actually blame that on team games. Boys hit pretty hard. 13 base damage already. Incendiary arrows on the way. That is going to escalate them up to 15.6. Pretty effective up against traders that only have 90 health. And because this isn't Abbasids, we haven't got those armored caravans. Counter raid coming in though. Looks like there's going to be a mirrored move here. Camelance is into the backside. So Dragovan looking to return fire before he knows it's about to hit him. Early warning on the outpost is at least nice, I guess. But it's not going to stop this from happening. Attack speed arrow activate. No, please just move away from the outpost. Dragovan starts to lose traders much quicker than the Camel Lancers can kill on the other side. Meanwhile, Men-at-Arms took to the west side. And he's going to start running in. No, dude, this is a lot. Mangadai gonna even get villager kills. Dragovan about to go below 100 eco. Other side of this, Camel Lancers are at least trying to keep it competitive. They're working their ass off here. But Maganai are now here to bring that to an end. Very slowly, courtesy of Camelotties, but eventually. Oh, dude, okay, this is just dumb to watch. Like, Horseman, oh my god. I'm sorry, what? How is that the counter? What? I mean, don't get me wrong, Dragavan is trickling Horseman, which is definitely not a way to counter this, but this looks so dumb right now. I can't believe it. He basically killed as many Horsemen as there is in this formation. Now onto the farms. I think this is over. This is too much eco damage. Dragavan! It looked like he might get back into this game, but Core, now with mass Magadai, 50 plus and scaling. Absolute insanity. Dragavan, after that one raid, has been reduced down to half of what Core has. That 2,500 wood goes into the banks for the next game, guys. Yeah, I don't know. Like, the industry, I don't know if the growth wing would have changed much of what happened next. I think the bigger issue was you need to wall, but yeah, I don't understand the industry wing either. I don't think anyone really does, but Dragavan. I honestly would not be surprised if he said it was a misclick. And guys, this is why. This is a firm reminder. If you find yourself in a 35-minute plus game against the Mongols, wall. Yeah, as chat just said, 2,500 wood is a lot of palisade walls. Unfortunately, he's only now built them. Oh no! Dude, I don't even know what I highlight with that game. Do I highlight the trade that never got got spotted, or do I highlight Manganai and no walls? Log Eco was trade before the raid? So what, you were thinking TC boom or something? Upload video twice and use both tiles. Jesus. And what do we call that one? I'm really curious now. Like, the fact he didn't see trade was probably the most definitive detail, but goddamn that Mangadai raid. Team player's biggest nightmare comes to 1v1s. I'm going to start putting on Age of Empires on the end. I wonder if that actually helps. And then what do we call it? It's on the... Yeah. Do we really clickbait people with Magadai OP walls too expensive? Oh my god, yes! Show Magadai. Show Industry Wing. Dude, that's the thumbnail. Oh, that's a good one. Why is Maganai considered bad? Looks pretty strong. Yeah, they're just good in him. Like, that's it. Every other stage of the game, they feel terrible as an investment. Even more so since they nerfed their movement speed, so they're like a slug now. All right, who wants a key for battle aces, by the way? Exclamation mark, give aces in the chat. We're going to roll for 2 keys to give away now. Oh, damn. That was cool, though. Well played, Mr. Core. Even when we try to avoid casting your wins, we cast them. Blessed be. Give aces is getting there. Alright, so let me get ready to hit the roll. And we've already opened our keys. So, rolling now for the first key. Packer! Hey, Packer was talking about how he wanted to try the game yesterday, wasn't he? There you go, mate. Congrats. You finally get to try it and see what you think yourself. I think you'll enjoy it. I think a lot of people will be surprised. It's really surprising. Like watching it, you might be like, oh, I love my complicated RTSs, but it's very addictive. It's just so simple, so fast, so clicky. In a way, it kind of reminds me of Warcraft Rumble. I just hope they don't have the same issue that Warcraft Rumble had, which is Warcraft Rumble just didn't have the content. All right. If you want to get your give aces, exclamation marks in, you've got 10 more seconds if you haven't done it already. If you have, you're still logged in. But I'm going to roll another key in 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Go, 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 go. In fact, actually, give me a little bit more than 10 seconds. I'll roll it in 20 seconds. There we go. Because I think my food's about to be ready, but I want to keep the fun going a bit longer, a bit deeper, as this is going to be the final stream of the week because I'm flying on Thursday really early. I got to look after my daughter tomorrow. So what we'll do is we'll eat and then we'll come back and we'll stream some more. Let's have a look. What can we watch? We should. Well, there was that hilarious Zertin core game. Let's hop in. Me and Micah versus Voldy. I'm going to roll for the key now. Let's have a look. Connor Stewie. Congrats, bud. Look at that. Look at that. Getting more people into Battle Aces. Always makes me happy. We've got some more keys to give away. I'm going to try to give away probably at least, I think, 5 more today would be the goal. And then what I'll do is I will drop a few more on either Tuesday or Wednesday in my Discord. So if you haven't joined my Discord, I don't know why you haven't joined my Discord. It's free, right? Gives you a way of talking with like-minded people. Gives you a way of knowing what I'm doing and where I'm doing it. Because I know not everyone uses Twitter. So we'll probably do a few key giveaways there. And then maybe I'll do 2 or 3 on Twitter as well. So yeah, make sure you join that area. But congrats, Connor. Enjoy, bud. Wait, Connor, you already have a key. I didn't miss your first message. I'm just sorting that before push-ups. Do you need another one? You want me to re-roll it? Give it to someone else who hasn't got access? No, it's for give aces. All right, I'll re-roll then. I'll re-roll. All right, we'll re-roll. Good guy, Connor. Look at that. Connor's a good guy. Someone should put a sub emote next to his name. Solarized Mars. Are you there? Congrats, bud. Have we got a solarized Mars? Isn't Mars already technically solarized? Or is that just like that? Is that the idea that the whole Mars is now a sun? Too many deep thoughts. Take a key. Go blow some people up. That without context is very confusing. All right. Yeah, congratulations. So, guys, like I said, we'll be giving away some more keys a little bit later, as well as some across on my Discord over the next few days. So, once again, ! Discord, make sure you're connected there. I'll probably give away 2 or 3 on my Twitter as well. So, once again, go to Twitter. You can find it in the links down below. It's literally free, and it allows you to keep up to date with what I'm doing because I'm always doing different things. I'm a busy boy. So, let's have a look here. I think we've got... There's a Dimu Louis game, which is Delhi versus HRE. Oh, sorry, no. It's Ravane versus... Dimu on the Delhi, Ravane on the HRE. There's Core versus Zertin, which was Chinese versus Abbasids. Or... there is... Recon versus Roger Scott and GG versus English. Do we do China? Just do China Abbasids. We're on a core hype train. All right. All right, guys. So I'm going to go munch a little bit. When I come back, more action here on this channel. So do not go anywhere. We'll also have more keys to give away for Battle Aces. Recommend everyone giving it a spin. This is going to be one of the series from Dry Arabia, King of Dry Arabia event. The event that is only played on Dry Arabia. It is going to be core on the Chinese, Zertin on the Abbasids. I'm going to do the push-ups off stream so you guys can watch it. I'll leave my mic unmuted so you can hear me suffering. But then after this, more fun live on this channel, so don't go anywhere. And in the meantime, let me just close AoE4. Enjoy this absolute ledge of a match. You'd rename this one from King of Dry Arabia to King of Deep Dry Arabia because these two love the late game a lot. Core versus Zertin in a qualifying series for the main event of King of Dry Arabia, an event taking place in July that's being hosted by Warm and Cutie. Shout out to her for bringing it together. Interesting one here, though. Abbasis versus Chinese. A matchup we don't really see too much these days. Abbasis have started to come back into the picture, but the Chinese have really just been banned. Right. They don't actually make it through on land maps that much. Water hybrids occasionally they come out, but Zhuji just feels a lot better. Zhuji that we might see some of later on in this series, as Core has stacked that one up in his draft. No HRE, no Byzantines will be seen on this. For those who don't know what King of Dry Arabia is exactly what it sounds like. It is a tournament format where only Dry Arabia gets played. And yes, I believe it was invite only. Certain players got invited in. Other players have qualified directly for the main event in July. So, playstyle here. I mean, Abbasis are probably going to go military wing, right? To keep the Chinese honest. I think China benefits a lot from the new fast castle build in this particular matchup because Abbasis don't like fast teching civs. So we'll see if that's the way he wants to go. Knowing Core, I wouldn't be surprised if he leans a bit more towards the atypical 2TC build. I think it maybe fits the playstyle he leans for a bit better with China. But I would love to see the castle build. I think the flood point and also the target on the relics is very difficult for the Abbasis to contest, especially when they're trying to go second TC themselves. So scout rotation here. Looks like we might get a meetup. And the interesting part is actually this is beneficial to Zertin. Check the scout rotations by both of them. Core got less of the sheep already, and I don't think he quite realizes where Zertin went. Like they went into each other very quickly, right? But if I'm not mistaken, the rest of the pathing was hidden by Zertin. So Core could think that he went up to the north afterwards and then came down to the south, right? I'll have to see. Naturally, Core should find his way up here, so I'm expecting about a 50-50 split. As Zertin's final rotation should be to that back corner, and then Core should be to the north. So probably about a 50-50 split, which actually is pretty good for the Chinese, right? Like, considering that Zertin is on berries, it's nice to actually be able to get a 50-50 split against a Civ that should kind of be able to stay out longer. But this is why China can usually be quite busted, is technically you can scout your opponent's scout before they see you. So you can actually manipulate the rotation based on that. In fact, is he going to find anything up here? Ooh, okay, 4 sheep, but the timing is off, so that's just going to be an advantage for Zertin. Remember, those sheep numbers are deceptive as well because the Chinese are gathering sheep actively right now. The Abbasis are not. Nice Barbican. Check the skewer here. Stone on the fort is a little bit risky. You can't just wall it off because there will be like potentially archers, right? We can see his eco wing, but I don't think that's info available to Core yet. So it's almost like he's not going 2TC, right? Because if you were thinking 2TC, you'd be thinking about your stone in some way because of the risk of military wing, right? So this does strike me as more of a... wait, no, now that I think about it, like fast castle with Barbican is weird, right? This is at least Song. Sorry, I'm just thrown off by Barbican first. Core, do you do this a lot? Barbican first is not meta. Definitely not meta. It has not been meta for a long time. The Eco Wing from Zertin's intriguing. I think you go Eco Wing the majority of the time in this matchup because the logic is that China is going to turn it into a TC race, and this allows you to eclipse them, right? Because with the Fertile Crescent, you're able to get free TC for a similar price to 2, but then on top of that, you're able to afford villages at an insanely cheap rate compared to China. Expected military wing? Yeah, that makes sense to the Barbican then. To secure the berries and the gold, right? Because did you go? Yeah, you went for a close mill. I'm a little bit surprised by the close mill. I thought you'd actually drop a mill on the berries to begin with because of the Barbican detail. But yeah, that's why this feels a bit rough. Like, having to go Imp Academy second kind of slows you down. The optimal way to approach this is Imp Academy into Fast Castle. Because if your opponent's going to inflate 3 Eco Wings, you can just rush Relics and then play Song on a catch-up, which is pretty strong right now for China. And also, the liability that you have when you play a Bassa free TC is that there's not going to be much safe resource quickly in the game, right? So if you're at 10 minutes and your opponent is massing Lancers or Palace Guard, you're going to be in trouble. Because at that point, the only reaction is Camel Archers, right? Which takes a very, very long time to scale. Here we go. Move out into the deer. Song Dynasty is activated. And he has scouted that detail now, right? So I think he did see the eco wing choice. At this point, I think what Core is going to accept is that you just can't go 2TC because you're just going to be behind the Abbasses at that stage. Or not. Okay. I'm a little bit surprised by this. Well, because with Song, you're producing villages every 15 seconds, right? There you go, you're producing 8 villages a minute. Oh, dude, it's a bait! The timing on that. Core scouts the scout, pushes him away, and then cancels the mining camp. Dude. That's sick. And Zerton now is anticipating a greed game, so he's going to go free TC. Oh, that is so sick. I mean, Zerton should have been scouting for more, right? Like, he did play us a bit presumptive. Because, like, realistically, here's the thing. If your opponent's going multi-TC as China, you shouldn't be running your scout home. Because their scout can't kill your scout. You move at the same speed, right? So the only way you lose your scout is if you complete fumble. But this is wild. So Core blocks the vision and now gets free info for himself. And it looks like he's going to just try to block the drop optimally on the gold and the deer. And it is indeed Chuganu now for Core. TC is going to go up, so can't delay it too much. What a play. So this is going to be a blacksmiths quite quickly then, because I think you just rush siege engineering. Yep. You have to immediately get that blacksmiths up. It's all about timing here. Maybe like 7 or 8 Chuganu max into a ram is all you need. Because this is completely undefended, right? Like Zerton now, by going free TC, he does not have the economy yet to afford units. Damn. Core is cooking. I love how we were like, yeah, this is going to be a really long game because it's China versus Abbasids. And Core's like, hold my beer. Speed run this one, boys. Oh, he does scout it. Okay, so now knows about the Chuganu. This should be stables, right? Yeah, probably double stables because fresh food stuff makes you really cost efficient, right? Remember, at this stage, he's spending the same that a 2TC build would, right? Because 32 food times 3 rather is going to be 96, whereas 2TC costs 100 food per rotation. And he has got deer. Siege engineering about to tick as well, so we are going to start scaling right now. Scout will be able to see this happening. But if Zone doesn't rush double stable, I don't think he's quick enough here. It looks like it's going to be an archer range instead. Alright, what do you think, guys? Ones if we're getting a quick game. Oh, sorry, twos if we're getting a quick game. Ones if we're still going deep. I've got a feeling that this can do damage, but I don't think it can end the game. Remember, Zern's still got a 5 eco lead already. There's no second TC coming behind us. It's the pass scene where the security guard gets trumped by the paver. No! Just get out of the way, get out of the way. Oh, wait, but this time the security guard did get out of the way. Cool. Oh, he's investing heavily. 12 Shuganu, 6 more coming. Steeled Arrow has already been taken. Zerton has a problem there. He has not dropped a blacksmith yet. I don't like this. A triple archery range instead of 2 archery ranges and a blacksmith is weird. You need undermesh. Like, undermesh allows you to break this very efficiently. Without it, these horsemen are going to get shredded. Means he at least has to give over the TC. Hey, look at that. Shuganu are also a siege unit. It definitely adds up, folks. Such a silly thing. Horseman now throwing back home. Looks like he's going to try to take the defense as you approach the second TC, right? Like, the upside is the way that Zerton set this up, jumping one side or the other, means you can't just ripple if you're core and take out 2 TCs, right? Like, moving now far north for the other secondary TC is difficult. Chuganu. We'll start the shredding. Interesting here. If Core had actually gone for the ram, I think he could have dodged some of these archer shots coming in. Let's stand his ground instead, though.
You see what I mean, right? If there was undermesh here, this would have been a wipe. Instead, he takes several horsemen with him. Wave 1 has been wiped out, though, and Core a full reset because the Chuganu are taking far too long to get here. I think overall that wasn't too bad for Core, though, right? Like, gets rid of the TC. He's behind by 10 eco. But now, because it's 2 TC versus 1 Song, they're much closer together in terms of scaling. The Chuganu walk past the archers. Like, whoa, you can't watch us build this thing. VIP access only. Yeah, so this is problematic, right? Zerg needs to pull everything back. Double Ram is now coming from the north side. I think he might have also been scouted moving out to the gold there. But he's seen on the berries. There's a lot of value in this north side right now. And there's a move to the south on the deer. Damn, Core is just sending it. Like a dog with a bone, right? Like he's locked on now. And the Chuganu count is starting to reach critical mass. We're up to 37 right now. Steeled Arrow now being prepped by Zertan, but that's still quite a distance away, right? Like you're probably going to lose the TC before that comes in. Zertan, I don't think he's ready for a fight at all. You need double-digit horsemen here to stand a chance. Remember, also, he didn't go military wing, so no boot camp. No extra health here. And Chuganu, yep, watch that health bar. That was definitely a Chuganu, not the Ram there. It is pretty ludicrous, though. They're doing about 100 damage between them per flurry. Just makes the kill much quicker. Looks like Horseman Archers are going to cut some reinforcements. Scout has moved north. There's a Chuganu with him as well, so it looks like he's going to start to intercept over here. Rams, I mean, hell, you could even go off the blacksmiths, the archer ranges at this point. Instead, he sends everything north of the attack click. Chuganu are starting to struggle against these horsemen, but this is the bigger problem. Zertan is now 1 TC against Song. And he's got, what, several villages out here? 9 villages undefended in this area. Zertan, quick with the fingers to move away. He's still going to end up losing 2. And great split. Core hunts at both groups. Yeah, this is the cardinal sin of no wheelbarrow, folks. You do not move quicker than the Chuganu. All of a sudden, Zertan's eco lead at risk of completely evaporating here. What are we... Ah, yes. The efficient body blocks to stop villagers from covering and gathering. And what an interesting game. Like, I think Zertan really did expect this to just be a full castle boom on both sides, right? And Core done a great job of baiting with that. I don't think the game is over yet. Zertan is getting a decent number of archers together, and like Core is splitting the map quite a bit. The other issue is like Core hasn't got long-term food, right? So he's gonna have to start playing flank resources against horsemen, which might leave him a bit more paranoid here, because he's got to worry about the horseman raids, right? So that horseman detail, that choice by Zertan, might be saving his bacon a bit here. Because if it was 60 archers versus 60 Chuganu, no doubt in my mind the Chuganu win. Who's now hunkering down? I think Zertan. He looks like he's thinking about castle, but that will... Can you get that? I mean, maybe the way that Core's playing the map a bit is a bit split, right? But it feels like a dangerous time to attempt it, considering more Rams are now in the way. Blessed Zertan just trying to take some berries away. Clash in the center though. Chuganu stand their ground. Yeah, this is not a fight Zertan's winning. It's shredding time. Oh, no. Zertan, I mean, you have to try and start a step away from this to get some trades out, but you just saw how the tail end of that went ugly, right? Horsemen lose their fight, and then the archers can never win in a one-on-one on Chuganu, right? Like, what's the maths? It's kind of ridiculous. Is it not something like... Is it almost 2 archers for every 1 Chuganu to win? It's just not fair, whatever the number was. I've seen it time and time again. Good interception, at least, coming from Zertan. But Core, he's got enough breaking through here. Rams and 42 Chuganu now moving in. Is he going to go straight for the House of Wisdom? He might here. I think you just cut the production instead. Just don't let him reboom. A landmark snipe is kind of ambitious with just 3 Rams here. Dude, Core has no concept of Castle Age right now. 16 chicken. I'm actually impressed that Zertan's kind of getting these type of numbers together, right? It's wild to see him with this many archers already. And floating resources towards Castle. I actually think Core may have to give this up. I'm impressed, man. I thought Zertan was dead, but Golden Age plus the flank resources is a hell of a drug here. And all of this without fertilization tech as well. I'm actually trying to figure out where it went wrong for Core. The reinforcement cut hurt, but like when you look at the value situation, I mean, even Eco with the Imperial Academy, with the IOs, you'd probably expect the Chinese to be a bit ahead by now. But tech up on the way. Zertan finds a way to get out of this hole. Military wing is going to be the play. Now, this is where the game gets interesting. Heading into Castle, we're going to be looking at composite bows with veterancy for archers. That's where you can win Shikinu. Problem is, you're going to need a little bit of time to get those techs. So you need to draw attention away from your base, because if Core is knocking on your door when that tech completes, it will be a dive. Zertan on the hunt again with those horsemen. It's interesting, actually, because the horsemen go after the economy. Core will be in trouble. But the problem is, like, Zertan's paranoia is if he doesn't cut reinforcements, he will die, right? Because this many Chuginu will just dive him. So he needs to stop them from bulking. It's kind of cool, right? Like, that dynamic where Core just building this many Chuginu, in a very weird way, protects his economy. It's the classic, right? Attack is the best form of defense. Think about it. He hasn't built a single outpost out here. He has 38 villages without textiles, right? If 10 horsemen find their way here, that's going to be a massacre. March into the main. Core about to hit 100 Chuginu. It's a strong number. He sees the upgrade, he knows. Core now needs to dive. And he needs to be fast about it. It's Golden Age 2, so the veterancy only takes 40 seconds. Sorry, 50. 52, if I remember correctly. Clash coming in. Core. Desperation the dive, right? But the Chuginu count, although it may have said 100, remember, only 50 of them are here. Second wave's coming in. Boot camp is on the way in now in 5 seconds. Zertan. Well, he might have the protein in the arms of these lads to make it work. The archer upgrades are on the way. Veterancy 21 seconds away. 25 for the balanced projectiles. Core needs the kill now. Rams hitting the primary TC. It's a dive pass. Shred is looking good. Zertan down to 60 archers, but veterancy is now about to be in. Core, there's no doubt about it. He's going to have to reset and approach this game in Castle Age. But he'll do so with a healthy lead here. 10 eco up and scaling. And he finally realizes that Core now just trying to get the hell out of dodge. It would have been nice if he could have got the TC down. That would have been huge here, but Zertan, just in the nick of time, threads the needle to get us deeper into the third age. Damn. Heavy damage done though, right? Like Core, behind this, he's even setting up the farm transition now. First granary is being dropped. Now I imagine we should be looking at a rush into relics upon tech up here. This is a crazy game. Scary game now for Core. Astrom Clock Tower's on the way up. He won't have enough time to cleanly get a nest of bees out. He'll probably be slightly vulnerable to this. But he has at least started to condense his eco into his base, right? So that's a double-edged sword, right? If Zertan can break through, you're in trouble, but you don't have to worry about flank raids. Just check that attack speed as well. 1.25 seconds for an attack compared to 1.75. Tech out complete. Supervision coming in. So remember, he gets the veterancy 3 times quicker than he normally would. Dive on the way, but I think Zertan may have to retreat from this. The Chuginu posturing, upgrade about to come through. He's already doing well in the trades as well. Like, it's kind of wild just how damn competitive the Chiganu can be here. But with veterancy in, Zerton has to admit defeat on that. It's going to be a fallback. Behind this, no grab for Relics, though. And yes, Zerton did get composite bows. 1.25 attack speed tells you that. It's usually, I think, 1.65, I want to say, for archers normally. Or 1.62. It's fairly high. So a nice thing for him here is he can actually catch up on the farms, remember, because he has got the eco wing, right? So mass farms in agriculture's a hell of a drug. It's a good contest against granaries, actually. Tests were done on this before, right? Like when you reach the hyper late game, Abbas's, if I remember correctly, are the best performing civ for food income, followed by, if I remember correctly, I think the order is HRE and then China. Wait, is Zerton going imp? Okay, there's some spend happening now. And it's starting to look like it, right? I just don't know what the value in rushing imp would be here. I guess Culture Wing, but like, you're still spending 3,600 resources, right? Like the value in Culture Wing is earlier if you're going to do it. Looks like he was just waiting for confirmation. Gulim's now on the way. And no, Zerton was on 3 TC. He's now on 1. But he has got Relic gathering on the horizon. I like this. I think it's maybe the one thing I'd kind of like highlight that Core maybe should have been looking at is a quick monastery dump. But he probably feels like he just doesn't have enough eco yet, right? Because he's making that granary transition. Archdive coming in. By the way, Zerton's eco spread is crazy. He realizes that, like, that's his base, right? I'll give him this. There's no way Core would ever expect him to be gathering wood down here, right? Like, this is so weird. I think we're hunkering down, folks. Core now setting up the nest of bees. So this is what? Him forfeiting relics on the map? Playing for imp, I guess. So now that we're getting into the late game, what do you guys reckon? 1's for an Abbasid win, 2's for a Chinese win. Because we are reaching the deep state. He's going to scare Zerton away. Cast a win. That's why I cast, baby. I always win. People are like, okay, P, why don't you play some Age of Empires 4 games? Because then I lose. The only way I lose when I cast is if I click on a high view game. Or an Abbasid mirror. Or a Chinese mirror. So yeah, I lose if I click on mirrors or high view. Man, that's a lot of Gulim spam coming up from Zerton. I'm not sure how I feel about this for a guy who just doesn't have food right now. Wow, doesn't have food, and he's going back for a second TC again. Zerton has some significant issues here. Mass Chiganu is still really scary for him because his siege can kind of get annihilated. Nesta Bees, if he scales them, Core can actually just take out everything. Currently, though, middle of a switch. No more Nesta Bees coming for the time being, just Palace Guard. Core once again knocking at the door. Nostromo's being built up as well. The one ambitious ram to take on a 12,000 HP structure, as you do. Sprills are going to move in, though. And apparently he clicked a Chiganu. Whoops. Wait. Zerton. Whoa, boy. Whoa. Oh, my God. He could lose all the archers right now. If Core just targets this, right? Because one of the Nesta Bees will at least get a shot out. Remember, it takes 3 hits from Springles to kill him. One down. One Nesta Bees will fire. Springles are going to be able to take that one out now as well. Chiganu standing their ground, but the Gulims are going to get a damn good fight here with the double strike. So it looks like Core's army is going to get wiped out. In fact, Zerton's so confident about it, he sends the archers ahead of the Gulims. Maybe a little bit of a miss micro there. You want to front line with these guys. You don't want the archers to be taking the A-clicks. Damn. Good hold by Zertan, though. Core, in the meantime, does yoink away one relic, but it's still a 3-2 split in favor of Zertan. Now a 4 eco lead. But look at this. Behind this, Core now setting up the second TC. So Song means he's going to be scaling to 140 eco much quicker in this game. In fact, I think Zertan, this is a good start, but he needs to keep the pressure going now. Remember, once he gets in on this push, on this dive, what he's going to realize, the farms are already set up on one side. They're not set up for Zertan. That's the only fear I have here, right? Like, these Golems are expensive. If Zertan doesn't feel like he's got enough food, enough farms to keep it pumping, he might hesitate to commit. I don't think he can afford to do that. However, with a key drop on the way from Core, this might just save his bacon. Yeah, Palace Guard in the choke point to hold. A few villagers are going to go down, but I think Zertan's going to have to admit that this dive is not going to go any deeper. Good hold by Core, good reset. Now I imagine we're going to be hunkering down for a later phase of the game. Still only 2 granaries. I'm wondering, did Core forget about the third? I'm trying to think what the reason is behind no third granary here. Like, great here is just worth it, right? You build a few extra farms around it? Or is it... Oh, he cleared the stone, so I think he's going to delete this mining camp and then maybe drop the granary here. That would make more sense. Zertan, in the meantime, is still pressuring, though. I actually like this from Zertan. I think he has a very strong point in the game right now. And if he wants this game to go later, he's got to waste a lot of time stonewalling himself in, right? Because Core is now scaling into Palace Guard. Damn. Zertan's doing a good job to actually keep competitive with food as well. He's sitting on what, probably 20 farms? 28 farms right now. He just got agriculture tech coming through. He's got level 2 eco. So at this point, he's kind of mirroring what Core gets, right? Because Core's getting extra per granary, 10% extra, right? But remember, you've got Golden Age for 15%, and then you've got the agriculture tech for another 15%. Core now raiding towards the villages, though. Heavy idle time, Zertan. This is the one weakness he has, right? It's like Palace Guard can outmaneuver you. Your army is slow in comparison. Time achieved, and also Zertan's army completely out of position here. Oh wow, Zertan just sends them back to work. Troops are starting to arrive, so this should actually just reset it. But now I think this is where walls probably have to come in, right? Like, Zertan's holding 810 stone. If you know it's going later into the game, like, you can go keeps, but I think realistically, with how this is trending, it feels like it should be inevitable eventually. And that means you have to worry about 1.56 movement speed Palace Guard, right? Heavy losses here for Zertan, though. Just didn't seem convinced that he needed to pull the villagers away. He does pay the price. Stop paying the poper. And there you go. So yeah, it was what we thought. He was just trying to clear the stone. Because if he places a granary here, it gets some value, but he has buildings here, and then the trade post is something you can never fix, right? I kind of just feel like Zertan's headbutting a wall here. Right, a proverbial wall, because there's no real stone wall. It's just that keep. He's been circling it like a shark, but I think instead what he needs is probably a tech up. And we did highlight, right, in that late game situation, you know, ambassadors can contest Chinese with enough pressure. You need to not let the game get too idled out. Because if the eco builds up and you both go towards your optimal armies, that's where China wins you to hand cannoneer pyrotechnics. Flash in the center though. Mango's moving in range. Screamers are going to start trading out, but the Mango is being ignored. Good hits coming in. Zertan says it's worthwhile because right now Core is focusing on the anti-siege instead of the Mangoes. Wow, what a play by Zertan there. Core, I think he had the wrong target in mind. Mangoes need to fall for him to stand a chance. Instead, trying to just get the siege advantage when he doesn't have a front line left anymore just simply doesn't work out. Nest of bees should be enough to maybe scare Zertan away temporarily. But right now, the German finding himself at a strong point here. Oh wait, they're both German. Ah, that's going to complicate. The higher ranking German, that's going to hurt Core deeply. Finding himself in a dominant position right now. Starts to turn the screws. Core now trickling troops into a death ball. Cool. Another thing to consider here is not much safe resource behind this, right? It's got the 4K vein. Has at least got loads of stone, but gold is going to be the scary part. Zerton has already staked a claim on the south side and the north. And this is why Zerton, despite what he says about him trying to end the games quickly, finds himself in the late game quite often. Because he's very good. I've noticed this. He's very good at finding these golds at an optimal time, right? He locks them in. And that does lead to more of, I'd say, more of an attritional warfare approach. Because you do have all the gold. There's no rush for you. And your opponent usually is a bit stretched thin to contest. Wow, culture wing down the way. So Zerton is going up to the 4th age. Meanwhile, Core, he's going to raid. It's not 4th age, it's 3rd age again. Imperial Palace now coming through for Core. This is a reaction to the no walls, right? But Zerton, ironically enough, a funny time to actually start addressing that. Has got walls coming in. Keep in mind, he doesn't have stone walls though, right? So Palace Guard can still break in. An interesting choice overall from Zerton. I mean, stone walls take a long time, right? But it does give Core an opportunity. And Core already has a substantial eco lead, right? Like 20 plus ahead at this stage is China's no small feat. He's going to make it bigger at this rate. Palace Guard moving in. And Zerton just got the bad news. It's 1.58 movement speed. Reminder that these guys move quicker than horsemen when they charge. The crazy thing is, look at Core's resource. This is what makes the Chinese economy so wild to me. I mean, he did cut production, right? But he's punishing the tech up, and he's getting his own. And his own tech up is going to protect him, right? So I imagine we're going to be looking at a Great Wall Gatehouse. Keep drops down the way from Zerton. Flank force has at least been mopped up. So remember what we said. Abbas's, in theory, with the Flood should be stronger. But if you reach premium quality comp, you have to lean China. And the reason you have to lean China is quite simply the hand cannoneers. An extra 1.5 tower range from Pyrotechnics is wild in this matchup. Almost ancient techniques as well, just allows you to compete with a lot of these things. This is why I think Zerton was trying to end the game in Castle, is like his economy is notably stronger for multiple reasons. Improved processing is nice, but in some ways improved processing gets eclipsed by ancient techniques, right? Because remember, per dynasty you get an extra 4%. So at this stage, Core will get 12% extra from that. Whereas like before you access this age on each side, you had the agriculture, you had the golden age. There's a lot of desirable things for Abbas's in that mid game. I'm wondering, does Zerton just actually go for the stone wall now? So I think that is the kryptonite for him right now. He's in a position where he has to keep overwhelming pressure because the Palace Guard count ever goes up to 40, this feels over. Right, a keep won't keep them back. In fact, I think the only thing really missing for Core right now is a university. He has got enough gold just about to get it. Elite Army Tactics kind of breaks this game. Check this, Gillen Raid now coming towards the stone. I would be impressed if Core wins this. Not because of where he's at now, but where he was at a few minutes ago. Like, that should have been a GG state. Zerton locking both golds, having full mid-map control, should have made it over, but credit to him. Core now to 36 Palace Guard. They have got the extra 30 health, and they have got the insane movement speed to flex it. Medical Center's now on the way from Zerton. Could he be going for an aggressive keep drop? I think he is. Bombards are also moving in. Clock Tower Springalds with the shot triggers already there to play. But Core definitely outnumbered here. Bombard just ignores it all and goes to the castle. So this should be an outpost drop into a keep drop from Zerton. Things on the way. Looks like Palace Guard are just going to dive in on the Bombard. It's going to be a pullback, but looks like the Bombard is going to be taken out. So Castle's going to stay up. Palace Guard are going to be thrown away for this. The reason why these Palace Guard were able to do this, by the way, isn't just because inherently Palace Guard are broken. It's because these are not upgraded crossbowmen coming out from Zerg. They're still in the castle age. Those are the dive towards the farm side, though. Yeah, this is why I thought we'd be seeing Great Wall Gatehouse, but remember, it was a Spirit Way play. So no strong point defense on the food. Looks like a small flank raid coming in. Castle should be able to buffer this away. Oh, wait, what? Wait, but Zerg has an outpost there. He doesn't seem to realize there's a gap in that tree line. Still, with that in mind. Zerg. He's got a lot of golems coming, Jesus. I think if Zerg just stonewalls with the 1,500 stone he's got and floods golems, causing trouble. But if he continues to just palisade wall, I could see a world in which Zerg just runs out of gold. Aye. Even the wall's working against him. Looks like the golems are finally going to get mopped up on the farmlands. More on the way now, the west side. Wait, why is Core building fire lancers? Wait, what? Huh? Are we really going for the landmark snipe? Oh, come on. So you have 34 torch damage. Some of that is offset. Remember the 5 torch armor? That's kind of wild, though. I mean, this could actually work because Zerg hasn't stonewalled. And he just realized that he's scouted, right? The crossbows saw this. Stonewalls are on the way, but Zerg, this is insanely ambitious. I mean, I thought that Core was playing China, but Zerg now coming in with his own Great Wall. Great Wall, the Abbas is now on the way up. He's going to need a lot of distraction time for this. If he gets it up, Core has a big problem. Because you will have to fight the golems directly, and Fire Lancers suck there. Speaking of which, golems now marching in towards the keep. This might draw the attention he needs. However, it looks like Fire Lancers are starting to maneuver. Moving now towards the palisades. Backside, golems did dive into the farms again. Good blocker come out for the Palace Guard, though. And the Fire Lancers are breaking through. Wall. Oh, no, he sees it. Core, he knows what the plan is from Xerton. Now, the question mark is Xerton spread a bit too thin to make this happen. Golem Raid still doing substantial damage here. Villager count shrinking fast for Core. That is opening the door to towards more Fire Lancers, but he needs to focus fire on this north side to break in and stay broken in. Xerton is doing such a good job of pocketing these golds as well. It's important because he's going for a Golem Flood and a Golem Flood only. Fire Lancers are starting to move into the base though. Xerton, his army's looking pathetically small here, guys. Only 37 bio units. And then, of course, the deceptive thing is 3 bombards. Those bombards are useless here. I'm getting a bad feeling. A really bad feeling. 2 bombards go down like that. Expensive losses for Xerton. Palace Guard wave also stacking up, so follow-up is coming in. We are legit looking at landmark snipe. And I don't think Xerton has the bandwidth to deal with that, right? Because the issue is you can back up with golems to defend this, but that means you forfeit the entire map. That means the Fire Lancers take control of the golds, and it's GG. And here we go. Torches are out. Core now heading in. What a signature Core move. We know he loves it. He thrives on it. It's a landmark snipe. Certain choke points are going to work against him as well. The golems, they just can't do anything. The pathing is not helping either. Oh my god. He deletes the buildings. But it's Palace Guard. Double melee armor. No way is he going to stop this. House of Wisdom about to hit the deck. And the TC, remember, going House of Wisdom first means that the town center loses the fire armor. Core is going to get game 1. And he does it in Core style. Full on, just headbutts his way to victory. House of Wisdom down. And a good thing that the acronym equals how, because with how Zerta was ahead in this game, he has to be wondering how the hell it came down to this. Game 1 in the hands of Core.
Whoopsie. Missed the transition. Hello! Dude, what a freaking game. That game was wild, right? I don't know, though. Like, am I the only one who feels like we've cast way too many Core wins today? I get like, I'm getting a sickly feel in my stomach. I think we should maybe line up some of his losses now. We'll mix up the content and see who's online. So let me hop back on the game. Add some nice old good old tuna pasta. A little bit of time with my daughter. Very nice. But yeah, that was a really cool series as well, actually. I went the full distance between them. I don't know if it's got upload on the YouTube side, but they're definitely in the VODs. Photo, why do you hate my glasses so much, bro? Bruh. So you want me to now check if there's anything to watch on Age of Empires 4 Live with no eyesight? Why? Can Red Bull maybe regenerate my eyeballs? I don't know. Can't hurt. The taste buds are starting to come back. Beautiful eyes. They're just hazel. I wasn't genetically blessed. I didn't get the piercing green blues or the piercing green. Piercing greens or the piercing blues. I don't think that's the way it works. I never intended it that way, Loops, but I mean, technically, I guess it could work that way. Do you have coronavirus? No, because whatever I have, my mum has, which is why I'm looking after Freya tomorrow, and she done double tests. Thanks, Big Loops. I'll count that. Cons over photo. But yeah, she done 2 tests, and they both came back negative. Are genetically blessed? I don't know about that. I think you're struggling with what I call gamer goggles, Patrick, which is, you know, I always say like a 6 in the wider audience is probably like a 9 to a gamer, you know? You ever heard that saying before? Ooh, is my boy Don at it? So I know he's probably doing some scrims. Donald is on the go, though. We already cast the game he told us to check out. Ooh. I didn't expect to get roasted? Whoa. That wasn't even like a roast at you. No, that's like do you not know what that means? So it's like the classic sort of thing of like, oh my god, this person's so hot, right? And it's like, realistically, by the wider schemes, they look good, but they're not hot, right? It's like someone, let's say like someone who's seen as a 10 in the gaming world, if they were to go like on the catwalk or like, you know, whatever, they'd be seen as like a 7 or 8. Does that make sense? Have you never heard about that before? That's like actually a thing. Because like in terms of, you know, because of the gamer options, I think as well, it's like, you know, people, like the attractive standard seems less. It's not like we have catwalk-esque people. Well, we do nowadays, I guess. It's starting to grow up, but you know what I mean. You don't live in gaming world? You see non-gaming people too? Nah, dude. No, they don't exist. They're like, you don't realize it, but subconsciously they're like a blur. They're censored. All right, what do you guys think? Do we watch Don versus Lash, or do we hunt for another one? So Don versus Lash. Kiljardi's at it. Is that going to be against Corvinus? I mean, I see more black flags here than I see in a pirate game. I don't know about that. Is it Don and Lash? It might be Donald and Lash. I think. No opinions in chat? One way or the other? I'm surprised. Alright, Don and Lash it is. Your silence is... What's the word? Echoing? No, that's not the word. Your silence ripples deep, folks. Alright, so I reckon we'll go for like another hour or 2. Something like that. So we'll be like probably between 7 to 8 hours long, probably. Remember, guys, I won't be live for the rest of the week because we're flying out to Norway very early on Thursday. And I was going to do Tuesday as well, but I need to look after my daughter. So, daddy duties come first, I'm afraid. So make the most of what you got here. Whew. Man, it's been a while since I've seen this matchup, though, right? I think Delhi is still pretty favored here. Let's see. Don ain't been on for a bit, so we'll have to find out. Has Donald still got the magic? I had someone on YouTube just yesterday asking, can we get more Donati action? I was like, chill, baby. He works at his own pace. He comes and goes. He's a Wayne. He's a force in nature, and he is back on Age of Empires 4, playing as the Delhi in the pink. Up against him, though, a consistent grinder. This guy is just non-stop. I don't remember the last time he took a break. It's Lash, pillar of the German community, in the green as the Mongols. A pretty decent matchup for the Delhi, if you ask me. I think there are some ways maybe that the Mongols can navigate it. I do think the way to play this as Mongols, by the way, is Deerstone. And we have seen more players trending back towards that. So hopefully that's what we get out of Lash. I think whenever you're up against a more aggressive Civ, unless you know you can bait a favorable engagement on your side of the map, you're usually going to want to lean into the Deerstone. And Deerstone is also great because Keshik's kind of eventually beats Ghazi, but the issue is initial scaling. And by going for the Deerstone, when the enemy dives with their Ghazi, you can just kind of kite them with the villagers because wheelbarrow plus Deerstone. And it means that you can just keep actively raiding with your own troops. So we'll see if that's the way that Lash wants to go in this one. We are live from the ladder right now, by the way. If you guys ever want to be able to catch these live, in case this makes it to the YouTube side, because we just try to sample the best over there, you can catch everything, every single game, either via the live stream VODs that you see on YouTube, or come watch us live on Twitch. We're regularly talking to all the folks in the chat. Apologies to the YouTube side. We're not able to always glance there because it's on a separate screen, but I do occasionally look in on UQs as well. Pasture beginning as well. Makes a lot of sense. You might be wondering, why did Lash go for a pasture when he could have built a Rax for the same price? Because Raxes don't tend to really break the Delhi. The problem with Rax play is when you arrive with Spearmen, the Scholar can just be pulled out to heal the damage. So their villagers just kind of ignore it. And usually they've gotten the resources they need by the time you arrive. What players started to realize very quickly is Delhi gather food for tech really fast on berries. So by the time you're in position with Spearmen, they've already gathered the food they need, right? And they're definitely going to have the golden time. So it feels like a non-negotiable. Add in the fact that there's no value after the fact. Like against some civs, it's worth sitting on the gold afterwards. But if a Delhi player sees an outpost rush coming, they'll gather enough for the second Scholar. And 2 Scholars is good enough for Delhi builds, right? Like, they optimized a long time ago to not need more. What? Sorry, I swear, I'm definitely, like, a 31-year-old man. Yep, that was the voice of a... we've got Dome of the Faith on the way. Already. Don going off script here for what you'd expect out of the Delhi. And that has me excited. I wonder, could this now be Silvertree on the other side? It should be. I mean, actually, you could just Deerstone all in, but this... Dude, I'm game for it, man. Okay, this is cool. So Deerstone is an all-in timing. Lash is going to look to full-on pressure. Don has gone for what looks like a teching build. And I'm not talking about, you know, that game that rivals Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat. I'm talking about teching up here. Dome of the Faith tech up against Mongols. I'm curious, like, what Don's thought process is and why he didn't want to fight the Mongols. Maybe he's just getting experimental here. Like, in theory, if you can skirt Castle Age with a House of Learning build, your men-at-arms slap. Like, it kind of feels like Mongols don't really have a clean answer to that. They have to go raw crossbows, and that's the only hope. But I think because Lash did go to the Deerstone, I'd favor him here. I think he has the tempo on his side. Going trade would have fed into what Don's doing, I think. Because your trade would have escalated you over time, while your opponent is rushing in age up. What a cool game. And this is Don's first game in, I want to say, a week? Like I said, Lash is non-stop on the grind, but Don, I think his last game was 7 days ago. Wait, why is there a Chinese player ranked 3,000 in the world called Donati with washed in brackets? Yikes. What a douche. All right, let's look for Mr. Don. So, yeah, ranked 100th right now in the world. 82 games played for Don over here in the pink. And his last game before this He played one game about half an hour ago. Before that was 6 days ago. Then the game before that was 9 days ago. So, Don isn't really as active as he once was at the moment. I think real life is, he's just trying to focus on that at the moment. I respect that. He does warn us to not always cast his games. I thought this would just be an interesting one for the matchup. The fact it's good to see him back. And the fact we have got Lash in the mix as well. So it's a nice matchup overall, I'd say. Immediately queues up 2 more Scholars. This is the type of game where Lash might be kind of kicking himself a bit, because now that you realize that it's a Dome of Faith build, camping the gold would have been good. Rex reaction coming out from Don. Like, everything he's doing so far suggests it's a fast tech. It's kind of wild though, right? Because you're just leaving the sacred sites out there, uncontested. Lash now will immediately open up with the Keshiks, follow up with the archer range. Another element to this is, like, if you're going Deer Stone, an outpost would have been even better, right? Because then you'd have the Yam Aura on the front side for the impeding assault. You can always come and do that on a delay. Sometimes I do feel like building proxy bases is underrated, and that could be another value point if you think you can camp there, right? Walk over, build an archer range, build an outpost. You've got Yam. But at the end of the day, I think the thing that most Mongol players have just settled on is, instead of doing that, pack up the Deer Stone, move it forward, replace it with an outpost at home. Players have gotten a lot better at doing that again, actually. For a while, Deer Stone just kind of existed and never got moved, but players are back to using it as a mobile tool. Double Keshik on the way out. Scout is going to sniff it out early. Spearmen have been hardened up already. Now hiding in the bush line. That's not micro back. Don's just going to shift away the slightly exposed villager there. Embrace. Oof. You can see Lash is just checking if Don's paying attention, because if he comes past there, one of the Keshik slips in and does some chip damage. But Don's also being very careful about this. Textiles in advance of the assault. This is really cool, though, right? Because he has 3 Scholars when he goes for that. Or actually, he's up to like 4, right? He probably had about a 15-second research time on Textiles, if not better. So he barely missed out on any villages at all. In fact, because the Mongols had to move their starting TC, you can see there is a lead of maybe 1 second for the Mongols here. Don now shuffling out those Scholars. This is very close to Lash's base, though. Ooh, so close. Archer might get the dunk. Don, on point. Keshik down. So no maneuver to gap close right now. Means that Don can back up, wait for his archers, then come again. That's actually a really important snipe there, because the Khan could have been pivotal in allowing the Keshiks to kind of force a brace, and when the braces happen, the archers can snipe. Didn't get his sacred site, though. He's going to have to back up. We have got walls coming up on the north side of Don's base. A bit of a stab in the Scholar's life. Won't work out in the end, though. More Keshiks now being queued up by Lash, but I mean, I don't know, man. I feel like Keshiks, if they can't raid, it's kind of pointless here compared to Mass Spear, Mass Archers. Obviously, Don isn't going to have that overwhelming lead of the 20% attack speed that we used to from Tower Victory. That means that the Mongols do have a favorability in Archer spam, because remember, there is that attack speed arrow. So I hope Lash realizes just how big of a deal Whistling Arrows improved could be this game. It's insane, man. Like, just look at the stats right there. The default one gives you 5, but you can get 7 in total in the extra tower range. You can buff up an army of 45 archers for 12 seconds. Which, with the current attack speed, that equals out to be like, what, 6 more attacks? It's even better than that, though, because you're buffing the speed a lot. Right, so they go down to like 0.8 attack speed? It's a lot of attacks, folks. That should work out to be, like, with the, well, the Master's Weight, it's not 0.8 exactly. I think it works out as something like 8 extra attacks are buffed up by that much attack speed. Lash prepping the undermesh. Looks like we have got mirrored moves. Don already went early for the blacksmith, so undermesh was the first priority. Steeled arrow now already on the way in. More walls coming up. I think Don used a villager for this wall, if I'm not mistaken, but these ones were done by infantry, so no idle time there for the eco. Burn for attempt now for Lash. Oh, wait, he doesn't realize that wall's incomplete, guys. Yeah, that would have been a better opportunity to try and break through there. Remember, incomplete structures take more damage. Don, now the intercept. Catches the archers. Oh, well played. Yeah, Lash can't even turn around. Unfortunately, Don is 1 damage short on each of those. Needed 1 extra archer. The 5. start to trade out now. Spearmen have to peel back here. Keshiks are going to go in. Spearmen are going to reveal themselves. Archers, a little bit overextended. Lash, hold strong. Guys, this was out the Khan as well. He's not here yet. That damage buff would be huge. Instead, Don having to back away here. Keeps the archers alive, loses a scholar, and loses most of the spears, though. Lash continues to block the win condition for the Delhi. And yeah, no, you should not be trading against the Delhi. We already talked about this. Mongols can force a tempo with Deerstone. They have to go Deerstone. If you subvert resources into trade, you're going to get punished by the 35% extra food and the superior units Delhi has. You know, like you can see Don, although that was a shaky fight, he's holding on here, even though he doesn't have the attack speed. If he had that as well, it would be so one-sided if you went trade. Kind of worries me a little for Don, though. Like, Lash was able to take that type of fight without the attack speed. Now that the Whistling Arrow, like, not Whistling Arrow, sorry, the increased attack speed is going to be there, the 50% increase. Could be a big deal. Big deal breaker. Right here. I like how, by the way, imaginative we got with some of the arrow names. Attack speed. Yes. Defense arrow. Yes. Falcon. Like, okay, I'm going to go through the names they should have went. Gatling. Hunker down. Unleash the birds. There you go. You could keep maneuver as it is. Or fast foot. There you go. Swift foot. Swift foot. That would have worked nicely. Guys, he's starting to be crept in. Meanwhile, Don sneaking out. He's mostly unseen. Has walled most of his base, so only one funnel point for Lash to enter through. Reinforcements are going to back away before they get intercepted. And Don does have the military mass on his side. Not if he starts doing stuff like this, though. That delay was intentional. He's trying to capture the sacred site before the fight gets forced because he doesn't want to have to engage directly. It's mostly just archers up here, small group of spearmen. And I think he's going to tank the scholar. Yeah. Going to sack him. Instead, tries to hang around, realizes he would be just shy of what's needed to get the capture. Now maneuver speed arrow does get activated. Can't snipe down, a little bit too late there. Archers having to backstep this. Spearman will dive in. Second wave coming in support of Ghazi. Archer count is neck and neck right now, but without any attack speed arrow, I feel like Lash may not have as big an advantage as he should. The Keshiks might be enough to be the deal breaker, though. 5 left over. Archer's trying to snipe them down, not going to be able to. The Ghazi have been removed from the equation. Good fight. Lash continues on through. Archers need to retreat away. He can't even turn around for the attack fire now. The Keshiks just absorb too much fire. He's trying to selectively go after Archers here. Better engagement for Lash. One that he now needs to get away from unscathed. Ghazi do come out. Don is trying to trade blow for blow. Keshik's still too healthy to easily take down, though. Might be able to get one at the exit, which would be big here. But Lash just quick enough around that corner. And the bigger deal is the fact that Lash continues to, like a boa constrictor, restrict Don's movements on the map. No sacred site left unattended. If Don is there, Lash will mirror. Don's running out of time, folks. Berries are about to be exhausted. He's got the deer after that, and then he has to come out. Meanwhile, Lash has got the deers to the north, to the south. He's also got the pastures he added in, right? So he's not running out of food here. If someone's going to exhaust their resources first with the current layering, it's going to be Don. He needs a win in these fights. Looks like we've got pro scouts and survival techniques in different things, folks. That's why it's showing like that. Remember, he's got multiple mills now. Calm moment for Lash. Outpost going up. This is smart. We talked about the Yam on the front side. I thought he'd move the Deerstone. Probably would have been better, but this gives you a strong point defense if you can get it up. Don marching forward again, though. Archer numbers are heavily against him. 24 versus 42. Even if you had Tower of Victory Archers, this would be an uphill battle. Ghazi are going to assault in. Keshiks will look to engage. Archers start tonguing down their spearmen. Lash stands his ground here. Spear count on the front side. Not looking healthy. Only 3 in the mix. The attack speed arrow gets sprung. Don needs to get out. This is a losing fight now. Archer count has been reduced slightly, but the second wave coming in, and Don Artie just doesn't have the numbers behind this. Raw Archer Mash should win out. Few Ghazi are left over. The Scholars are actually absorbing a lot of fire right now, being ignored for the most. But notice what's happening here. Lash is sticking on top of Don, never letting him get out of range, understanding the lead he has. I love the fact that both of them have consistently manually clicked as well. Not a single A click because they don't want to waste shots on the Ghazi, on the Keshiks, or anything else in the mix. Damn, what a game out of Lash. Don, you know, this is the thing with the Dome of Faith build, man. Like, you could try to fast castle now, but it's like, real big part of feeling value out of Dome of Faith is kind of you want to try to sneak Sacred Sites occasionally. Not a single grab, not a single trickle of gold whatsoever for the Don stack. Lash just looking very cozy on the Mongols here. And that Yam also now means that he can't contest Sacred Sites, right? Like with this now here, next time you make a mistake like that, it's a chase down and a wipe of the entire army. I think Don's probably got to try and bulk up and consider castle. The problem is, unless you see that Lash is teching, you can't really attempt to tech yourself. This is tough. Also, a tech doesn't really get you anything, remember. With Dome of Faith, you don't get that attack speed increase on your men-at-arms, on your crossbows, right? They're not better than Mongols in equal numbers. Siege Engineering now on the way from Lash. Trying to prove he's the better player here. What a cool game. Like, I'm actually checking the stats now, because my feeling is genuinely that Delhi are favored here. I mean, Delhi on ladder, we always say it's not very representative, but like Delhi versus Mongols on ladder as it stands. Okay, 50-50. But only 40 games played. Previous patch would have had Delhi at about 55% advantage. I feel like it can be a bit higher than that. Maybe it depends on the map. But, oh no, no wall. Don. Only loses one eco there. That's actually our first worker kill, guys. They've been so focused around the Sacred Side, there's been no raids. Don. Now brute forcing out. Mass Ghazi is going to be the strategy. Only 8 Keshiks here to defend. The numbers might actually favor him here. Attack speed arrow does get activated. Spinning in as well. Starting to pinch for the Keshiks. They have to retreat away. Ghazi will be allowed through. Will be allowed in. Don, can he do this? From behind. Lash, military numbers looking ugly here. Ghazi flood works. Don able to push it away. And now he needs to keep pushing into it. Khan goes down. Yamor is at least going to be there for a disengage. Don continues to surge forward. Recharge comes in for the Keshiks. Spearman still in the mixer. Keshik count has been kept healthy though. Lash may sacrifice the archers, but he kept the heavy cav alive. Ghazi still striking. Archers need to back up here. Don has done a fantastic job of evening the playing field out here, but the Keshiks are an issue now. 7 of them left over. Archer lines thinned on both sides. Ghazi count needs to surge forward again to get Don out of a bind. More on the way. Ugliness behind this as well, as Don has to leave the safety of his sanctuary. Deer on the south side to be grabbed soon. In the meantime, Ghazi's lives are going to be throttled before the Archer mass goes down afterwards. Keshiks should be able to push through. Archer count is at least looking good, but the reality is now the Keshiks as they stand, remember they were healing up through that, being ignored the entire time. Now they're falling the side. Don, an ambitious effort. A heartfelt one, but in the end, it does not get him that sacred site. It does, however, prevent the Mongol flood. Not just that. Lash got distracted. Look at the eco state, guys. Don is leading by 4 after being the only person to lose a single villager. Something went wrong here. Keep in mind, though, there is a scary point coming from Don. If he can't start raiding soon now, once this deer is gone, it's farms. In fact, he's already started. And that's where Don can be very weak here. I think Lash understands that as well. Like, you know, Mongols, they don't really have too many advantages these days, it feels like. But one key advantage is pastures. Just a much more seamless transition than farms. Very space efficient. Very focused in where you gather. Bit more optimal on the drop-offs, right? Like, there's actually some nice things about pastures here. And because it happens very fluidly throughout the feudal age, compared to other civs that then rush farms at the late phase, it's very effective. But oh my god, the deer, they got found. Lash in, Keshiks. Won't get too many hits, courtesy of the textiles, but should get enough to make this a more or less even game again. Villager difference, only 1. And Don. What a ballsy maneuver. I can't believe that. 20 villagers cross map to take Lash's tier away. Remember, he knows they're still here because through the fog you can see they haven't been taken. There's no way Lash doesn't notice this though, right? Deer right next to his base, surely. Not just that, guys. Don can't fight to defend this. He's taking a big risk. 20 villagers out in no man's land. Military mass outnumbers him heavily. Try to go Ghazi again, but these gaps in gathering on the food have hurt him. They've cost him. Sacred Sight does get capped in. Attack speed arrow is going to get activated though. Ghazi. They try to hop through, but there's just too many Keshiks here. Don, I mean, it was a respectable effort, actually. I've got to give it to him. For a moment, he had me going there, but I think those gaps in the gathering just cost him too dearly here. Lash just showing you that pastures are the Mongols' secret superpower. Excuse me. Whew, my throat's really starting to go. Damn, that was a really cool game. Really was about the pastures, to be honest. Trying to think how we like word that in the thumbnail. Probably some along the lines of pastures best in slot. Mongols have a secret economy weapon. Yeah, I think that works. Oh. Commiserations to Donster. I don't know, I think, like, so here's the thing. I don't think the build order necessarily, like, works the way he envisioned, and then he'll know that afterwards. But, like, I mean, you know, I know he doesn't always like his games getting cast like that randomly, but I would like to praise him for that defense, the previous fight. That was actually impressive. Like, that Ghazi flood almost broke him out of a really bad situation. I think the tough part is, like, in that matchup, you kind of want to be more and more into Ghazi as much as possible, right? Because, like, if you're not into Ghazi, you're just playing into your disadvantage, because Tower Victory would have been a bigger deal because you went infantry. So it's like you almost need to find a way to be even heavier into Ghazi. It just felt like for Don, the realization and that transition point that opened up for him came at too late of a phase for him to fully realize it. Like, he got a good bulk going, but there was no follow-up afterwards. The resources just weren't there. Cool game nonetheless. Well played to him. Alright. I'm weighing up whether we keep going more AoE4 if we switch into some battle aces here. I think we'll do at least one more AoE4 game. If we've got a good one going. Kilyardi, who you up against? Who's Lockmamen? Hey? Rogan? Do need to be careful with my throw as well. I guess I should actually, like, be very careful. It's healing, but I push myself too much. I really do. An Algerian ranked 450 from the world. I've never heard of Lockmamen before. It's a very big rank discrepancy. We could check them out. I'm not sure if it's going to be a game that delivers, though. Atan is in scrims. GUA is, I think, in scrims. Anyone want commie games last hours before you leave? Mate, that would have really did my throat in. The absurd crap you guys get up to. I don't know. If my throat wasn't close to being chalked, I'd probably, like, say let's try it. I'm not sure, though. Because I just said I probably shouldn't push it too hard. Because I'm starting to feel it in a few of these games. My throat's getting incredibly dry. Red Bull's probably not helping that. And, you know, someone's got to kind of cast this little filthy clown-carring Abasa players games on Thursday, on Friday and Saturday, and maybe Sunday. Like, just saying, Dragavan, you know? They kind of got like, you know, one committed play-by-play on site, and the guy's kind of got to be ready to like scream, like he just sat on his testicles, you know, just say it. What do you guys think? Do we look for another 1v1 to cast, or should we play some games? What to do? Cast a 1v1. Play Battle Aces. Go, go, go. Pull it up. There's always the risk that we click on like a 2-hour game, isn't there? That's the only danger. I don't know. Part of me feels like I should just chill and play some games for an hour or so. We could probably do some 2v2s as well. I reckon I could bump Don. He might be up for some more Battle Aces as well. So that could be an option. 2v2s were quite fun. I think like it was only a little bit annoying for me and Don. Because we got like that really, really sweaty 2v2 stack. Yeah, remind the people, by the way, that got Battle Aces codes, you do not redeem them on Steam. You need to redeem them in the Battle Aces client. Or not client, sorry, the website. So battleaces.com/redeem should get you where you need to go. And then after that, they'll email through a Steam code for you. Remember, the beta is open until the 15th. Don Dragavan queue for 2v2. I mean, that would be something. I don't think that's going to be happening, though. Oh, let me check. I'm curious. Is Don open, like, up for some Battle Aces 2v2s? Let's check if Don wants to do some 2v2s. If not, wait, is Mirad still here? I'm pretty sure I gave him a key as well. Oh, okay, Don's playing customs. Okay. Well, we won't be able to watch Don games then. Is Mirad here? I've given a few keys out. Yo, Myriad, have you been playing any Battle Aces, mate? You want to play some? Sorry, guys. I know people vote slightly more in favor of 1v1s, but I think I want to like not overexhaust my voice, and I can't help it when I cast. I don't pussyfoot it. If someone's epic, I give it the epicness. So what we'll do, we're going to give away some keys as well while playing some Battle Aces. So we'll be playing some Battle Aces, guys, for like an hour or two to round out the stream. I definitely encourage people to hang around. Like, it's an opportunity for you to get more chat with me, because I chat back with the stream a lot more than when we're casting. Also, you guys get to see me actually playing a game, and I know a lot of you guys have asked for that before, so it's going to be here. And like I said, we'll be giving away a few keys. So I think I've got... How many keys have I got left to give? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. I think I got 10. So I'll probably give away like 4 or 5 more this stream. Something like that we're waiting for. So if you want to try it yourself, hang around. If you don't want to watch, no problem. There's other people doing Age of Empires 4. But, you know, I think this is a perfect way for people to check this game out. Like, watching a pro player may be polarizing. I'm not a pro. But there can be a few pros. I'm just saying. We go voice? Yeah, we can do voice. Sure. Alright, let's get my boy on the line. Me boy. Let me get Battle Aces started up.
Evening.
Hello. Oh.
I haven't played the 2v2 before.
Yeah, it's very different. The only thing I don't like about 2v2 right now is I feel like it's a bit easy to get tier 3 to tier 2, tier 3. Which they might change. But like outside that, it's really fun. I think the game has like a lot of potential there. Because you get, like, you know, it's the amount of permutations, right? When you just go from 1v1 to 2v2, there's so many other options to combo.
Right.
Alright. Oh, I haven't got you on Steam, have I? What's that?
Don't think so. Yeah, I've only just started unlocking a few more units. I've only been using fucking crab so far and ballista. And they've been doing good work, to be honest.
There's my friend code. Yeah, I think they might have flipped the deck again. I think they've been doing it daily, so you might have some different units today. And I think they said, I don't know if it already dropped today, but they're dropping a patch to increase the battle credit generation. Not that I care.
That's good.
I'm one of those privileged mother duckers that got given all the units.
Oh my god, that's not fair, is it?
Look, I was fair about it. I didn't like. I could. I could have been 10k low like Dimu. I swear. I just chose not to. I mean, it's freaking ball sack sweaty up there. Like 70. I think they said at the top ranks, 70% of the players use wasps. And I hate wasps, man. I think it's like I at one point in the beta when I looked at someone's deck, they had wasps. I left the game.
How can you look at someone's deck, by the way?
Spacebar, I think it is by default. You'll be able to see their
Oh,
decks.
okay. Thanks.
But yeah, like the wasps are, they're just not fun. Like it's just a really badly thought out unit.
I see.
Like yeah, I'm not even exaggerating when I say like 60-70% of the players have it in their decks at the high.
Oh, I see, because they're like super quick, you just can't catch them, eh?
Yes, there was like one of the top players. I was discussing this in his Twitch. He's like, wasps aren't too bad if you know how to deal with them. And they're like, look, I'll give you a free lesson. And he actually queued into Ghost Stefano twice and lost to wasps from Stefano twice. And I was like, this is perfect, man. He just ate his words. Oh, man.
Jesus. I did add you.
Nice. Alright, let me...
Yeah, I'm running recalls.
Yeah, recalls are pretty good. They're very
I got
bloody.
Ballista, but I want to maybe try out the mortar.
Yeah, mortars, they used to be really broken. They got nerfed hard. They're still decent in the right situation.
Makes sense. I mean, fucking tanks in StarCraft 2, Atlases in Stormgate, they're all just
Yep.
busted, man. These siege units, like...
Well, I mean, most of them are like reasonable, but the problem is like in this game, like mortars don't friendly fire, right? Like that's a very big balance point.
That is
for siege tanks. But yeah, their deploy time is insanely fast. Their attack speed, like basically, the first few days of this beta, the only way of dealing with mortars really was you either hard in air, but that wasn't ideal. The reliable way was you had to build sniper bots, so you had to go tier 3 to beat tier 2. Like it was literally your only option.
Yeah, kind of ridiculous.
Oh, reminder guys, we're going to do some key giveaways. So exclamation mark give aces if you want to be in with a chance of winning one. Make sure you do that. Oh, because the beta ends on the 15th, which kind of annoys me. Screw cow. How dare he organize a LAN that blocks my betaage time. Oh, maybe I should change some of my deck. Start using Swift Shockers, they're dirty.
Is that what tier is that?
Tier 2, the very fast moving splash units. So you just kind of like we do is you kite people poking them.
See.
Alright.
Your resource base warmed up.
Hey look, one of
and
them's got those
working.
wasps. Yeah, spacebar will show you their stuff.
Nice.
Luckily, wasp bullcrap isn't as bad in 2v2s. It's still annoying, but it's not absurd. Usually.
Right, with spacebar I can pretend I know what the units are.
Yep, there you go. So I got wasps, both of them got recalls like you have, and they've got the recall AA as well, but that doesn't matter much right now. I'm gonna go air. Oh wait, I've still got some way to go, haven't I? My air is like really a bait because I have the land as well.
Okay, tell you what, I'll go.
Building a resource base. Starting Starforge.
That's a lot of wasps, eh?
Yeah, they're only 25 each. They're really broken. People keep deluding themselves saying they're not, but they really are. Right, so they went third base, which is ambitious.
Yeah. I like to push a little bit here. I'm gonna go for the forge.
I'll guard against this.
Okay.
Right, got one of his recalls, but he brought the rest back. Oh, yep, wasp fun time again.
Enemy
This is what I mean
tech
with
is
wasps,
turning
it's just
on.
silly.
Enemy tech is
It's
turning
Yeah,
not fun.
Zergling's on crack.
Yeah. And like, it really counts as what I've got because I have limited charges of
Buddy just
overcharge.
called in a
They last like
resource
5
base.
seconds, but they take 20 seconds to replenish, so it's really slow.
Resource base
Right.
warmed up and working.
Alright, I'm gonna try to save resources into mass dragonfly now, which is air units.
Starforge is ready. Enemy is building a
I'll go
resource
to defend a
base.
second.
Yep. That's fine.
Yeah, I can go some butterflies in a bit.
Oh, you went air as
Almost
well?
have it.
We're ballsy.
Yeah, we'll see how it works. Yeah, I queued it before, I
Ambitious,
think I
for
should have
sure.
said.
Alright, that's good. And then I'll get some mammoths
Okay,
on
I'll
the
stop
ground,
poking.
flood my boys. So they've got, like, yeah, they have terrible anti-air. Oh wait, they're going to
Enemy
fix that
tech
though.
is
They have
turning
got
on.
something
Be
that's really
ready.
That's
annoying.
fine, I can defend with the recourse.
Oh, yep. What was that?
Units
Back at base
engaged.
there.
Units reporting damage.
Yeah, I don't know what he's hoping for there. Oh,
Destroying their base.
yep. Got more dragonflies coming. Yeah, they genuinely getting double air cheese. They really are. Careful though, because he's got really good units against
Units in
nice.
combat.
against our air. Like his are specifically for countering
Units under attack.
air.
Units engaged.
Okay, we've done decent eco damage. I've got mammoths front line, and I've got a decent amount of anti-air. So I should be able to deal with those quite easily.
Nice. Started Foundry now.
Mobile battery selected.
But I might better go for a direct fight.
And these butterflies ruined those workers.
Yeah, that's like their speciality for sure. Careful, he's got the mortars there. He's coming with his anti-air for you.
Okay.
Take out the mortars. There we go. Yeah, so you kind of scrambled a bit there. That's the mortars you want to kill. We're probably...
For some reason, like sometimes when you click on units, they just don't actually attack them.
Oh,
They
you've
flip
got
whatever
that
they want.
stupid shit on.
Is it a setting?
It's just really dumb setting they introduced.
Oh, okay, yeah. Like it
And
was
it
so
finds
bad.
out
Like,
you afterwards. It's like I don't think it even helps new players. I think it's actually the alternative. All right, we
really
may just be
bad,
getting
yeah.
cheesed here. Valkyries are kind of broken.
Loading firing
Players have started to like that unit he's got in the air now. It's meant to be versatile, but it's mainly meant to be anti-air. It has more range
Okay.
than like anything that counters it.
I do have some hunters. Would that be something?
I think you'd still get outranged. And they've got mortars everywhere, so this is game
Okay.
change for Creed.
Okay, I got airships.
Oh, he's going
up
into
against. Alright, maybe airships do something.
This is what I mean. Like, yeah, the airships will be good.
Alright, good. I'll make those for defense then.
Units in combat.
I hate mortar play so much. He's on the other side as well. Yeah, sadly, this is life.
Workers under attack.
You having fun, kids?
Units under attack.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I think they said that they're gonna be nerfing these, but I don't know why they haven't been nerfed yet. Like, they've usually been quite quick their nerfs, but they've yet to with this, which is silly. I don't know. Currently in the meta, it feels like if you don't play airships to counter, like, then you're screwed. From what I can tell.
Oh, big push in the front.
Yeah, this is game. That's what it's doing.
Workers getting
That's
flanked.
GG.
GG.
Oh, yeah, so one thing that might get a bit annoying today is they have absolutely non-existent matchmaking for team games. So you can rank against like 7,000 elo, 8,000 elo people.
I see, I see.
And these guys have unlocked quite a few units because their arseholes are sick in their chairs right now.
Would it show their elos? Like, did they have elos? Or
I
is
don't
there
think
no
it
elo
shows on screen. Like, you will have an elo, like you can see it on your menu. Like, iron is how you start and whatever. What do you think is a good order to unlock units? What the must-haves?
Hold on,
Must-haves.
before we go again, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Do you mind telling me the setting so we don't
Oh,
get
yeah,
fucked
sorry,
like
you're
that
right.
again? Yeah.
Options, and then you're looking for, it should be gameplay and enable focus fire. Put that on.
Oh, there we
Yeah,
go.
it's meant to help
thank
new players.
God.
I don't know how it helps new players at all. I've never, like, when I start players like this, doesn't help at all. You
Yeah.
attack the wrong units all the time. But yeah, a good unlock order. I mean, gunboats are pretty reliable. I've started to find a bit more success with scorpions. Mammoths, I think, is really good at low level because you have mammoths and you have an air unit. What you have is this nice diverse mix of ground and air. That's always a nice bait to have. Outside that, king crabs just got buffed. I think they might be worth revisiting. I think bombers is surprisingly effective against low rank players. Swift shockers has been really, really successful, guys. Recalls are always reliable. Recalls are really, really solid. So I'd say those are some good shouts. Air units are like a bit more situational. I don't recommend often people unlocking air units straight away because they feel very weird. Like they don't exactly win you a game if you don't got a rounded out deck. All right, so yeah, a little bit of a tilting loss there, but I thought they'd nerf Valkyries. I guess they haven't.
For next game, do you want to go Ash or should I go Air?
Whichever you want. I've got more decks. Whichever one you think you want to try.
Okay, I'll go F after expansion then, and
Okay, yeah, I'll go ground then.
try to poke with the butterflies and.
Oh wait, did it leave the party? I think it left the party. Oops.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. Didn't realize it did. There we go. Off we go. Remember, guys, we'll do a giveaway in a few games. Exclamation mark give aces, and it's them again.
And your buddy just called in a
Yay.
resource base.
Let's go.
Yeah, like chat. This is exactly what I mean. This is a pristine example where like the deck unlock system is bad. Like Mirror's just started playing the game, and he's up against people who played the game enough that they've got all the things they want, right? Or most of the things they want. That's not good. That's bad design.
Yeah, they should just give it all, honestly.
Yeah, the gatekeeping participation, right? Which is like, the thing is it's contradictive because everything about this game is clearly meant to deal with gatekeeping and RTSing because it's accessible. But like that completely contradicts the idea that they had.
Enemy is building a resource base.
Hey, Wasps again, who would have thought?
Yeah, never seen this build before.
That's a new unit.
Yeah, wow. Like, don't you just love how they play that game? They're like, man, we should change our deck. And they definitely changed their deck. I love the way they changed their deck.
Oh, it's the same guys, actually.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Before you realize.
Infantry unit operational.
The annoying thing is, like, I feel like I want to head out, and I probably should head out. But the moment I do, I know they're going to come behind. Fuck it, I'm heading.
Enemy tech is turning on. Be ready.
At least we kind of know what's
Oh,
coming.
I'm coming
in
around the
this
back.
time.
Careful, they might get you there. I'm running now.
Systems ready. Engine idle. Position. Template down.
I should have traded that laser, actually, that's my bad. Screwed up.
Alright. Almost got the butterfly so I can do the
Enemy
poking
is
with them.
building a resource base.
They hit your eco pretty hard.
Enemy is building a resource base.
Our enemy will gunbots here. Reader? No. Leg actuators activated. Rounds on target.
A double base seems greedy.
Setting up for the party.
I have been selected. One in the chamber. Going red. Location.
Your buddy just called in a enemy tech is turning on.
One base down.
Be ready.
Nice.
Units engaged.
Yeah, they greeted with that one, I think.
Units reporting damage.
Now they got airships though, careful, we don't have AA, I don't think.
Can't go back with the recalls.
Alright, got anti-air coming. They get... Oh, dude, he's rushing air free again. Dude, I wish ill things upon him. Fuck those type of people, man. It's just cringe. It's like, it's a broken strat right now. It's like unbeatable once it gets online.
No, airships are just as fast.
Units in combat.
But if you, like, just as fast, you need to be faster, right? If you're not faster, you lose, basically. Is this gonna be worth? I don't think so.
Okay, I'm going to the foundry.
Resource base warmed up. Enemy is building a resource base.
Full tread.
Do I have to go, like,
Close combat.
what have you got?
Won't be an
Maybe
issue.
bulwarks can help, I'm not sure they can, but I think it's the only thing we've got.
Union armor.
Guys, I think we just go Mass Crusaders and then head in, right? That's the counter to the annoyance.
Garrison close.
It should be the counter anyway.
Oh, we got airships in.
Yeah, I'm going, like, I'm heading for the third again. I think it's the right move.
Hitting their eco as well.
Treads are rolling. Crusaders in formation.
Workers!
How did I still lose that? I mean, I guess it's 2 players defending, but
Define range.
yeah, it's still annoying.
Not yet.
Alright, I have carpal tunnel. And a lot of
Loading
units.
firing
A
solution.
lot of micro.
I probably should.
They got a.
use this.
I took out 2 mortars on their base over there.
He's
on
got
the south.
Valks now, remember? So they should
Yeah.
be coming soon. And they're here. And now, how would I even touch them?
Resource
probably gonna go
base
after our
warmed
eco.
up and working.
Yeah. Send my airships back.
Exposed rear. Workers down. Workers under attack.
Most of my anti-air is gone, sadly. Probably should have kept them back.
Workers getting flanked. Enemy is building a resource base.
They're also just way too late.
Elevation.
Damn, for anti-air, these airships sure died to those Valkyries really hard.
Yeah. It's like I said, it's a broken unit. No, I'm not even being like Papega about it. It's just broken. I think like they've already agreed it's too strong. Like they're nerfing its range. They haven't done it yet. So basically, I feel like if we just get these guys, just GG and look for a different opponent, because otherwise it's going to be a boring night.
Starting stop.
Yeah, it seems like they like using what's best.
Enemy tech is
Yeah.
turning on. Be ready.
You know,
Gunbox ready.
good for them, but
Better cover.
fuck me, it's boring.
Enemy is building a resource. Workers.
Pure Valkyrie, I guess.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Blue sky.
I don't know, this is like the air version of the first meta they had in this game, which is like if you didn't spam mass mortars, you lost.
Error.
Scan.
Kind of
Sage.
that again,
Go, go.
Missile launch.
just in a different form.
Exposed rear.
So does
Workers
anything beat
down.
Valkyries or no?
Workers under attack.
Maybe this is like some other tier 3 air unit, maybe? I haven't tried it though.
Cover
Oh, the
it.
tier 3 are they?
Yeah.
Calculating grid.
Resource base destroyed.
And he's got the mortars set up. Of course he has.
Bound and
They
cover.
always do.
Kill. Look out your
Units
rear.
engaged.
Bang, bang.
Units starved. Units in combat.
How are bulwarks? What do they do?
Units
They're
under
big,
attack.
very tanky guys. It might work.
Full auto.
I'm not entirely sure it will, but it might work.
Units
Can't be worse than what
engaged.
I've got right now, to be honest.
The tough is actually affording them.
Yeah.
Units reporting damage.
Close combat. Hold
Resource base warmed up.
You having
and
fun yet,
working.
kids? You go fast cracking? I would rather inject meth into my eyeballs. But thanks for the idea.
Units in combat. Units under attack.
It's like I'm not going to be able to
You
beat
got a
these guys,
resource
right?
base taking fire. Cover
The
it.
Jaggers.
Kinda cringe might be the understatement of the century. If I get one more, if we get them again, I might just end the fucking stream. They're just making it anti-fun as all hell.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate.
Yeah,
Oh, Valkyries are anti-air as well, makes sense.
that's what I mean. Like, yeah, it's anti-air, but does that damage to ground as well, right?
Yeah, that's it's pretty kick.
Like maybe Locust, but the problem is like Locusts are versatile. So the other problem is like when you get in a big fight, if there's ground units nearby, Locust might just attack the ground first. It's just like this. I don't know, man. It's just weird. It's just an uncounterable unit right now. The one way might be Predators. Yeah, we'll try that. That's like the only way.
So is this cracking like a meme or?
It's like it costs 3,000 resources. It's like
yeah, I saw.
to afford that is just absurdity.
Is it actually like really strong though? Is it like
I haven't
just a
tried
win
it.
if you get
I
it?
assume it's like a win if you get it.
Enemy is built resource base.
Yeah,
Enemy is
but
building
like
a
I don't know.
resource
I
base.
thought the patch would have went live by now. I'm just kind of shocked it hasn't.
No, forgot the base.
Yeah, so that guy's crappy build is going to get nerfed today, basically.
Your buddy just called in a resource
I like how I
base.
switched to deal with anti-air. Oh wait, no, it's good. We've got another guy who's doing that cringe, so this will be useful.
G1.
Whoop, whoop.
One in the chamber.
Oh, they're Valkyries again.
Charging.
Yeah, one's got Valkyries. They might do a melee flood because they've got So one of them's got the wasps again, the little Beyblades, but another one's got scorpions, which are like mini crabs. They cost less, they move about the same speed, less tanky. Wait, he actually has Kraken? What the hell?
He does, yeah.
Enemy tech is turning on.
We meme it.
I kind of want to let him get it just so I see it.
Starting
I freaking know, dude. Yeah, you're on your own with that, you freaking masochist.
Alright, I'll go stealth with it.
You're like, ooh, shiny.
Enemy tech is turning on.
Don't see
Be
that
ready.
Kraken, dude.
You especially don't want it because you've got freaking Hunters, which is like the worst AA unit right now. It's like worse than every other one in every way.
Yeah, it's the starting one, and you know when people made it, they just seem so bad. Like,
I think I beat
I haven't
people with
made a
like
single
normal
one.
crab decks, but it's like they had Hunters as well,
yeah.
which is the very reason it worked. Alright, I'm going into the
Units
second A.
engaged.
You should realize I'm doing this, but who cares? We're in.
You going air or foundry?
Ground.
Okay.
Alright, that was pretty good. That was actually a really good trade. They lost a lot.
Nice, nice. Are they going back as well?
Foundry ready.
I should have just been manually clicking these workers. Damn, they got wrecked. It's okay, SK, I've got shockers now. He's gonna die to this.
Okay. Butterflies incoming.
Enemy tech is turning on. Be ready.
Damn, these guys snowball real good. Chat.
Oh, we got
Am I
something
strong?
in our base.
Can you deal with that? I'm dealing with these guys. Careful,
Yeah.
I don't want to recall us.
Workers getting flanked.
deal with it.
Resource base warmed up and working.
2-2. Loading firing solution.
Hurry up and wait.
Workers! Workers! Workers!
Morale low.
This is fine. Damn, he's got so many scorpions. I'm just not
she
sure
does.
what the plan is with
in
them.
a resource base.
Like, this is, guys, this is why double melee is a bit rough. They're learning the hard way. This is an educational moment. We're helping them with the good guys, I swear.
Using a lot here as well.
Oh, there's the dragonflies. He actually came back. That's fine.
Robotic infantry.
Base down.
Enemy is building a resource base.
Cannon ready.
Oh, they are quick, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, the dragonflies, yeah. It's okay though. Like, now that they take third, they have to come up for a fight, but they can't win. So this is fine.
I got a fair bit of hunters, so we can probably actually go forward with them.
Selected.
I got a tanky in it as well.
Shift.
Base. Take an
Resource
extra
base
one.
warmed up and working. Your buddy
That's
just
the thing.
called
Like,
in
they
a
won't come out to
resource
play,
base.
so we just keep floating more bases.
Mm-hmm. Double pronged assault, eh?
They're gonna get sandwiched. Right, I'm going after the main workers.
Yep. Fine. Kiting them away.
That's game. Definitely game. You're fresh out of dust. Whoa. Overclock. They might have some air left over at the end, but I don't care because they won't have economy. Yes, yep, they got one last hurrah.
Units reporting damage.
Let's go do a few jump and jumps, don't mind me. I
Units in
guess.
combat.
And work it, and work it, and work it. Oh, we should probably click back.
Units
And work
under
it. Just let them reset for a sec. Just spam A in the air, and then it's an easy win. They're going to go for the north base. Oh, that's a good workout.
Exposed rear. Workers down.
Baton elevation.
Starting stop. Units engaged.
It's a lot of butterflies to lose. Oh, they're trying to raid your eco in the center.
Yeah. Got our ships.
Workers is under attack.
And then as soon as these are dead, they should just give up. There we go.
GG.
GG. Oh, take this map from near.
Victory.
If they have 12 Valkyrie, you could have 1 Kraken. Okay, please stop. leave your access keys at the reception. We won't be inviting you back. All right, one more game and then I'll give a key away, guys. Exclamation mark, give aces. We want to get your hands on this. That was nice. Stopping them before they got the Valks. Mainly because those guys didn't
It
have
was a
walkers
nice
there.
one.
I think like
How's the Falcon?
they're very tanky. But if someone has air, you're fucked. But they can be really, really brutal.
Right. Do you think you can carry me until I get a Kraken?
Go for it. Jesus Christ. Chat, why am I doing this myself? Why am I doing this, dude? Like, whatever, do it. Just do it.
Let's try it. It won't be naked, of course.
You know who
but
I am. Like,
I'm trying to get
you know from Watchmen when the guy's like, just do it. Just do it. Why are you waiting?
Precisely. Do you need a normal Starforge before
Yes.
advanced
Yeah,
Starforge?
yeah.
Okay. Alright, that's fine then.
Could you
So-
imagine? Jesus. Like,
Kraken Rush, book.
maybe like an exception with Kraken, guys. Like, it is a 3,000 resources unit. Come on, come on.
Systems read.
Enemy is building a resource.
Chat wants to see
base
Kraken,
warmed
I
up
bet.
and
Of course.
working.
They want to see me suffer getting you to it as well, right?
Of course.
You've got a resource base taking fire. Cover it.
They're gonna have to defend that though.
Oh, I can't recall
ready?
to your base. That's interesting.
Yeah, no.
Coming.
Position.
That's fine. Alright, so I should really re-equip bombers, they'd be sick here.
Bound and cover.
Oh, I guess Shocker's kind of weird against blinkers.
Enemy tech is turning on.
There it is.
Be ready. Starting Starforge.
So the
Your
reason I
buddy
lose
just
Starforge is
called
because
in
I've
a
got
resource
mammoths there,
base.
which are basically a ground unit. It's weird, I know.
Reboot? No. Location. Loading. Rounds on target.
Oh, just got a few
Let's stick it into
butterflies
eco,
and
stick
then
it into
try.
eco.
Oh, okay.
Charging. Hurry up and wait. Covering ground.
I'd be able to poke him actually.
Gunbox
Yeah, he's
moving.
trying to get back in, isn't he?
Bang, bang. Better cover.
Okay, I'll just use these butterflies to poke.
Contact.
How do I get caught there?
Go. Kill. Triple tap.
Oh, he's adding an anti-air. That's perfect. So yeah, he took the bait. Basically, I'm just going to be spamming a lot of gunbots and then adding in
Calculating.
a bunch of these groundy type units. Might even actually be greedy and rush tier 3.
Starforge is ready.
Yeah, so
Starting
my tier 3 is
advanced
like a bunch of
Starforge.
little ground units that are anti-air.
Maybe the Kraken's greedy enough. Kaplan.
No. If you get your greed, I get my greed.
Sounds good to me.
A firm deal on
Enemy
both
tech
sides.
is turning on. Be ready.
Yeah, he's doing it too now as well. Oh, they have more. I didn't even notice. Okay, that's kind of cringe.
Slow and steady.
Yeah, your Kraken better be worth it.
Oh shit. Yeah, units.
Wait, you don't build any. I don't think I've got enough. Yeah, maybe.
Let's get a
Yeah,
few
that was actually
hunters, I
lucky.
guess.
Because they're
Units
versatile,
reporting
they were
damage.
attacking not always the right unit. So that worked
You
out
picked
nicely.
me.
On standby. Circle up.
Is he really coming here? Yeah, he is.
Oh yeah, there is.
Yeah. If I haven't got
On the
anti-air
third base.
here. Yeah,
Advanced
like these aren't
Starforge
anti
is
air.
complete.
They won't help you.
I'll get a few more hunters to cover.
Missile lock. Targets. Location error.
See if I can poke a bit, maybe.
Show me a weakness.
I'm getting close to Kraken.
Forward. Engaging at close.
We better win the game.
I hope so.
Enemy tech
All
is
right, I've
turning
got
on.
my
Be ready.
I got my affordable anti-air units
Side
now.
by side.
Orders.
My little gunbots. Whoop whoop.
Going
They
there.
look so adorable.
Units in
Mortars do
combat.
kind of counter me though,
What?
so I'm not going to be helpful there.
Units under attack.
Fine, Kraken counted the mortars.
Okay.
Units engaged.
shit. Oh, that's a lot.
Yeah, we might be dead.
Yeah, maybe Kraken's on the way.
I couldn't imagine why. You got your Kraken? You fucking better have it.
No, I'm halfway there.
Are you kidding me? You're halfway there. Oh no. Dude, I can't, man. How are you only halfway there?
Yeah, expensive fucker, isn't he?
Yup, just a fucking bit.
It's fine, fine. If we can hold his base, maybe. I'll just keep making recalls because I can afford those without delaying it. I just need the blue resource.
Dude.
Enemy is building a resource base.
I'll lead the way. You don't want to lead the way against them, trust me. I don't know if I'll be able to get in though, because they have mass gun bots. Jesus Christ. What is frame rate? Yeah, that ain't gonna work.
Workers getting flanked.
Have they actually got any anti-air?
You got a resource base taking fire. Cover it.
Yeah, he's just gonna send it to plane.
Workers, workers, workers. You got a resource. Exposed rear. Workers down.
It's hard to actually melt through him.
Resource base destroyed. Units in combat. Units under attack.
Damn, the blue's coming in so
Kraken?
slow. It's so slow because we
Where's
lost
the
that
Kraken?
second base. Oh god. I just need 500. 500 I need.
There's so many pre-made
so
guys
slow
go for
'cause we-
Kraken successfully almost every game. Play mortar defense. One guy kept harassing. Yeah, but I don't want to play mortars. Yo, what's up, Snopes? Thank you very much to Prime Sub, bud. Welcome to Swarm.
I'm here.
Oh man.
Yeah, I think that might be the way to do it, more defense or something.
Yeah.
If that wouldn't tilt you too much.
I mean, we'll see. I never played mortars before, so that'll be
I'm
very
close. I need
successful.
300 more.
I
I wonder
swear,
if it's like
if this thing
instant
instantly
GG.
dies, I'm just gonna I'm gonna break the keyboard. Dude. Oh my god,
Oh
they
shit,
have
they
it
got
first! How did they have it first? You've been
I
aiming
almost
for
have
it
my
this
almost
entire
have mine, just
time.
100.
Bro, I'm like softening it up for you. You got
Oh
this.
no. Yeah, it's fine. We just need to survive 50 more.
Workers under attack.
Oh shit, I misclicked.
Workers getting
What?
flanked.
Yeah, I literally misclicked airship. Give W. I wouldn't have saved us anyway. GG. Well, at least I got to see it. Just not the way I imagined.
Stop
I
the
would.
green health bar.
Yeah. Oh fuck.
Just gonna remind you all that this guy is top 100 in Age of Empires 4. This crap means nothing, okay? It means nothing. Vortex almost
top
lost to
30
this game.
actually.
It means nothing, chat.
Oh, Vortex plays as well.
Oh yeah, he's a filthy wasp spammer.
Of course.
Yeah.
Haven't been a Zerg player that missed complete since.
I moaned about him doing it. I do call it the bitch strat, okay? Like, I don't care who you are, if it's wasps all the time.
Well, I saw the Kraken, so I'm happy. I don't need to go for it anymore.
Firm handshakes, everything that I want is achieved. Bye!
That's right.
Oh, man.
Maybe I'll go Wasps, kick W.
Maybe it's blink time, chat. I don't know if I want advanced spots. I hate him. Trash. I mean,
Right, we got the Wasps, boys. It's okay.
let's do the advanced blink, boys. Whoop whoop. Oh, you got wasps? Alright, you're that guy. There we go. So when you're playing 1v1s, what you need to do is you just, like, if you want to cheese elo on the new players, you just don't build a second base, you build wasps.
Just spam Wasps.
It's literally what they do. And then, like, what you're looking for is if your opponent's in his base on his mineral line, then, like, uh-oh, he knows what he's doing. But you might still be able to break him. But if he's not, if he's, like, out in the open, you kill him.
Yeah.
It's so dumb. Like, you saw what I was doing when I was building a wall at the start? That's because there's a wasp player on the other side. Every time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, son. I just couldn't be asked to play like campy modes to get to the Kraken. I was willing to play let me dive and trade sort of thing to make way. That's more my style. I'm a post for an age in Dota 2. That's like I'm gonna go in and kill them so my carry can keep hitting creeps. That's my mentality, you know. What you're asking me to do there is like in Overwatch terms to put it in a different game. There's equivalent of being a pocket mercy. Oh crap! I forgot about the give aces thing. Guys. What I'm gonna do, I just realized because it was ages since I like started doing those giveaways. Let me refresh Nightbot so it doesn't draw people who have left long ago because I can already see this gonna go. If you do want to be in with a chance to win a key, ! Give aces, and I'll roll one after this next game. Just want to do that reset because otherwise I just realized I've had it set to that for hours and there's people that set it hours ago. We go through this every time. We're like, blah blah, you here? Blah blah here. But no, blah blah here. No. It's a long bloody search. I guess those guys just felt bad about what they'd done. Wait, we got did you just get disconnected?
Oh, looks like it.
How long is server maintenance?
Oh, server maintenance.
Let me check. I'm gonna check on their thingy. Oh, they did warn about it. Any ETA on how long server maintenance is? That's goddamn annoying. That might be the end of our shenanigans then. I mean, I'm not going to wait around for an hour if that's what they're going to do.
That was a good session anyway.
Yeah, we had a bit of a mixed bag, those sweaty ball bags. I mean, like, it's
yeah,
annoying.
2v2s as well, like, kicked up.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, if there's broken units in the late game, it's really dumb at the moment in 2v2s because people can get there very easily, which is a problem.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes, Nocti, you played me with your Kraken. Trying to show a new player the game, god damn it.
Damn, fucking beat us to the Kraken there.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a bigger fan of, like, you dunk them, you got 4 bases, and then you try Kraken, right?
Yeah, that's where you gotta, like, it's one of those that, it's like to close the game out, I think, when you're ahead already, but can't quite break in, right?
Because I could just feel it. I was like, I know how this is gonna go. You're gonna, like, legit get it up.
Yeah.
Just gonna die.
It's not like a fast castle in every 4 where, like, you can kind of fill it off. It's not like that.
Yeah, yeah. No immediate return on investment, I'm afraid.
Exactly.
Alright, guys. Apparently the thingy is going to be about half an hour. I don't know what we'd do for half an hour, though.
I'll call it there for me.
You going to call it? Alright, no problem, buddy.
Yeah. GG's though, mate. Look forward to seeing you on Thursday, I think, or Wednesday.
Whoop, whoop. Oh, you going, are you?
Oh, yeah.
Nice. Yeah, no, I'll be there by, like, midday.
Alright. Have a good rest of your stream.
Yep. Have a good day, bud. Talk to you soon.
See you, bud. Bye-bye.
You do it on free base? Yeah, I think full base is like safer. Like you float so much resources, it's like not as much reliability. I still just don't like the place that mortars are at, you know? It's like, it's a very anti-fun unit. Mortars are kind of making me feel like maybe I should go back to crabs. Just so you don't have to rely on energy units to dive them. It's a bit weird. Oh, no, mortars. I think, like, there's a few units that, like, I think mortars aren't as bad as they were, but, like, my brain is, like, for my current deck, I just don't like, gunbot, missile bot. Like, you know, as your base is, like, you're going to be building gunbots, right? I don't think it's that strong. I just think it's, like, I'm saying my deck. I feel like you probably want a durable to feel good. Because, like, if you don't have energy, basically, it feels weird. Especially in 2v2s. But, yeah, I was very underwhelmed by the advanced bots from the air wing. The moment I saw that you had gunbots, I was like, yeah, I'm just dead, mate. There's no way. How about casting games with streamers like XQC and Lyric to increase popularity, perhaps? I don't know if Lyric's data is even public. I don't know about XQC's. I don't even know which account it is, to be honest with you. The thing is, like, someone said something very fair around AoE4, which is just like, if XQC playing the game hasn't increased numbers, what will? And I gotta agree, like, there's a fair point there that, like, how is it XQC is playing AoE4 a lot apparently, but we're not seeing like a large injection of new players? That is concerning to me. It does make me wonder what the underlying issue is. All things with range is strong because you can cover by your teammates. Yeah, exactly. Is he playing on stream? I think so, but he's like streaming it on Kick or something, right? Do we wait? I'm weighing up whether we wait. So I think they said, let me just double check. Let's see if there's another update. So they said about 5 minutes ago, probably like 15 to 20 is used that average length. We could burn a few minutes looking at the Battle Aces changes because they did post them. And then if if it's dragging, then we can look to end. No, I appreciate the ideas, Puzzo. I always appreciate it. It's like I don't know if they're public per se, like it says issue 1. And it's, yeah, we could try, but I don't know. I think there's just bigger issues with AoE4 from a publicity standpoint that it's very hard for streamers alone to fix. Where? Where'd they say that? On their Discord. So, I think, where's the patch notes? Because they did release them here, I saw them. Am I blind? Like, I legit just don't see it. They posted the changes on their Discord, but apparently it's not showing on the Reddit, which is weird. When are they going to fix Mammoth? I think Mammoth isn't inherently broken by its stats. It seems broken because of the fact it's in the Starforge. That's what makes it really strong, because it's like, now you have to prep to counter air and ground. That's the big issue. Like, I play Mammoth, I don't think it's uncounterable. Well, the reason it's stronger than Crusader is because it's ranged, basically. I'm not sure if its damage is higher, though. It's just probably its DPS on average in fights is better because it's immediately attacking, whereas Crusaders have to, like, clown around your units to get on top of stuff, right? It's same? Yeah. So, wait, is it? Is it because they do miniguns? So I think Mammoths aren't burst damage, right? They're consistent damage, if I remember correctly. Alright, let's have a look here. But yeah, it's like, I need to... I don't know, I'll have a look. Like, I don't even know what XQC and Lyrics accounts are called on AoE4. So we'd have to figure that out first and then see if they're even public. If they're not public, then this idea, as cool as it is, just doesn't work. So I'm looking for the patch notes because they did drop them. Does anyone have a link to the patch notes? I read them earlier. It's just they're very terrible, like having a channel to link things in by the looks of it. It's very odd. I mean, I think, I think the biggest issue of the game right now, Nocti, is actually Wasps. Wasps are the #1 issue. All high-level players are going to try to say, no, they're fine, they're counterable, whatever, but that doesn't, that's not actually, how you define an issue, even in my opinion. Wasp, there we go, dude, no, Wasp is a problem, and here's why. In 2v2s, no. In 1v1s, Wasp is 100% a problem. No, it doesn't matter if they're OP or not. It's the effort it takes to counter them and the fun involved. Like, people always think when you say, like, a unit's a problem, it's the balance of, like, it's OP. It's not. It's just not fun to play against whatsoever. And it's also very, it's very punishing for new players. And I know someone's going to go with the get good, but keep in mind, the get good attitude, which is gatekeeping in itself, is exactly why people don't bother RTSs. If most players who pick up an RTS for the first time go into this game and their experience is Wasp spamming on one base, they're going to not play the game. That is a problem. That is a really big problem. You play very little Killer Pigeon? I've watched very much Good Guy 9000 again. Just because I don't play doesn't mean I'm not watching and witnessing a lot of it. Trust me. The other issue is, like, this whole logic of, like, Wasp one base is not good. Yeah, but here's the thing. When you go Wasps, you basically get an inherent level of control over the mid-state of the game. And that means that you can hide info, you can hide strategies, and you basically can kind of like dictate if you're going next base, if you're going tech. Wasps do give a very big strategic advantage. I think Wasps should probably be slightly more on resources, maybe like 5 resources. But like, I see it in a lot of people's decks at the highest level. It's like, even just having it there, I know it's taking an 8 for your deck, but it's the options it opens up because someone usually has to take more of a defensive stance inherently in case you're doing it, right? Think bad to nerf like that? I don't think so. It's either that or you nerf what, their movement speed? But then they're like close to just being a Scorpion, worse. But worse, right? Like, the problem is, I want to hear is that I'm 9k and I don't know what you are, Nocti. I'm guessing you're fairly high ranked. I hate that elitist approach. You need to look at it from a casual perspective. You need to be careful that you don't just make it like too easy and like, oh, there's no challenge, whatever. But like, for new players getting into the game, like if they see Wasps, they're not going to play. It's not fun. Anyone who says it like they're fine with it, like you probably played like thousands of hours of StarCraft and you've gotten used to the experience of I need to deal with Zergling this specific way. Got it, great, good for you. But like that's not how bringing new audiences works in. And what you need to realize is Battle Aces is trying to target a brand new audience of gamers. They're not trying to bring in you StarCraft guys alone, or us Age of Empires guys alone, or the old people that played Command and Conquer or whatever. It's very, very blatant by the way they've designed Battle Aces. They want to bring in a new audience of gamers, a new generation. And that new generation will not bother if their experience is getting into a game and getting flooded by Wasps and not knowing what to do every game. How was Wasp player, rework it then? Wasp one of the best design. What? No, dude. I think like for what you're trying to achieve with Wasps, Scorpions are more reasonable in design than Wasps are. Like maybe if for example maybe Wasps wouldn't be as silly if there's a way to like formation drag or whatever, so you can wall more easily and figure those things out. But like, you know, the reality is that, you know, with Wasps, the thing I highlight when I first started going up against it is like, I know what I need to do to counter it, but what annoys me is I feel like I'm putting in 6 times more effort to counter him than he's putting in. And it's just quite annoying. Scorpion need nerf. I haven't seen like too many Scorpion games at the moment that have convinced me. I've been hearing a few whispers the last like 24, 48 hours, so maybe I missed like a few people really cheesing up the strats. I mean, like right now, like, what was this? Wait, is this everyone's tier list put together? I mean, I gotta agree, Valks are ridiculous. They're about to get nerfed though. Blink Hunters is kind of interesting. I think Blink Hunters can be quite good. I don't know if I put them that high though. Heavy Ballistas are like blowing my mind just how much they do quite often. Dragonflies, yeah. The funny thing is when I was like thinking Dragonflies, originally someone who watched my stream was like, I tried them, they're bad, don't bother. I'm glad I actually went and tried them myself because they're pretty good. Definitely not the best. 100% like was that this patch airships are getting nerfed, right? And that was needed. Anyone like the air-to-air unit, the airship, not reasonable. Ground damage was way too high. That was depressing, building like tier 1 units and watching them just die to like the airships. Airship spam was crazy. Alright, so still under maintenance. We've got a few more minutes. I can't find these patch notes, man. Oh, and David Kim just put up something about... How was that? Was it maybe... It was probably in devlog. There we go. I think that... There we go. Guys, I've got the details. We can quickly go through them before the server comes back up. Nerf damage Wasp on worker? Trying to think of other ways if you really want to get creative. What if they had slightly bigger hitboxes, so reaching that surface area really requires the full surround? So I feel like quite often if I'm hugging a wall, I still lose to Wasps. It's weird. Like maybe the worker difference. I think also maybe like a more simple change is like the backside of the workers shouldn't be like rotatable maybe. That might help as well. But then that affects so many more units. I also, by the way, just think raiders should be removed from the game in their current state. I don't think they're broken now, but I just think the idea of like a unit that can only attack workers isn't... I think, was it Tasteless I was listening to? He made a very fair point. He doesn't like it either because his logic is that you should give players options and see how they interact with the options. When you look at workers, they do one thing and one thing only. You've decided for the players what they're meant to do. And they should trust that the players will decide what is best for units. But yeah, Kraken got like a huge, dude, 36.8% health. But this is the magic to my eyes. Screw Valkyrie. I just experienced that and it was just so cringe. I did game design. Yeah, I done game design too. Done game design, was developer for years, and I've been a professional commentator, analyst, and presenter for 6. And like I can tell you, you know, part of it is the worker issue, but it's just in WASP in general. In a high-level player's hands, it's not even about the all-in. It's genuinely about the hostage holding of the map. There is a deep strategic layering to how you use WASPs. Ghost Stefano is a god, but at the same time, he's easily shown just how absurd that is. Like, I watched him play against a bunch of people, and the way he dances around the map is so infuriating. So, Scorp's just got buffed on health. That's going to be kind of wild. Damage against workers increased. We'll see if this is enough. I am a little bit worried that, like, genuinely they are still quite oppressive, but we'll see. It feels like maybe the optimal strat now is going to be to intentionally allow them into your worker line and then pinch them. But let's have a look at the rest of the changes. So missile bots, I don't know, like, was missile bots really overperforming was the weird part to me. I don't feel like they were. Gun bots are, I don't think they're OP. They thrive in certain situations, and others they're really like slappable, right? Like I've noticed the high level players with blinks can do really well against gun bots because you just bait out the overcharge and then run, right? Don't feel like tier 1 need a nerf against... agreed, Bosse. Like, I don't know. I've been using missile bots. It almost just feels like their range is terrible a lot of the time. I just can't catch targets unless I'm already in position and they overextend. Like, every time I build missile bots, I just have to lead them in my eco. It just doesn't work. Recall Hunters... Yeah, they're just nerfing a lot against air. I mean, air felt like it was underperforming outside of Valkyrie, right? So maybe their thought is with Valkyrie being nerfed, air's going to have issues again. But they didn't... They did fix airship, right? Yeah. This is huge. This had to happen. Airships were dumb, man. I lost count of the amount of games where someone would just mass airships and I was like, okay, what do I do? So that was a very smart change. Heavy Hunters. Yeah, I'm surprised. Was Heavy Hunters really in need of another nerf? I guess durable air unit. I don't know, man. I wasn't seeing too many Heavy Hunters more recently. Like, people had them in the decks, but they just weren't getting them. That was an interesting change, and I'm not sure about this, the Predator change, but with the Valkyrie nerf, maybe it balances out. I'm just wondering if with the Predator nerf, Locusts are going to be pretty good now. And then, yeah, Scorp Bot is going to be kind of intriguing. I'm curious on that one. I do like the Bomber change, by the way. This was really cool. That's very approachable for new players now. That's kind of cool to see. I don't know if Bombers are still going to be it, though. Like, the biggest problem with Bombers, unless you can get into their main, the worker trades suck. And, like, I feel like at high level, outside of the first few minutes of the game, it's very, very difficult to ever get a creep in. Like, I think you have that initial reveal on Bombers, and then players you usually adjust at the highest level. So I'm not sure about that. I do love this control, this change on 2v2s, by the way. So they've staggered the formation now. Server's still being worked on. Buffing heavy air units, not nerfing heavy hunter. I guess that's true. But well, you say that, but it's specifically against heavy hunters, so they kind of are nerfing heavy hunters, right? Like they're actually, in fairness, no, they are definitely nerfing heavy hunters. You are correct that they are buffing durable air units, but like not every single one's getting that treatment, right? Like you're seeing a decrease against all air from some of these anti-air units, but it's not at durable, so it's not across the board target at making cat buses and things better. A pick ban would be cool soon, but the problem with a pick ban is it's too slow for a game this fast. But like, I would love to do some esports events around this and organize that. And I think one way you do it, you would have a pick ban system. I think I had the idea of people prepping decks, and you can seal their decks beforehand. And then they choose decks, and they can only use decks until they get a win, right? Stuff like that could be really cool. What else is there? Oh, the whole idea of like every time you win twice, you have to change at least 4 units in your deck. Like that, there's some cool ideas you could have here to vary. I also hope they're going to have extra maps. Guys, I'm going to give away a key in a sec. Exclamation mark give aces if you want to win a key. If you haven't got one already, perfect opportunity to get in because the beta is still going to be running until the 15th. Devs are rewarding attack moving. What, you mean like with this change? I mean, like, yes and no. Like, I'm okay with this change in particular because bombers just aren't used. if this is what it takes to get more data, like you have to, good guy, you're not thinking think about this from a design and dev perspective. I had this with one of the guys on Age of Empires 4, where Empire Wars never got balanced because no one ever played it. So like you can't really balance bombers if no one plays them, and no one plays them. Outside of me playing it, I've encountered 2 people using bombers, one in 2v2 and one in 1v1. That's it. No one uses them. So like if this is what it takes to get a lot of people to try the unit, and then you can figure out what it does and doesn't need, I'm kind of okay with that. And then you can reassess later whether this needs to be removed. But like, yeah, with the things like the focus fire or whatever, you've already got this issue of like casualizing it down a bit. Yeah, I've noticed Clem plays it a lot. Like I'm saying on the way up, like the Clem's one player, right? A very talented player. But if you're looking for sample groups, using just Clem isn't a good idea. He might be the best, but he's not indicative of most players' styles, what they want to do. And once again, remember, this is a game not targeted at the absolute best player in the world. At the game, this is a game targeted at the mass. And if no one's using bombers, you have no indication of whether they're good or bad. All right, I'm going to draw in 10 seconds, so if you want to win a key, exclamation mark, give aces now. Do it. Do it now. Yeah, like when someone's not meta and you want data, you do kind of like, sometimes you'll just like do something crazy with it to try and get that data. All right, rolling in 3, 2, 1. Pikey! Congrats, bud. You there? You've won yourself a key. A key for Pikey. Is he here? Make yourself known. Always do this check in case someone just came and put giveaway in and left. Otherwise, I re-roll. Give you 10 seconds. And then I'm going to re-roll this. So we go here. I mean, nearly as fun to play. Yeah, but the problem is like the counter order. Like you don't know what you're up against. So here's an interesting thing. In a way, they just kind of. I'm gonna re-roll because Spike's not here. In a way, they don't have to care about like units being hard countered inherently, because like the logic is games are so quick that being hard countered doesn't annoy you as much as it does in like StarCraft or like something else, right? Sammy, you're in here. Well, you definitely are. You're now talking about hard unit countering. You've just won a key. Welcome to the world of tomorrow. Oh. God, I love that. I love Futurama. All right, enjoy. Congrats, congrats. We'll do a few more giveaways as we go. But yeah, like this, yeah, I mean, I think the thing that will help as well with hard counters not just feeling like fate is decided, but like it's almost like more RNG will be better. What you need is multiple maps that have different layers that maybe enable or disable different strategies. I really hope they're going to do that. We're back! Do we solo queue 2v2? That's death waiting to happen, right? So, we went for the blinks. We're going to try blinks out. I don't think you do blink crabs. That's kind of pointless. Gunbot Scorps felt kind of cool. It's cool, but it's weird at the same time, because I always find the issue with doing Gunbot Scorp is Gunbot is about reaching critical mass. And if you do Gunbot Scorp, you're failing to reach critical mass of Gunbot to do something. Does that make sense? So, like, it's very weird. I'm not sure how I feel about that build. I feel like maybe I needed to experiment with it a bit more. Should we try something other than Swift Shockers? I'm going to go back to my bombers. I love bombers, right? Like, they're really fun. Even if they're not great. Maybe there's like a build where you just fast tier 3 after bombers. It's like you just roll double advanced foundry, right? Like, there's probably a sick build that makes sense for that on a really big timing. Neri wants to do 2v2s? I guess we could. You can pick region. Have I not already picked region? I thought I had. Alright, should we get Neri in for 1 or 2 games? Oh, I guess we could. Send my friend code. I do think that 2v2s in, like, I hope they don't neglect 2v2, by the way, because one issue I do feel is right now, compared to 1v1, 2v2 has, I feel like, at least my experiences on the previous patch in the last few days, it felt like it had more broken strats than 1v1s, if that makes sense. Because there's a lot more cover fire to go mass tech up, from my experiences anyway. So I wonder if, like, I hope there's going to be some focus on that as as things develop. Maybe something like... Maybe if you slowed the gathering rates, that might work. Just like SC2, yeah, but that like just like SC2 is always a crap argument. No offense to you, like I hate when it comes up because my logic there is like, yes, the StarCraft 2 didn't really... I don't feel like it catered to the team audience, right? Age of Empires pretends to and it doesn't. Most RTSs actually do not cater towards a team environment. So what you inherently get is games that are balanced around 1v1s and get 2v2s tacked on. That's the problem. Okay, yeah. Fair enough, soon. But that's like in general a problem is that... Oh, what's that? We're back in game now, so let me get rid of that. In general, a lot of games balancing around 1v1s means they completely disenfranchise the 2v2 players. By the way, YouTubers, hop across to Twitch now. I'm going to stop the YouTube stream because I realize it's still set as Age of Empires.